Oh, you did answer it. Welcome to Flat Earth, you bonehead. You just confirmed our argument. Ha!
Gravity itself is not a force, but gravity produces gravitational force. That's the result.
So a non-force produces a force with the same name? When does your Rhodes Scholarship end, Sly?
Wind is a definition.
Uh-oh, now we're in for it. Sly's gonna release that piercing intellect of his. You bozo. Wind isn't a definition, it's a term. Like retard is a term. The definition is less advanced in mental, physical, or social development than is usual for one's age. Here's another term, moron. Here's the definition, a stupid person. Hey, and you know what? I see a picture of you here. You're waving. Ha! Clown.
Now, what do you call it?
What?
Basically, what I'm telling you is that the word wind, okay, is a definition.
Wow. So, okay, I get it. The term is less advanced in mental, physical, or social development than is usual for one's age. And the definition is retard. Ha, I got it. Hey, you're in this one too. You're here smiling and waving. So you got two definitions. My word.
So, what I'm saying is that gravity is the definition.
Yeah, now we get it, you sly dog, you. You were greasing the skids with wind so you can wheel out your disheveled. Gravity is the definition. You need to be institutionalized, dude. Immediately.
Okay, gravity is a definition. However, what it creates is a gravitational force. So gravity, by definition itself, is not a force. Gravitational force is a force.
Yeah, sure. And dark matter is created from nothing by luminescent gerbils, Sly. In conclusion, thanks for demonstrating that you're a double-blind retard. That's the definition. Ah!
Say hello to my little friend!
Brenda, April 2021.
I said things are made from other things.
Profound. Essentially a layman's summary of the first law of thermodynamics, i.e., nature cannot create or destroy matter or energy. They can only change form.
It's not deep. It isn't deep. It isn't hard to understand, but apparently it is for you.
Nah, it's pretty cut and dry. As mentioned, it's just a restatement of the first law of thermodynamics.
I thought it was to describe particles just coming in and out of existence from nowhere. And you're still,
Well, that is something that does happen, yes.
You out your cotton-picking mind. So particles come into existence from nothing, eh? Didn't you just say 10 seconds ago?
Things are made from other things.
So how can things be made from other things and, at the same time, have things, particles, made from nothing, as in no thing, and not bludgeon the law of non-contradiction into a bloody pulp? Por favor. Number 1, law of non-contradiction violation, that is, a paradox. Number 2, apparently now your statement
It isn't hard to understand.
is hard for you to understand. And finally, you are now in direct contradiction with the first law of thermodynamics. How's that feel? Forgive me, but you're somewhat of a cluster on a second grade coherency level.
yeah. So things come out. How do things form out of nothing?
Well, they just do. We observe it.
You just observe it. We can now add batshit insane delusional to your numpty dipshit paradoxical first law of thermodynamics violating title.
We can prove experimentally that virtual particles do in fact exist. They come out of nothing and disappear back into nothing.
Virtual particles, eh? It would probably behoove you to look up what virtual means. The only things that come from nothing and disappear back into it is your basic reasoning skills and science acumen, which are hovering right around preschool level. And your fairy tale religion, the ball-tard spinning space monkey religion. Number 2, you have no scientific experiments. You don't even know what one is. And number 3, Professor Matt Strassler, Particle Physics in Particle Physics Basics, Virtual Particles, What Are They? The best way to approach this concept, I believe, is to forget you ever saw the word particle in the term. A virtual particle is not a particle at all.
Fatality.
It refers precisely to a disturbance in a field that is not a particle. A particle is a nice regular ripple in a field, one that can travel smoothly and effortlessly through space, like a clear tone of a bell moving through the air. A virtual particle generally is a disturbance in a field that will never be found on its own, but instead is something that is caused by the presence of other particles, often other fields. End of citation.
Say hello to my little friend.
Let's put another shrimp on the barbie.
We can prove experimentally
Wait a minute. Wow, man.
You just stepped right in it, numpty.
Science doesn't prove things.
we can prove experimentally.
I'm sorry, that's a little bit of word games. I will not accept that science proves things because scientists will stand up all day long and say, no, I'm sorry, we don't prove things.
We can prove experimentally.
You cannot prove something scientifically.
Can't you numpty dipshit Baltard spinning space monkeys at least make it a little difficult for incoherent second graders to pummel your dumbasses? Don't you have like Be Kind to Dumb Animal Week conventions or something? At least get within 85 degrees consistency with your collective dumpster fire message so that the little Lebowski urban achievers can't flamethrow you in between iterations of Candy Crush. Is that too much to ask? Currently, it's easier shooting pregnant hippos in a fishbowl. Spinning space monkeys. Spinning space monkeys. Now, it's one thing to be in direct contradiction with your fellow brain-dead baltards. However, it's an entirely new straitjacket to be in direct contradiction with yourself. And as we all know from your belly laugher history and your earlier bash yourself in the face with a spade shovel first law train wreck, it's quite clear that this is your happy place.
We can prove experimentally. Science can't prove anything.
What the hell did you just say?
We can prove experimentally. Science can't prove anything.
Say what?
We can prove experimentally. Science can't prove anything.
Out of here! Look for Henry Tunnel! It's a twister! It's a twister!
Turn out the lights. The party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it a night. The party's over.
Good evening, all. Very good, very good.
Thanks. How are you, George?
Hey, all good, man. You?
I'm okay.
Fantastic, man.
Same time here as there.
Sorry? Yeah, it is the same time here. Yeah.
10:23 p.m. There too.
No, 22:25. 25 past.
22:23 here.
Yeah, 22:23. That's correct. Yeah, same time zone, same bullshit.
Yeah. You did you went to the live stream of Quantum Eraser?
Yes, I did. Yes.
What they talk about it there?
About airplanes and flights. Another debunking of the globe. I mean, any type of navigation. Just pick one. It will require for you to account the Earth to be flat and stationary, and it's the lights in the sky that are moving. You know, if you're using the sun as a guidance for your north, south, east, and west, that's what you're doing. You need to account the light in the sky, in this case the sun, to be traversing the sky, not the ground to be moving.
Exactly.
It's ridiculous, man. We all fell for it. We shouldn't bash ourselves too much. But anyway, it's other people should open their eyes and learn with our mistakes. But no, they're still fighting back. I don't know what did they gain in fighting back. This obvious revelation that we all have in nowadays. I mean, the reality is revealed itself to all of us. This is what a lot of people were waiting for a moment like this. This is turning point in many people's lives. People, they have no clue what life is for, the meaning of life, trying to find meaning in their lives, doing all sorts of things, just because, they were led to believe that, like this world, there's many other worlds out there. And this vast outer space bullshit, that Walt Disney and Warner von Braun managed to make us all believe. Need to take the hat off to them. I mean, it was a big achievement.
They don't like that we destroy their illusions, about space and planets.
Well, we didn't have to do much. We just need to connect the dots. That's why internet information helped us a lot in that sense. Because it's been pointed out, it's been pointed out in movies and songs and in many ways it's been pointed out. All of these things, I mean, even today I was talking about the James Bond movie where Sean Connery is running from the enemy through a moon set. The guys are recording on a moon set.
Yeah, I saw that. Moon.
And they are moving very slow, like they are in gravity. When they're not, they're on a set. Exactly. And the guy escapes on a lunar, the lunar car, whatever it's called.
Lunar buggy or something.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, but it's been revealed to us. This is not surprise. Thing is that we took it on a sarcastic way, on a funny way. But fact of the matter is, it's exactly like that. Look at Spaceballs, and Megamaid taking the air out of the planets. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And again, gas pressure with the container required around the planet.
Yeah, the Spaceballs.
But Megamaid might come in and hoover it out. The truth hidden in plain sight, man.
Exactly. This one, the Spaceballs vacuum.
Now we cannot go at light speed. No, that's too slow. We need to go at ridiculous speed.
It's from the same movie.
I mean, light speed is already a ridiculous speed, isn't it? That's what they're saying pretty much, That speed is already ridiculous, so why not? Very quiet.
So here in Portugal, when I was at school, first year or two, I don't remember, but they did talk about Flat Earth, the Portuguese navigators, explorers. But now, in these days, if I want to search that information on Google, it censorship that information. It doesn't give me anything.
Yeah, of course. You need to go to the school books because obviously the information is still in the school books. Even Gago Coutinho and Secador Cabral, when they crossed the Atlantic in an airplane, and they used the octet, the bubble text to navigate.
Yeah,
it's part of our history. What's the first words on the national anthem? Heroes do mar, yeah? Heroes of the sea. Heroes of the oceans. Yeah, we crossed the oceans. We knew the world was flat. The celestial sphere or the armillary sphere is part of our flag. Right in the middle of it. It's in the heart of our country, Portugal.
Yeah. Celestial sphere.
Yeah. The celestial sphere. It's known today as the celestial sphere, armillary sphere. Brazilian flag is also with the armillary sphere. The center. That is the symbol of celestial navigation. And we are proud to have the Carta Marina. And there was a seminar in Lisbon about the Carta Marina. Carta Marina is the map of the oceans, map of the sea, which everything is mapped out properly. Problem is, according with the specialists in the matter, when you compare land maps with sea maps, there are distortions. The lines of longitude and latitude, they don't follow. So something is wrong on the formation of the land. So if you navigate in the sea, you don't use a map based on land measurements. You use the map used for the sea with measurements of the sea.
The coastline, yeah.
The coastline, yeah. Measurements between points. Everything has been mapped out. The sea, that is. And apparently better than the land.
I did participate I did saw one live stream a few years ago at Brazil. The Flat Earth guy there, and there was a Flat Earth Portuguese guy, and he did bring an old map from a navigational book, and Flat Earth Banjo USA, he did a resume, of about that live stream. A map from 1530. So this is that resume. It is in English, and this is a join. They did flat maps, Of course, you see. South continent, it's not, it has a different shape, but the Africa continent is because the Portuguese did sail this many times, so it's more accurate. We don't see at the top left, the Australia, because they kept it in secret. There's a guy that wrote a book Beyond Capricorn. And he did found that it was there is a flat Earth map about Australia, the coastline of Australia, with Portuguese names. This is the information.
Yeah, but the real information, if you really find the real information, you're gonna find it spread out in museums and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Local museums. Coimbra University must have lots of information because it's one of the oldest universities in Europe.
Yeah. The prints of this navigation book is on Torre do Combo, Towers Combo.
Yeah.
So I did, and what is curious, because it's in that live stream, that resume of that Flat Earth Banjo USA did. So in the description there is a link to the original map print scripts, but in our days I think they did censorship. So, but I did save it, all the print.
There's only as much as they can censor it. They can censor it for you and me, for the regular Joe to actually go and get this information. But I'll give you an example, and you know exactly what I'm talking about. We still have a ship called Sagres, which is a sailboat that it's used by mariners, and they go on expeditions around the world. Yeah,
exactly.
No pun intended. Circle navigating. Yeah,
exactly.
Which has been done many times before, and the methods used are still the old methods, and they are proud of it, of keeping the old traditions. And Saxon obviously is one of the instruments used on board. And
exactly.
All the recruits, everyone that is part of the crew at some point will have to learn how to use one. It's part of the course that the cadets need to pass. How to use celestial navigation. There's only as much as they can omit. They need to burn all the books in the libraries.
Yeah, I'm gonna post a link about that Sagres ship.
I used to take it for granted, but that's a big thing. People come from all over the world to try to navigate on that ship. It's one of the relics, still going.
Still in wood?
Yeah, I believe I mean, it's almost like my grandmother brush, isn't it? Still the same brush all over the years. Change the stick, change the, but it's still the same. It's still the same brush. You know what I mean? Yeah, they do repairs on the boat, but it tends to be as proximate as it can to the original.
Yeah,
obviously it's a replica. But the English have the Cutty-Sark, isn't it? Also a famous boat. The thing is, Cutty-Sark is not operational. They took it out. It's in the museum now.
So I didn't find information about Flat Earth and the Portuguese in the Google search, but then I used the AI GPT, and I did found some Spanish and Portuguese names, talking about at that time from the let me see if I recall 1600s until 1700s. These guys were questioning about there being so they were defending flat Earth, not spherical Earth. They were against this new.
The Portuguese knew it was flat back then. They knew it. They had to change because the church are the ones who changed the whole thing. They made them change the belief.
And the church, it has in these days it still have power. These priests.
It always has. Rome always.
These priests did. It is in the news. They behave badly. And
all the roads lead to Rome.
They don't, yeah, and they, if it was a different citizen doing that stuff, they will go to jail. But these guys, I mean, no one touched those guys. So it is a shame.
It's the 3 states, isn't it? City-states, the 3 city-states. They are independent within cities. Is the City of London, is the Vatican City, and is the District of Columbia, which is in Washington, D.C. District of Columbia. Those three institutions, they govern the world.
The triangle.
All flour from the same bag.
Yeah.
Nothing to see here. Just keep doing whatever you're doing. Give us your best production. What is it that you do best? We'll take it from you. I'll pay you whatever, when I pay you. But I'll take whatever you produce. For the price that I'm willing to pay, obviously. And some people call that life. And don't forget to pay your taxes.
Yeah.
How you gonna do that? You can't make a payment with a debt. It's only passing debt hand to hand. Yeah, just gonna give the king his papers back, right? Gotta return the papers to the king.
That's correct. And they will burn the money in order to generate more money. Otherwise, we would have always the same amount of money in circulation. We don't. Trickery. That generates money. Fictitious money. See, it's not just the aspect of the world that we live in, which is the only world for that matter that I'm aware of. We come to the understanding, once that you go down the rabbit hole, there's more rabbit holes to go to. And the levels of deception in every single front, starting with education, and so on, in rights, many, many things. It's in different fronts. It's not easy to come to understanding of the damage that has been caused and try to rectify the wrongdoings. It's not an easy task, if that is even achievable. But a lot of people are working.
And flat earth reality it tickled some of those. We understand differently what is going on.
Anyone has the capability of, anyone that does the due diligence to research for themselves, like we all did. Was that the world is flat? No, that's ridiculous. I'm going to prove it wrong. And then you fail to prove it wrong. You fail to prove that it's a sphere. Anyone can come to that conclusion if they do the due diligence instead of, just hand wave, dismiss everything that has been said. Because the arguments are out there. It's not secret. We're not hiding anything. It's been recorded over and over again. So anyone who wants to research this can research the point of view of a flat earther. What makes us being what we are. What is our standpoint? They're not stupid. That's why a lot of people are turning. It's stupid and ridiculous argument until the point that is not.
Talking about some money, look at this old coin. It was a continental dollar. Look at the depictions on it. One.
Continental.
So it's like a motor version of it. This one here. And then there is this.
In the movie John Wick, they have the Continental bill with golden coins. So there's a sundial there.
Looks like something like that. And yes.
And the sun there.
Not exactly what it means, but it's interesting that they depicted that in the currency.
Wait, what the heck is this?
What?
Are the coins real?
Apparently, this is one of the depictions of the continental dollar that was used back then. There's many different coins, but this one I found a little peculiar.
Who created it?
Good question. I think it was the United States, the United States didn't do this job. It was people doing it and trading it, right? Because it's copper, silver, those kind of materials. Yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
Oh, look at the payments.
They're there.
What is that? A moeda, that's a coin, moneda. Suma clara, alusao, diluvio. Diluvio.
You did delete it. The last one. Oh, Josh, thanks.
You see the sun on the continental one? It's like behind a layer and then shining towards towards a position. I'll be there.
That's 10 Italian lira.
Interesting. $19.99.
Yeah, obviously they changed to euro, didn't they?
Yeah. The Mercator was in his maps was drawing these 4 islands there at the North Pole, and in today maps they just put ice.
Yeah, but ultimately they were using a flat Earth back then, and they knew it.
Yeah.
Because lines of longitude and latitude, they are driven from a Cartesian system.
Yeah,
it's like a chessboard.
I did post the one before Sagar's ship. I did post, that world map, and vertically it has the latitudes, and then it has the compass, Rosa dos Ventos in Portuguese, winds rose, pointing north. So, and they knew, they had lunar tables declination, and they let me get it. They even talk about domes. I don't know. Let me see maps. So they joined all these maps, flat maps, and it is a flat Earth map, not completed, not actually, not so actually, because it doesn't have the center. But anyway, if you cross, at least we can at least have an idea where the continents are.
And that is exactly where the problem lies. These maps are artistic maps. These maps not necessarily been used for navigation. I'm not saying that they're not precise in their locations, but these maps not necessarily were used for navigation. These were driven from navigational maps, and they construe a bigger map.
Yeah.
But artistically.
It's not posting. Let me see. I have this one, but this is from a navigation book, so from João de Lisboa. So, and then they did join old. Oops. Yeah. They did join, because it was pointing north, and it gave us, and it has that vertical degrees, line of and degrees, and yeah. Of course, as you say, the coastline, it has some problems, but anyway.
Yeah, but for the mariners, what it matters mainly is the seabed configuration.
Exactly.
They used to measure with knots on the rope and see how many knots deep it is. So everything would be mapped out, cliffs, everything that would be relevant for navigation. And some waters would be considered very dangerous to navigate on. for those purposes. That's why a lot of places were they avoid to pass on. And Vasco da Gama, for example, when he found the nautical way to India, I mean, it was exactly that. To embrace the fear and go forward, and because back then they will not only navigate with coast on sight. They wouldn't go far out. There was no way of knowing where he would be. That's why they had to find a system to guide themselves from, and that would be the stars. And for that, they needed to map out, have a Cartesian system,
exactly,
to put over the land and sea to pinpoint locations. That's how it started. But we're talking about even times prior to that, where they used to take artists on board, and to paint the configuration of the land that they were passing by. And on the return, they will use those same pictures to find the way back.
Exactly. And I saw, like 1 year ago, it was in Portuguese. I think it was in even in the History Channel, but it was in Portuguese, talking about that Magellan, Vasco da Gama. No, sorry, Magellan. Yeah, Fernando Magalhães in Portuguese. And one thing I did recall is that there was, when they were sleeping, there was always someone wake up and taking notes, time, position of celestial. So it was they were recording all time and notes. If something happened, they could return back. So yeah, there's a lot going on there with the navigation at the sea.
And then we have the oranges, isn't it?
Oranges.
Now, what the hell oranges have to do with this? Well, the name Portugal doesn't come about by any chance. Many orange trees were planted because the mariners would take lots of oranges and lemons with them on trips. Those were one of the things that they would give to mariners. They didn't know that they were fighting scurvy, but they didn't have scurvy on Portuguese ships for that purpose. And the oranges is pretty much where the name comes from, because they would pass by to collect them on the way to their journeys. Lots of them.
I think there's a country, Portugal. Yeah, they call that to orange. I don't recall.
Yeah, Arab, I think.
Arab. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the Moors and the Arabs, I mean, different, and the Turks as well. I mean, the wars in Europe were massive back then. Taking over the countries. I mean, even Spain took over Portugal at some point, and then Portugal fought it back. But the conquest was by different. Everyone wanted the same piece of land, pretty much. Lots of fights until they finally set the map, basically, the borders. But then, until then was lots of wars.
there's these tables in that book about the moon and oops, it doesn't let me to post. Let me see. It has the months, January, February, March, and it has how it says in red words, letters at the top left. It says first year in Portuguese, and it has days and domes, declination, and lua. In the second table, February, it says lua, moon. The domes, I don't know. Are they talking about the, between quotes, local dome? The celestial they see. I don't know, but it is interesting. So they have this degrees, inclination, and there's an explanation in the previous page talking about how to do that. But it has an old letters, capitalized letters there, and Portuguese, not easy to read at first sight. It will be interesting, someday someone could decipher this or explain how they did this.
You know what that is? That is the Nautical Almanac. That is reference to positions of the lights in the sky in those days in the year, the declination from those positions throughout the year. That's what it's saying, pretty much.
And then when you use that with those maps, that they have those degrees, that line, vertical line with those degrees, so they could navigate according to that.
Yeah, that data, it's gathered from the celestial sphere, the armillary sphere, where the observer is in the center of that equatorial plane.
Yeah.
And the dome that it's talking about is what flat earthers are calling today your personal dome.
Yeah.
If you want to call that. I'm not very sympathetic with that term, but for a lack of a better word,
Yeah.
Whatever you can see on your field of view. So whatever is in the sky, in your dome of view, if you want to put it like that. It's describing the celestial sphere, the armillary sphere. That's exactly what it is. And it's saying the declination of the sun and the moon throughout the months. Yeah, it's not magnetic declination. No, it's paths, or their paths in the sky on that same position will go further towards the horizon or further up from the horizon. But that is pretty much the first steps of the Nautical Almanac. To register that, because as it says there on the table, those are cycles. On the first week of this month, will be in this position. On the second week of that month will be between this position and that position. That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
And it's a cycle.
Exactly. They knew it. The constellations.
Yeah, they knew it. For them to be doing this, they need to account the Earth to be flat and stationary. For them to be able to do to use the sextant and do the elevation angles from horizontal.
There's more, there's more in this book. It talks about they take notes about the path of the sun, so on. And in this, it talks about Southern Cross there. Cruzeiro do Sul.
Yeah, it refers to many different stars. For celestial navigation, it requires different stars. Whatever stars are in your field of view, whatever you are navigating in. But the grid system, though, is driven from elevation angles from Polaris, expanding out. And that grid system is the lines of longitude and latitude, which they go beyond your field of view.
Yeah. There was a Globebusters live stream, and there's a guy, Nur. He has a YouTube channel. He is a Spanish guy, Nur para Todos. His YouTube channel, and he did found a Spanish guy, at the Canary Islands, and he could see this guy, this Glober guy. He could see the Southern Cross from the Canary Islands. Let me see, where is it? Stacks. I think that would be impossible on the globe to see from that island. Where I have it. The Canary, Southern Cross. So let me see. Yeah, this is the links. So he did the. I have these two links. One is the original video, in Spanish, and the other is the live stream to Globebusters. Yeah, the first one. Yeah, the first one is the Globebusters, and in that you can see in English the video below. The original video. That live stream at the middle of the video, you can see this video in Spanish, but he had a friend that did the translation into English. The sound, So yeah, it is interesting. And if you check out where this Canary Islands is, from the until the equator. So it's a huge distance. Yeah, so that was interesting. Of course, the equator is an imaginary line zone, but anyway.
Yeah, it's the sun's path overhead, the equator.
Yeah.
And that is the limitation of the sphere. That's that's the measurement that allows. Yeah.
Exactly. And what is interesting in reality, the guy at Canary Islands. So it's a huge distance until the equator. In a certain up, So inner center of the circle. So, and at that location, they could see the Southern Cross. So,
yeah, obviously,
how can that be possible on the globe?
What I'm trying to say is that because they've used a flat Earth map and coordinate system and wrapped around the sphere, that brought constraints, limitations. Yeah. Because the distance from the Polaris to the equator is the radius of the Earth. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because their model dictates, if you see the Pythagorean model, you'll see a right angle that goes to the center of Earth, with Polaris on the top. And you have a right angle, 90 degrees angle on the center of the Earth, to the equator. So that is the limitation. At the equator line, it stops. But you can still go beyond the equator line and still observe Polaris.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you shouldn't.
And before
and the
equator,
reason why you can know the distance between you and the GP of Polaris is because of the triangulation that you can do, and that requires a flat plane. Sorry, I was rambling, you know.
No, you are right. And the 90 degrees angle, right triangle. In Portuguese, we call it triângulo retângulo. A triangle rectangle, with a 90 degrees triangle.
Yeah, it's a right angle. Ângulo reto.
Yeah. So, with this, before that equator, we can see the Southern Cross.
That's correct.
So that is impossible on their globe, because we shouldn't see it at that distance before the equator. But anyway.
Why we shouldn't see it?
Because in the globe model, if the equator is their limitation, so we cannot see the beyond that curve. But in the reality, we can. So it's flat.
Yeah, but you don't need to go that far to the equator. The claim of obstruction is at 1.25 miles times the observer height in feet. So it's way closer. We were led to believe that, it's so big. Ooh, really? So big?
First they claim...
Once you come across the numbers and the distances of whatever you should be able to see, according to the sphere, you can see beyond the limitations of a sphere allowed for that radius. That's why the black swan is a globe debunk, not a flat Earth proof. Not a flat Earth proof, it's a globe debunk.
They claim the boats go over the horizon, but we can see farther than that horizon.
Well, the black swan proved two things. One that the horizon is not physical. Yeah, it moves. and the other one that is not the leading edge of a sphere.
Exactly.
It's not geometrical.
It's optical.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
The distance to the horizon on that observation is 10 times, if not more, greater than the geometry of a sphere with the radius of 3959 miles allows.
And then they claim Earth is too big, so they have this.
The Black Swan is a globe Earth debunk. I wouldn't say it's a flat Earth proof. Celestial navigation is flat Earth proof, or any type of navigation. Anything using a coordinate system, longitude and latitude, is a flat Earth system. X marks the spot.
Yeah.
So yeah, those are claims that we can make, and we have lots of support.
And then they prefer to deny perspective, and they call it refraction.
Hola, mi nombre es Julio César y esto es Foto de
yeah, and then there's two types of refraction. Which one? You see, they never make it easy, do they?
Yeah.
They love to complicate things. Let's start with proving the radius first of the sphere. Because last time I checked, spheres, they don't have horizontals. They don't have, definitely spheres don't have horizontal planes.
Straight lines.
Yeah, not just horizontal. A horizontal plane is even worse. Yeah, because in every single axis on north, south, east, and west, it's a plane. Spheres, they don't have that. Yeah, so for that reason, you cannot have elevation angles from a sphere, because an elevation angle is an angle above horizontal. In spheres, they don't have horizontal. It's not the same geometry. It doesn't fit. So if you're trying to do celestial navigation, you cannot use a sphere. Actually, I think it says on the almanac at some point, the same thing applicable to NASA and many other aeronautic companies. You know, if you're going to be a pilot, you need to account the Earth to be flat and stationary.
Yeah, flat they say flat non-rotation Earth.
You're correct.
In those the classified documents.
Well, it doesn't need to be classified. If you're a pilot, you must know.
Yeah.
You must know that the runway is not running away from you, or moving sideways, or coming, I don't know, towards you. You know, cannot account for that. It doesn't exist. It doesn't cross their mind. You know, when they hold the controls, when they take it out of autopilot, the only concern is wind, and keep it steady. They're not accounting for the rotation of Earth or none of that. It wouldn't make any sense. Well, if it was happening, they would have to account for it. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I remember one guy. He's a pilot, but not air commercial airplane, but little planes. And this is a long time ago, and he was a shooter, so he knew how to fly and use some tables, but instead of Coriolis, he did talk that snipers use Magnus effect, so that's different, That's the rotation of the bullet that comes from the the gun. So yeah, and he knew it.
Yeah, but of course. But let me put you a situation. Yeah, imagine you're out on the front line and you see the enemy, and you're going to communicate where the enemy is. You're going to give coordinates to your friendlies to bomb that area. Yeah. Now, if you're a baller, you're going to be in trouble. Because you're going to count for spinning of the Earth. By the time they release the bombs, the Earth is going to spin. I mean, you need to account for a lot of things, man. Now, you're not going to learn any of that during your recruit. Because it doesn't exist. What's that? The enemy is there. What's the coordinates? Look, these are the coordinates for the enemy. Shoot at will. Fire at will. And they'll do the best to hit that target. No one is accounting with, hold on a second, which way is it spinning? This way or that way? So if I release it from here, is it going to cause anything? And the same thing is for mortars or any other artillery, that it's used. No one accounts for the Coriolis. No one accounts for the spin of anything.
Exactly. I did talk to my brother, and he was Green Beret. So he did say, at close combat at 100 meters, it's a close combat, so they don't teach that Coriolis bullshit. So it's close combat, and so it's just snipers. They use Magnus effect tables, so that's for snipers to be more accurate. So they don't account for Coriolis.
Imagine you're going to be parachuted out. And you need to account for Coriolis. You're the sergeant, yeah? And you're going to, hold on a second, you stupid pilot. Did you account for Coriolis or not? Because if you release the guys here, according with my calculations, they're gonna land in Spain.
Exactly. That is interesting, because in that Felix Mangarden jump, there was a time, man, they put this guy on a balloon rising up, and you can see it before he jump. Earth is not moving. Isn't that interesting?
Hold on a second. You lost me there. You went on a balloon rising up. What happened to gravity on that day? Was it off?
Yeah. And you can see it.
Okay, so mass wasn't an attractive mass on that day. All right. Sorry. I was just confused here. Yeah, go ahead.
So you see it. You see the Earth below. It's still, not moving. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he took off from New Mexico and he landed in New Mexico hours later. Yeah, he didn't spin. Meanwhile, yeah, but that no one noticed on those things, man. No, there's nothing to see here. As long as you put the fisheye lens on your balloons, for Neil deGrasse Tyson to say that they are fisheye lenses because at that height that stuff is flat. Yeah. I mean, they throw themselves under the bus all day. We don't need to do much. Time does things. We just need to quote them. What is gravity? I don't know.
Neil deGrasse code.
Mr. deGrasse Tyson, hello, Mr. Astrophysicist. You don't know that gravity is the bending of space-time? Hello? Did you miss that class or something? Who put you as being an astrophysicist? You can ask Professor Brian Cox. You can tell him. He's also another astrophysicist. He knows that gravity is not really a force at all. But
wait, he missed
Neil deGrasse Tyson? Neil deGrasse Tyson says he doesn't know what gravity is.
It was a radio interview.
Wow. That's hilarious.
Yeah. he said, "I don't know."
And he dropped the mic in the end. Hello, Mr. deGrasse Tyson. He's not a force since 1915. What do you mean dropping mics?
But to drop the mic, he had to grab the mic and raising up and releasing. So,
Mr. Smoke deGrasse Tyson.
Dropped your own mic.
Yeah, got your own mic.
So this is the. Oops. Let me see. Post again. So there was a radio interview, I think. So you see there. She did ask him this question: what is the gravity? And he just said, "I don't know." A radio show. Yeah. Star Talk, I think.
But you see the trick, yeah? You can read between the lines. He's playing stupid. Obviously, he shouldn't be saying that because at his pay grade, he should know what gravity is. You know, it's still the current nonsense of Einstein. Yeah, the bending of space-time. It's still that. You shouldn't say he doesn't know what it is. He shouldn't be saying these things. I lost my train of thought, sorry.
And even saying that the Earth is pear-shaped. I mean, he's a global denier. He's a global denier.
Yeah, you should take it with NASA, you know, because they are showing us blue marbles.
Then about that, Felix Baumgarten jump. So he says that stuff is flat. You can see the curvature at that hike.
Yeah.
I haven't seen him in the television anymore, except when they, replay the documentaries where he's in. I think he just now. I think he's just talking at Star Talk show, at YouTube.
Yeah, but at least now we know what it is, because before we weren't quite certain, but now for sure we know what it is that they do. Michikaku tells it best. Michikaku says it best. It's guesswork.
Yeah.
It's the seat of our pants. It's leaps of logic. I mean, to have guesswork in leaps of logic, it takes a big study. You need to be a PhD in order to achieve these things. You need to wear a white coat. Because nobody else can have leaps of logic and guesswork. Only these people are qualified for that. Because if they see a colored light in the sky, they will say this planet is hospitable, it's just too far away. But maybe one day we can reach this planet and mankind can actually go and explore different worlds. They sell the dream. They're good sellers. We're just not buying it anymore.
Just the fairy tales, stories. A new inventor. More money. They need more money.
Anyway, I have 2 properties in Mars for sale if anyone wants to buy.
Properties where? What are you selling?
I have 2 properties in Mars for selling.
On Mars. Okay.
Anyone interested? No? I mean, I reckon it would be good for a vineyard, for example. I mean, the hostile conditions of the planet this time of the year would be suitable for, I reckon, vine for winemaking.
At Devon Island.
No one is buying my story. All right.
I'll buy your story. What is it right now? Summer solstice, winter solstice. Where are we at? For growing vines on Mars. Is it summer right now, George?
Come on, it's Narnia. It can be whatever you want it to be.
Oh. I have to have it on paper.
Chicago, did you? Slips of logic. Down to your imagination, man.
I want to grow quincy fruit. Quincy. Can I grow it on there? On Mars?
I reckon it grows at least 3 times a year.
Three times. That's good.
But only if you plant it on the bright side of Mars. If it's on the opposite side, it might be a problem.
Can I get there in time for harvest? How many millions of light years until I get there? How many millions? Will I miss the harvest?
You're laughing. You guys are laughing. Give it a couple more years, if that much, and you'll have a pair of goggles that you can put on from your own comfort of your sofa, and voila, you are in Mars, in a property, doing whatever video gamers do, achieving this and that and whatever. If it's not in Mars, it could be in Venus or whatever world you decide to choose from the comfort of your zone. It's not far out. And how many are waiting for that?
Virtual reality.
I mean, the multiverse is here, isn't it? If you thought you were done with a universe, no. Not uno, no. Now there's a multi as well. More than one. Did you guys heard the news? Did you guys heard the news? The news are as I'm going to try to state. Uranus released gases. Then they come with a story that the planet Uranus released a gas cloud into the outer space. They cannot be joking with this harder than what it is, because this cannot be even. This is pure comedy. But this is coming from them. No, this is coming from them. Even the reporters were laughing. Uranus is releasing gases. What about that?
Who said that, George? Who said that?
Yeah, news reporter, man.
Is this a legitimate news report like CNN?
Yes. Well, not CNN, but the news is factual. They show images, obviously CGI, of supposedly gases being released by the planet. My point is the mockery with the phraseology.
Mm-hmm.
They are joking in our faces.
We also had that astrophysicist. I think the guy is Spanish. He works in an observatorium somewhere. He took a picture of a slice of chorizo, and he said that was a new star forming, like a supernova.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's news. A slice. I got salami right here in my sandwich here. I'm going to take a picture. And I'm going to release the gas.
Well.
Yeah, it's too funny, man.
So, one more time. So you said they had picture of Uranus releasing gas? That's what you said.
That's correct. That's the news.
God.
Yeah.
They're making fun of everybody. Uranus releasing gas.
Yeah, of course. It's your anus.
They're making fun. Okay. But I have friends that will believe this. Co-workers.
Come on, even on Spaceballs movie, Mel Brooks knew. How does the movie start? With a caravan in outer space with a license plate saying, "I love Uranus."
I mean, why do they talk about Virgo, about releasing water and such? It's all about the birth canal and what have you. Like one connection to another. It's all a game for them.
It's over. People are waking up. People are waking up. People are... Nah, it's over. Spaces are done. Finished. All you have to do is you got to start talking about it, and then people are like, oh, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Nothing connects. Nothing makes scientific sense. All you have to do is start talking about it.
But gravity.
Gravity. Everyone knows what gravity is, but what is it? Don't ask me that, though, please.
No, not everyone. Neil deGrasse Tyson, he doesn't know.
Well, he's stupid. I'm smarter than him.
Come on, but you should trust in these inspired new astronauts that we have today, like Don Petit. I mean, that's a tough guy, man. That's a good astronaut. He wouldn't resist. He wouldn't resist a single test from back in the day to become an astronaut. But as long as you can do scuba diving, it's fine.
And now they have snorkels aboard.
Yeah, they need to have snorkels on board, just in case if they are drowning in the water. Yeah. Houston, we have a problem. My suit is leaking water.
And then they release bubbles in space. I mean, water.
But it's fine, because according with Don Pettit, if there is a leak, well, there's a leak.
No problem.
Just place your finger over the leak and it's fine. Some duct tape, you know.
Put your finger over the hole and it's okay. Yeah, it's like a Looney Tunes, like Bugs Bunny. Like, what is this? But you gotta ask. You guys are into this, so you understand. But what about your friends and your family? What would they react? How would they react to that? Don Pettit saying, it's okay. We have very, very good engineers. What's the answer? What would they say? I don't know.
They had a fun party on the night before that statement.
What was that? Say again? Sorry, I'm sorry.
They had a fun party the night before they made that statement.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were not on their own mind, because who says such a thing? You know, not even the first man to walk on the moon says those things. You know, he says because we didn't.
Mm-hmm. Well, how do you talk to somebody like that? Half asleep, half awake. What do you tell somebody like that? Somebody I work with, maybe one of my family members. Because to us it's silly, it's absolute nonsense. I don't know. What do you say to wake them up?
Well, you do pretty much what you did, but in the faster pace. I mean, Numpty Clips, it's a good start. It's a good laugh. They're going to laugh with you to the ridiculous claims that the Globe makes, or the Globe supporters make. which it's not the fault.
No.
It's what we were taught in school. That is what we believed. We all learned at some point in our lives through the educational system, and sometimes with our parents that also reified into us, and we did the same thing to our children. Reified the globe because it was taught to us. It's when you expose the claims, because you cannot verify any of those claims. Those claims are not verifiable. It's not science, for starters. So it's a geometrical claim with measurements attached to it that no one can repeat those measurements. You know, it could be closer for whatever reasons. The measurement would be less than, but it can never be greater than. And Black Swan shows the horizon to be greater than, so it's not the leading edge of a sphere and it's not a physical thing. So that's done and dusted. It's just, how are you going to word it? How are we going to approach? Not everyone is ready for the red pill. So yeah, if it's your loved ones, you need to know better how to approach.
Yes. Not everybody is ready for the red pill. That is correct. I believe that. That's exactly what they say. They say a grand claim, and they attach a lot of mathematics, a lot of maths that nobody could verify. And then they just, they wash their hands. And then most of us believe.
Yeah, but the general tendency is that once it is pointed out to you or to anyone, the fact that it is stationary and a plane, not a sphere. Once you point that out, it's already a start because people are not that stupid. You know, we are not that clever either. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It just takes humility somehow, to abandon that belief system.
I know. I think I know what you mean. We are so stupid we can believe the globe.
Yeah, correct.
We are so stupid that we can also believe the other side. It doesn't take much to believe the other side.
If they can trick you about the reality of the world that we live in, they can trick you about anything else, man.
Mm-hmm.
And we've been tricked about many things. This is just a start. Once you go down this rabbit hole, you're going to come across so many other things. Everyone has a journey to make at their own pace.
Yeah, but at their own pace, but also it is friends, family, acquaintances. That is what basically society. That is who we become, or that is what influences us. Society, friends, family. I know I came to the flat Earth idea from a friend many years ago, and it always stuck with me. And so that, you know what I mean? Like I was influenced by an individual, a person.
Yeah, I understand. Let me just sorry to interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
We scare them. We scare our family members with this subject. Why? Because we spend so much time researching it.
And it's
become obsessed with it. Yeah. And they don't like what they see. They see us as being hungry for information, for more knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't want that. They don't feel comfortable with that. And when we try to bring them to it, it's even worse, because then there's denial. But it's exactly what's happening is we're trying to force feed them the red pill, and they don't want that.
Ditto. That's exactly right in my case.
I think it's applicable to everyone. And I'm sure every one of you agrees with me that we wouldn't bring a subject like this to our loved ones if we wouldn't be sure, not believe, to be positive about what we say. It's on their best interests at heart that we would say such a thing. It's not because, we are delusional or we had too much to drink or whatever excuse they will flag us with their ad homs. But the pretty much our behavior, the amount of time we spend. This is not from now. I mean, I've started quite maybe 2015, around that time. So see how many years went by, how much I've researched to come to the point that I am today, and I'm sure everyone here is the same. And they don't like what they see, our loved ones, that is.
Well, I became aware of our Earth on late 2017, early 2018. I don't remember, right around that time frame. And it took me a lot of doing research and actually having to go out and buy a P1000 and test the black swan for myself. And that's when I realized, that's when I knew it was true. Everything else I just believed. It was another religion just like everything else. But it's not until I actually did the test and I said, okay, 1 + 1 is 2. And I want my wife to know, because there's so many other things that are tied to the flat Earth. This is just kind of like the cornerstone that keeps everything together with their lies. And once that cornerstone is exposed, the rest of their lies are going to come tumbling down. And I personally, I don't want to see that happen, but I see it as being inevitable. And if it happens while I'm alive, I need to be positioned in the right place. And I need the help of my wife to go ahead and try to get plans made out, but she doesn't want to hear step 1. And I'm already at step 10. So, I can't get her to step 1 first.
Yeah, same here. I can relate to that. Not that I have any plans, but yeah, I can relate to that.
Well, I don't have plans, but it's like when you're standing on a fucking railroad track and you're in a tunnel and you see a light coming and going, it's time to jump the fuck off the tracks. So, you can't go running towards it. The only thing you can do is run away from it. So does your wife, is she a blue pill? Or other family members?
Yeah, blue pills, definitely. Yeah,
and your voice sounds
blue pills.
Your voice sounds familiar, but I'm driving and I can't see my phone right now.
I'm George.
Hi, George.
Yeah, similar situation. I'm surrounded by blue pills. They're not ready. They don't want to. But they also know that they cannot bring up the conversation, because whatever they bring up, there is an answer for it, a logical one, which is going to wipe the smile out of the faces. So, better to eat a lemon. The lemon will do the same effect. The lemon will wipe the smile out of the faces, and there is no disturbance in the conversation. So, better not talk about it.
Well, my wife loves lemons, so she hates flat Earth, and I'm the kind of person I don't bring it up to people just out of the middle of nowhere. Hey, did you know the Earth is flat? But I met somebody, and she said that she had been awakened, and I asked her what she'd been awakened about, and she goes, "Well, just about how things go on, the lies from government and the things with the hokey pokey a couple years ago." And I said, well, you're right. There is a lot of stuff that they're holding from us. And I brought up the subject of FE to her, and then my wife got all upset. The other day we went to it's an RV store. They sell, camping supplies, all that kind of stuff. I was talking to the owner for a little bit, and she was telling me how she'd been there like 50 years. She started working with her dad when she was 9 years old, just cleaning out the RVs. And, now she's the co-owner of the business. And she was talking about how she wants to retire, but, she can't afford to live off of Social Security and what they're going to pay her right now. So, but then she just started talking about issues with Big Brother and that kind of stuff. And mentioned something about the weather. And so I just asked her, if she ever looked up at the clouds and the smoke trails. And that set my wife off. So it's, there's so many things that are so important to our health, our well-being, just the knowledge of what's around us. Trains coming at us with the horns blowing and the headlights on. Just to know to look, watch out for them and try not to get on those tracks. And if you are, get the hell off of them. But there's a lot of different trains coming through the station.
Yeah, but you can also play a game with them. I played mine with them. I said to my wife, by association, you are a flat earther. You are married to one. So if ever someone comes to you and asks you what makes me a flat earther, it would be nice for you to know at least some of our arguments. Look, my husband thinks the world is flat because he believes in this and that and that. And she said, okay, go on. Yeah, and he said, navigation, for a starter, is a proof of to be flat. And I didn't want it to go down in details. But the main one was, how can you have gas pressure without a container? How can you have a pressurized system next to a vacuum without containment? So outer space, it's definitely fake. And that is a big point. It doesn't prove the Earth to be flat, but it debunks outer space to exist the way they depict to us. So somehow, what I'm trying to say is somehow I put the ball in their field. You better know at least a little bit. You don't want to be ridiculous, ridiculized. You live with that person, you don't know what the person is all about.
Well, my issue is my wife thinks that I'm fairly intelligent. Most of the people that I know think that I'm somewhat intelligent and technical abilities and handy with my hands and logic and how to figure things out. I'll watch a movie with my wife, and after the first 10 minutes, I tell her how it's going to end. And then 9 times out of 10, that's the way it ends. I can see through what's going to be happening. I don't really enjoy movies that much anymore just because I see a lot of propaganda in them now. And it might just be like one little sentence in there or something. It's not just a picture of a globe in the background. There's been a few different things. I was watching, I don't even remember what it was. Last night we were watching something, and all of a sudden I got globe smacked with some kind of, hey, look, here's a reality check, something, we believe in, something like that. I don't remember what it was, so I can't quote it. But the bottom line is I looked at it and said, okay, here's some propaganda. I don't even know where I was going to with this. It's the bottom line is, though, I love my wife dearly, and whenever I try to tell her about it, she says, what does it matter? And so I start to tell her why it matters, because she doesn't want to hear it. It goes off. And I think a lot of it, she's not sure if I'm really going crazy, and she's afraid that she's losing her intelligent husband. If I really know something and it's really scary, worse than any of the scary movies we've seen on TV. There's different movies they have that show illnesses that go around and people that get trapped under a dome. There's a movie called Under the Dome. Or not a movie, it was a series. There was another one called Wayward Pines, similar type thing. And, those kind of movies she thought were kind of, that wouldn't be a cool situation to be in. And if she realized that she might actually
What about the Truman Show?
You know what? She thinks Jim Carrey is stupid, so she didn't really care for that show too much. But I've got the whole Under the Dome series recorded. I've got the Truman Show. I'm working on all the outer limits and twilight zones because I'm seeing little pieces of things there that look like they might have been put into propaganda to go ahead and lead our beliefs later on down the road. You know, it's like when flying saucers in the 50s, they were first talking in the Roswell crash. You know, oh, UFOs from outer space, and the government, no, it's not there. And everybody's distrusting the government. They're hiding UFOs from us. They're hiding aliens from other planets. You know, and the original picture, it showed that guy sitting there with a weather balloon, and they're saying, yeah, it's a weather balloon. And so, you know, all these years later, well, guess what? Yeah, it was probably just another weather balloon.
Yeah, only if you believe in other planets. Extraterrestrials is from extra land, not necessarily from a different land. Maybe a land different to us, but not necessarily from a different planet. If you know what I mean.
Well, I used to be a lover of Star Trek, science fiction, the thought of, you know, other planets and traveling. And, you know, I grew up watching the Flintstones and the Jetsons, you know, when those were brand new on TV, not the old reruns when they're new. And Flat Earth really stole all that away from me. You know, I can't look at Star Trek and think maybe someday we're going to have some ship that can go Mach 3 or whatever.
Oh, come on. I still follow Star Wars.
You know, I saw the first Star Wars, but I was more of a Trekker than a war fan. So, but they all have to do with stars.
I follow everything on Star Wars, even the cartoon series.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, it's Narnia. I'm not going to stop watching Narnia movies just because outer space is fake. You know?
I saw the first...
You know, it's like reading a book. It's fiction.
I saw the first Star Wars when it first came out in the 70s. I saw it in a drive-in, which kind of sucked because it's much better in an enclosed theater because so much of it was dark on the screen. It was hard to make a lot out. But
yeah, but I see where the problem lies. We used to reify those things as to being reality within the fantasy world. We will reify these things, if you know what I mean. We are guilty. That's why we feel bad. Just don't reify and put your mind that you're not reifying it. You don't believe to be real, and everything is watchable.
Well, I knew that Star Trek wasn't real. I knew that Star Wars wasn't real. But I did have hopes, like on Star Trek, that could be real someday. For example, when I was a young child, I had a fascination for cars. I built model cars, you know, with the plastic and the glue. I had slot car track. I'd go out and watch my dad and hand him wrenches when he was working on the car. And I had this dream that, you know what, someday I can be a mechanic. And at that time, when I was, 8, 10 years old, I wanted to work at the factory putting them together. But as it turned out, I ended up being a mechanic. Went to certified dealer training, did it for about 20 years, decided I wanted to do something else, and computers were coming out. And I had a dream that, man, I'd love to be able to work with computers. I've been doing it for almost 30 years now, making my living with that. And but I was always a renter. I never owned any property. And after I got a job working with computers, and I thought, you know what, I can own a home. And so I went out and put a down payment, took out a loan, and then I asked my girlfriend, who I was living with, to marry me. We got married inside my house, and all this stuff I thought was possible before it ever happened. And so I don't know if I made it happen through conjuring stuff up magically, or I was just determined to do whatever I could within my will, within my possibilities to make it happen, but I made it happen. I thought there was a possibility for it, and for me it happened. And now, no matter how much I want it to happen, Star Trek can never happen. Not 1,000 years in the future, not 2,000 years in the future, not 10,000 years in the future. It's not going to happen unless Hillary gets her wish and they finally break through that highest glass ceiling.
You know why? Because they reify it at the beginning of the movie. In a galaxy far, far away, many, many years ago. That's a reification. It takes you straight into that world of fiction.
Well, I enjoy fiction. Robert Heinlein was my favorite author when I was a teenager. I read almost his whole series of books. Have you ever heard of him?
Negative.
Do you remember a movie that came out a few years back called Starship Troopers?
Well, I started with Battlestar Galactica, Space 1999 was about a colony in the moon. Yeah, man. Way before Mr. Spock came about.
Well, Mr. Spock was back in the 64, I think, is when Star Trek came out. But Battlestar Galactica, yeah, I used to watch that. Starbuck was the Captain Adama's son, and look how famous Starbucks coffee is now, man. He did good. He went from being on a starship to running coffee. Yeah, and that other guy that was in the show, after that, he went on the A-Team. The one Face, I think was his name. I think that was the one. I don't know. I can't remember all old TV trivia from 40 years ago right at the moment because I don't have Google in front of me, just a steering wheel and a few cars and a whole bunch of clouds in the sky. So it's not a real pretty day today. It's all overcast and cloudy here in Southern California. There's a few spots where I can see through some of the clouds and see a little bit of bluish gray, so that's kind of nice. And George, what part of the world are you in?
I'm in the UK, London, to be more precise.
Okay. Well, I'm in Los Angeles, California. I prefer to call it Lost Angeles, L-O-S-T.
The Angels.
City of the Angels. But
no, Los Angeles is the Angels.
The Angels.
Los is for the.
Los Angeles.
Yeah, the Angels.
Or actually, Los Angeles. I shouldn't say Los, it's Los. Los is for Vegas. Because that's where you lost all your money.
Yeah.
Because that's where you lost all your money.
Los Angeles. In Spanish, Los Angeles. The Angels.
My mic's a little shoddy probably, but I wanted to just tune in and say to Wave Mixer, like, I appreciate you sharing your testimony, because I wouldn't be surprised if there are other people going through similar things with their partners. I know I had a very similar experience to what you were describing. Kind of thumbs up partner, but like she just really didn't like Flat Earth and stuff. So I definitely can relate to that, and I'm been fleshing that out more and more. Just curious to hear more about the other people's testimonies when it comes to that kind of stuff. Flat Earth and your relationship. Curious to hear more about that in the future from the rest of the panel.
Well, you know the saying, sharing is caring.
And that, if I'm not mistaken, was Creation Bear, CB?
That's me.
All right, I'm getting the voices down.
The man himself.
Okay, that was George?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Okay, and you said Av? I'm lost here. I can't see the names on the phone. So is George your real name and Av is their screen name? Or
George is my screen name, yes.
Okay.
My real name is George.
Georgia. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
but
if you
George
don't
is
mind,
my
I'm
avatar name. You can call me by my avatar name. It's not a problem.
I'd appreciate that. It's a lot easier to remember. That's also my father-in-law's name. So, however, I believe he would have pronounced it Jorge originally, but we all call him George.
Yeah, I'm Portuguese. I don't like the sound of my name in Spanish.
So you're from Portugal, but you now live in the UK?
That is correct. For the last 22 years.
When did you have the move from one country to the other?
Sorry, I lost you there. What's it again?
If you don't mind me asking.
No, I didn't get your question.
Oh, what made you decide to move from Portugal to the UK?
Professional reasons. What I do for a living, I have better chances of developing in a city like London rather than in Portugal. I'm from the islands of the Azores, archipelago in the Atlantic Ocean.
Well, I'm not sure how far that is, but for a career, I've moved for a career. I'm hoping my next move is going to be for retirement, though.
Well, I'm going actually on holiday in a couple of months to the Azores. I would love to be able to take a P900 or a P1000 with me. If anyone has one available for renting, I'm willing to pay for it. I'll look after it to my best. But I'm sure I'm able to capture beautiful pictures of different islands further in the horizon, way beyond the limitations of a sphere with a radius of 59 miles. In other words, more Black Swan images.
Well, just about a year ago, last summer, I was at my very first Flat Earth meetup ever, and I just bought a P1000. I took it down to the beach for this meetup, and it just so happens that there's a couple of oil rigs right out by Huntington Beach, about the same distance as the ones in the Black Swan, around 6 and 10 miles. And I was able to go ahead, and it was an overcast day. I couldn't see the horizon, but I could see both of those towers, and I could see a little boat cruising around. And I know that it was definitely, farther than what it would say or what it would be going by the dimensions they say the globe is. So, I've been studying it for, 5 years or so, and I've looked at a lot of stuff, and everything that I checked out made sense. But I still had to have one form of proof for myself, just because, I've been taught all this other stuff. So how can I just look at some stuff on the internet and all of a sudden believe everything opposite of what I've been told? So I was on the fence for a while. Everything seemed to make sense, but a lot of the places that I was looking at stuff said, don't believe us, check it out for yourself. And that's what I did, and that's what it took for me. So I don't know if I'm an old-time flat earther because I got in 2018, or whether I'm still newbie because it's been just under a year that I actually took those videos and realized it. And I can talk about the stars and the moon and everything else. That doesn't prove about our planet. But, that's something else that I was able to do with the P1000 that just really kind of blew my socks off. What's disappointing is here in Los Angeles. What's disappointing is here in Los Angeles, you don't really get to see any stars, even on a clear night. I mean, you can see some of the luminaries, some of the roaming stars, I think they call them. They've been called planets. They've been called other things. I've picked a few of those up. But, there's no, billions of stars. Like, I've been up to Northern California, Central California, in some agricultural land for miles where there weren't all the city lights. And I saw lots and lots of stars. And I'm really looking forward to going someplace with my camera and just looking at some of these close up. But I am just getting ready to make a stop here. So I'm going to be off the mic for a couple of minutes, and I'll be right back. And maybe I can talk about my relationship.
Like, bro, I don't know if you guys heard earlier, but Flat Lloyd was giving some testimony about a previous relationship he had. He just put a video on his computer, making some breakfast, whatnot. Shotty poured a glass of water on his computer just for having the Flat Earth playing. Like, are you kidding me? Like, they broke up. He said that day, that was the last day he saw her. They were done.
In that second. Been out the door now.
Yeah, he said that was it. So.
Yeah, but that's the problem, isn't it? You cannot come second, can you? You cannot put father first and your partner second.
Someone else was talking about that. I think.
Yeah,
who
but
it was.
And,
you don't have to, talk about the situation first. Just
you gotta get
like pouring water on equipment.
Go ahead, E.
Like, what would possess a person to do something like that?
Because she knows there's no way for her to like prove it or anything. That's what they all resort to. We just had I don't know if you guys were in the lobby. We just had a wave of trolls come in, and what they do is they just melt, spiral out, tantrum. That's all they can do. If these people, they'd probably do the same thing to you. Pour a glass of water on your phone or something stupid.
Oh, come on. You need to let one every now and again in. No?
Well, it's just, what else do they have to resort to? Actually proving what they think is true? You think they're going to do that?
You guys want another session of me proving how dumb we all are? Like, all of us, and like human beings?
Go ahead.
Okay, so, the first test was that water was flat. And then we kept arguing like we really had to, like, imagine you, like, walk outside one day and you see somebody with, like, spy glasses, all types of equipment, and you're like, what are you doing, fam? And he's like, I'm trying to prove that this is a tree. You know what I'm saying? Like, we sat there, we're like, yo, water is flat, and they're like, no, it's not. And then we did a whole bunch of shit to prove the obvious. But that's not where I'm going with this. I already explained that before. So here's like part 2. So can you guys hear me all right? Better than earlier, but not perfect, but at least somewhat okay?
Yeah, it's clear, but it's too far away from your mic.
Uh-huh. All right. So now I'm going to ask you a series of really retarded questions. Can you walk through smoke?
Yes.
Can you walk through air?
Yes.
Okay, so what happens if you move really fast through air? What kind of drag do you have?
Well, you have the air that you're going up against, the air resistance.
Exactly.
You can't walk. You can't walk through smoke or air. It bounces off you.
Great. All right. Anybody think about what all this air would do, seeing as that the Earth is moving with the sun around the galaxy or through the galaxy or whatever the fuck it's doing?
Well, at 1,000 miles an hour around the equator, it might act like a not a very efficient fan, but it should be pulling some of the wind with it.
No. You're listening slow. I don't give a damn about the spin. You could kick a football. It's spinning fast as fuck. It's doing something vortexy with the air around it. Yeah. That's cute. I'm talking about the movement of the Earth through space.
Which movement?
Yeah, it should fly off the back of it.
I mean, what's stopping the object of the Earth, which is going, well, it's going mad vectors, but let's just take the vector of the direction of travel around, like it's tailing the sun, right? The sun is moving, and the Earth is tailing the sun. Okay, if that's the case. Just like everything else that moves through gas, what the fuck is up with the gas around the Earth? Seeing as that it's going that direction.
Well, you're gonna need R first for that claim anyway. Gonna have to prove the sphere before that.
No, but it's pretty dumb for anybody who's still on the fence, or anybody who needs to think, well, I still navigation. I'm not sure. They just, bam. They told you that the Earth is moving through space, but the air around it is moving with it. Bam. I'm sorry, do you remember anyone ever really talking about the other vectors outside of the spin, which is all you Globers are trained to answer to? No offense. But that's why you said, well, yeah, the spin called it, yeah. But have you ever thought about every other vector? Have you heard anyone else ever talk about any other vector in relation to the air around the Earth? Probably not, right?
Yeah, but that goes beyond the heliocentric model, isn't it? That brings already the great attractor and everything else. The heliocentric model with the sun in the center has been abandoned for a long time. Einstein debunked gravity being a force, so the whole heliocentric model with gravity holding all the planets around the sun imploded. They had to abandon that. That's why they had to go to ridiculous speed and invent more shit. More convoluted the argument, the better.
Anyway, George. No. The majority of the people that are still fucking under pixie dust or whatever it is still think that the solar system is exactly how they remember it when they were 5. And I'm talking to them. Not talking about you and your experience.
Mic is perfect now, man. Your mic is perfect.
Yeah, I know. I'm not talking about you and your experience with other people who've been denying the truth after we've shown them. I'm talking about people who don't think about this shit, who are just the normies that are still the normies. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to me. I'm talking to, we sitting here literally coming up with the best arguments to try to debunk the globe when actually it's dumb as shit doing that, really. But for as simple as it is to figure out if that makes, I'm just stating the obvious, even though we're gonna do it anyway. It's really fun seeing as that we live in this time, and that's what makes it so dynamic. I understand that, but when you really step back and think about it, we're trying to prove something that's like painfully obvious, but it's only fun because everyone else is that much more dumb.
Yeah, I'm with you. Simple things like water behavior, which should be proof enough. I'm with you.
Exactly.
The penny drops for everyone at a different rate with different arguments, you know. For me, it was the understanding that gravity is not a force, so it cannot bend water. It goes against water behavior, which is exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. Once that I understood that, it was, that was it. That was my standard. Everything else was extra.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's a couple of things. I mean, like I always talk about the CB. You weren't around for my whole moon thing, right?
Hey, that moonshine. I know you're not talking about that.
Nah. Nah, I used to have, it was a time where I had everybody looking for the moon. Where is the moon? What's going on? Right? Like, and then, there's a time like oh man, if we just had time to dig through all the old stuff that we used to talk about and post in, well, it used to be called speculation. It's called something now. I can't remember what room that is under in the chat. But, think about this. You know about the phases of the moon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you do. Obviously. Okay. Now the phases of the moon are supposedly because of it's like the angle relation to the sun, like where the sun is. That's what the shine. It has nothing to do with the earth, right? That's what they say.
Right.
And to be fair, it for the most part looks like that. And I say for the most part because I'm trying to be as fair as possible. You see the sun, you see the moon, you're like, yeah. Other than the moments where the orientation of the crescent is off. Other than that, it basically looks like what you would expect it to look like, right?
Yeah, for them, you're saying? Yeah.
No, for us, I mean, we experience the moon the same. So what I'm saying is when you see the sun and the moon in the sky, like during the day, when it's around during the day, you can see it and you're like, okay, well, there's the sun on the right and the lit portion of the moon is on the right and the shadows on the left. Okay, cool. It's not really much else you can say. You know what I mean? That's just the observation.
Okay.
Right. Here's the thing. Here's my argument. And there hasn't, I say there hasn't been like an actual address to this. Like, you know how Globers do, they say, well, I can answer that easy. And then they actually don't. They show you a computer program and it has nothing to do with, specifics about the time or where you are geographically. It's just a computer program that says, look, this is what happened on this day. No problem. Now, okay, let me move because I'm rambling. So imagine a waxing gibbous, which is when the crescent is over 50%. Okay. Imagine it being like almost 100%. So let's say 90%, 90%, 85%. Now, anything above 50%, really. But I say 80% because that's when what I'm talking about is most pronounced. So during this time that you can see both the moon and the sun in the sky, there's a point where, okay, you see the sun is setting. Okay, the sun set. It's like 6 o'clock or whatever, 6, 7 o'clock. And then the moon is still in the sky. Okay. Right. So the moon is still lit because of the sun. So the moon, the side that it's lit right, it is going to be in the direction of where the sun is, right? So if you're thinking about it on a globe, you're like, okay, the sun's there, the moon's there. Look, yep, everything works out. Here's the thing. So what about at 2:00 in the morning when I'm looking at the moon in New York City, 2:00 in the morning, and the phase is the same. So the direction of the quote unquote sunlight reflecting off of the moon is the same. However, the sun is high in the sky in the east for MJ, which is to the left of me, which is on this side of the ball, in the UAE, in relation to New York City and where the sun would be. So you push that to 3:00, 4:00. If it's during the summertime, the sun is coming up for me, and the moon just left. But I know in California, on the same continent, Jose is looking at the moon with the same orientation, while I'm looking directly at the sun. From a globe perspective, how the fuck does that even make sense? Usually people need a diagram, but then they go, oh, okay. Basically,
there's
what I'm
lots of
saying
discrepancies.
is, how could the sun be lighting the moon? How could the sun be lighting the moon from the right if it's coming up on the left?
Well, if the sun is 93 million miles away, like they say, and once the moon passes in front of the sun, for example, a full moon during the day.
Outside of my example. You're already outside of my example.
No, a full moon during the day.
You're already outside of my example.
Am I? What I'm
you're
saying
talking about
is
a full moon. Waxing gibbous and a full moon is two different. Like a full moon is like well, it is a phase if you assuming the Earth is a globe, because the part that's in shadow is you can't see that.
That's not my point, though. My point is,
I know,
the sun
but you're talking about a full moon during the day, and I'm saying you're outside of my example.
That's because the light bends with
refraction. Why do you have to force through? No, we're talking about the same thing. I know what I'm talking about. I hear what you're saying, and I'm telling you, no, we're not talking about the same thing. You're outside of my example. Why can't you just go, oh, okay, well, let me make a separate point, something not related to what you said, so that people don't get confused?
Because I think it's related.
It's not. I'm telling you it's not. How disrespectful can someone be to tell someone who knows what they're talking about that someone else's point is related to their point? How prideful do you have to be?
You don't know what my point is, do you? I didn't finish my point.
Well,
so how can you say that?
If you're talking about a full moon during the day, then it's really irrelevant, because you'd be in the wrong time frame. I'm talking about specific dates and times.
Which crescent you're talking about?
Is the wrong date and the wrong time.
Yeah, but what type of crescent? Crescent or decrescent? Which one?
I literally said what I said. I was very specific. I even gave a percentage.
So it's
you look on time and date, you would know exactly when that percentage was. It's not difficult. Just say, you know what, my bad. Didn't mean to step on your toes. Like, I mean.
Well, if I have to apologize, I apologize. I don't think I stepped in anybody's toes. I was referring to the light, the supposed light of reflecting sunlight from the moon. On a full moon during the day, if the sun is 93 million miles away, can never reflect the moonlight facing us. The full moon could never exist, because that side of the moon can never be lit by the sun if the sun is 93 million miles away from Earth. Can never light that side. That shadow, that casting or absence of a shadow which is a moon phase, is another discrepancy on the observations of the moon. That was my point.
Right. How is that related to my point?
Moon phases, they're wrong. There's some correlation, but there's deficiencies in it.
But you didn't say. You just said based on what they said about the distance, you wouldn't even like that. That has nothing to do with the moon phases, dog.
I agree. Sunlight has nothing to do with the moon phases. Yeah.
That's not what I said, dog. And you know it. That's why you're taking these long ass pauses. It's weird. And by the way, anybody listening, I mean, I know these people. I don't just talk to strangers like this. Unless it's a globe I lost my patience with.
Well, move on.
I'm lost at sea.
Guys, shut the up so we can get this over with. Shut the up.
Jokes.
I mean, because it's hard to let go of something like that's so dumb. Like the difference between seeing a phase, which is like the difference in a phase, which is every day other than the new moon when you don't see any moon, or the full moon where it's just full. Every other part, like, you understand? I'm like, it's totally unrelated. Eli, stop being the dead horse. Okay, fine. Until 5 minutes later, someone else does the same thing. Where I have to go, no, that's not what I said. Yeah, but I just want to say, yeah, but that I'm trying to make a point. I asked the room to be paid, and it's like, it's not really part of my. Yeah, but it. Don't do it again. We're cool.
Warning taken.
Well, just to break some dead air, does anybody out there have any special plans for Sunday for Mother's Day for your mother or your wife or significant other or whatever to remember her on Sunday?
Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that?
Just kidding.
Well, I myself have been blessed with a very big family on my wife's side. I had a very small family growing up, brought up with a single parent, and didn't really have a big family bonding. And now with my wife, got a huge family. So we're going to be getting together on Sunday and having a barbecue. And here in Southern California, it's supposed to be sunny and I think around in the 70 degrees. So it's going to be a nice day. I don't think there's supposed to be any kind of rain. And we're going to barbecue carne asada and have a wonderful time with my wife, my son and his wife's mother and her husband. And no, our son's not going to be there. He's got to work. But we're all going to get together. He'll be there later after he gets off work. But going to have a very nice family planned day.
Good for you, man. Good for you, man.
So I feel sad if nobody else has a mother to go ahead and share the day with.
Well, women always like space, you know. If you want to give something to a woman, give her space. And what I mean with that is increase the kitchen, for example, is a good start. It's a good space for women to be in. So if you increase the kitchen, they'll be happy.
Well, that's not in the budget for right now. We are working on purchasing a home outside of California. So that'll be more space. But as far as Elon Musk is concerned, he's not going to be taking my wife to space.
Trying to get you in trouble, telling you to tell your wife she's made for the kitchen.
You know, and once upon a time, I'd heard that you could go ahead and buy a name for a star. And once upon a time, I was going to do that for Christmas. I was thinking about naming a star after her. I wish I had that certificate. That would have been funny as hell.
Well, I told you I have 2 properties in Mars for sale.
Here, this star is Edison. This star is Sylvania. And those are names of bulb manufacturers here in the United States, as in luminary. My feeble attempt at humor. It's for naming the stars.
And how many people have different names for the same star?
Yeah, exactly. You know, they could sell you. There's so many out there. They could just go ahead and put some coordinates up, and you wouldn't know where it was anyway. You know, they could point it to you. Oh yeah, look, it's right here, and point it to you. And then you try to come back the next day. Which one was it? I mean, that'd be easy here in Los Angeles because you can't see them anyway.
You can't see it. You know, they'll bring a picture. You know, a supposed picture. You know, that you can point at one, and they'll tell you which name it is, or you can pick a name for that one because at the moment has those funny names. You know that they put on, like RP 100 or 1000. So until then, you know, you just pick one of them.
Just so happens I have a P1000, and if you look at my profile, there's a link to my YouTube. I don't have like a big fancy channel or anything, and they're not the best in the world. That was the first night shots that I ever got with anything. But yeah, I'd love to get up near the stars. Instead of using the autofocus, do some fine tuning just to see what I get. But that's one thing that learning about the Earth has got me to appreciate. You know, Psalms 19:1.
Oh, really? Isn't that the verse that Warner Van Brown used on his stone?
Exactly. That is the exact one. So I don't have proof that everything in the book is true. I don't have anything as false. The only thing I know is that, you know, I found level water and not a curve. And so that's answered that question, but it's opened up a whole bunch more. And, you know, speaking of relationships and stuff, and that's one of the things that bothers my wife is I don't just stick my toes in to see what it's like. You know, if I'm going to stick my foot in there, I'm going to stick the whole thing and dive right in head first. And I've been studying this stuff for about 5 years. So let's say it's 18, 20, yeah, so 5 years from 2018 to 2023. So it's the more I find out, the more I want to research. There's a lot of different things that spiderweb off of this that I'm not going to go into on this channel. But I spend a lot of time researching all of that. And she's seen me before. It's like when I decided I was going to go ahead and build up a car for the racetrack, a daily driver that I could take to the track. I did that. Spent a lot of time researching it and putting everything together, fine tuning it and stuff. Did that for a while. I got into I was into two-way radio communications when I was a kid. And a few times throughout the years, I might be roboting right here. I just went under a tunnel. So I used to play with two-way radios. I used to play with two-way radios for a while, and I got into that. And really involved with that. I got into computers, and I haven't really quite got out of that. That's been our bread and butter for the past 3 decades. So. And when I get an interest in something, I go, head first. I look at it. I don't just glance and say, okay, that's cool, and talk about, oh, yeah, I know this, this, and this. I kept my mouth shut for a long time, and I read this, this, and this. I watched this, this, and this. I bought a digital thermometer to go ahead and do some temperature testing. I got a P1000 to go ahead and do some long-distance observations. And I came to my own conclusions. So, I think I was going to try to bring my wife into this somehow.
And what are the conclusions?
Well, so I'm taking an interest in something that she doesn't have, So when I first met her, I was doing theater work. I was working, doing lighting and sound for theater productions throughout Los Angeles and and I was, really involved with that. And I dropped doing that when I met her because then I spent more time with her. Because when you're working on a play, there's rehearsals and then the actual play going on, and the after party after the play. Anyway, so I dropped on doing all that stuff. Her idea of spending quality time is sitting in front of the TV, watching a series. All American is one of her favorites. I sat there and I watched it with her last night. I'm not a big football fan. The show's not bad. I can follow the plot line, and it's supposed to be based on a true story. But I would rather than sit there and force all this stuff into me and just sit there and watch it hypnotized. I'd rather do something to exercise my brain. I taught myself how to program HTML. I taught myself how to use Adobe Photoshop. I taught myself how to build websites, and have been doing that, making money on it for a long time.
Tell your wife to change to Love Island, man. It's better. See some chicks.
Tell her to do what?
Love Island.
I'm sorry. Love Island?
Yeah, it was a joke.
Well,
you know the program Love Island.
I do not know that program. No.
Oh, okay. So, all right, doesn't matter.
Was it like a game show where people go and get stuck on an island or something?
Yeah, it's where single people go to meet other single people, rich people, celebrities, so on.
All right. Well, we're not rich and we're not single. And probably not good enough looking to be on TV. But I have been told that I've got the face made for radio.
You definitely have the voice.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Good narrator voice.
Well, I've been known to talk a lot.
No one would dare to say such a thing in this realm.
So I used to be on the redneck internet, CB radios, done some amateur radio. Been part of a
So you were
radio.
communicating over the curve, yeah?
Well, it was bouncing off the ionosphere. It's called a skip condition, is what I was told.
Bouncing off of gases, yeah?
So, hey, that's what I was brought up believing. Okay. So now, I know a little bit about radios and how they work. And antennas, they have what's called a ground plane.
All the sudden towers make sense, yeah? High ground.
Yeah, it's a ground is what it is to reflect off of. So like on a ham radio, CB radio, you can get directional antennas. And what it'll do is it'll have a radiator that's in the back, and that's a ground. Then you have the main antenna in the front. And what it'll do is it'll bounce off the back, and whichever area where the ground is into the back, it's reflecting off of that and going straight forward to the positive antenna, the main radio. And also, you can go ahead and run it horizontal. Usually they'll run vertical on a vertical plane. Sometimes they use a wire, but you can also run it horizontal. So the wave goes left and right, back and forth out instead of going up and down. And you can actually get two different conversations going on with two people talking horizontal and two people talking vertical with very, very little interference. And you can also split the channel. So you're either on the upper half of the channel or the lower half of the channel. It's called sideband. So you can actually have someone on the very same frequency, one person or one conversation going on upper sideband, the other conversation going on lower sideband. And because you're at different parts of the wave, you never hear each other. So
amazing stuff.
Dumb radio geek stuff, that's stuff I used to play with. And now, I've got a pretty quick car sitting in the driveway. I might end up selling just because I don't have any interest in racing around with it anymore. And it's gotten to be worth more now than when I first bought it. Radios and stuff I don't really play with. I got in guitars for quite a few years. I played guitar when I was a teenager and gave it up once I, got married and became a father, and didn't play for 30 or more years. And then my grandson got a guitar for Christmas and asked me to show him how to play something. So after school he'd come over and I'd teach him something, and I'd hand him the guitar and it wasn't quite right, and so I said, here, let me see that. It's like this. He'd hand it back to me and I'd show him how to play it. I'd hand it back to him. We're I'm passing this guitar back and forth. And so I figured, hell with this. And I went out one day and I bought a guitar, brought it home, and when he came to learn something on the guitar, there was no more passing back and forth. It was more, no, here like this, and we did it together to where we could actually start playing a little bit of stuff together, and that was pretty cool. But I got deep into guitar.
Yeah, but the car is what gave it away, man, when you bought the car.
The car is what put it away?
It's what gave it away. I mean, a car makes sense on a flat plane. On a sphere, you wouldn't need a car. You would need maybe a bicycle, something with a wheel to push, and you will have declination in every single vector. You just to go down. On the sphere, you don't need a car. You need something to roll down the hill.
Yeah. But anyway, so the whole point I was getting to, I got into cars, I got into guitars, I got into radio stuff. For a while, I was actually making this third brake light. It's a requirement in the United States to have a third brake light in the rear window. It's called a CHMSL. That stands for Center Mounted High Illumination, something like that. I'm driving right now. I'm can't figure out, but it's called a CHMSL. And what it was like, if you remember the TV show Knight Rider, and on the front of it, he had these lights that would scan back and forth, left to right. So what I did is I used some chips and some LEDs, and I made a little light scanning back and forth, just like Knight Rider, and I put it in my car. And, you know, it wasn't anything fancy. I just had a little project breadboard with the through holes and put all the chips and everything, wired it all up, and I put it in my car. And it looked pretty cool. You'd step on the brake, and it would just scan back and forth, left and right, like Knight Rider, and then, you know, drive on. So the car club that I was in, a lot of the people liked him, and they wanted me to make them for them. So as long as this make, you know, all the wires were hand wired to get. I'd use computer ribbon cables from old computers and just pulled each strand apart. And that's how I wired it all together. So all the same color wires, but this is just a project I made for myself. No big deal. So the more requests make these board together. So I designed a circuit board, put them all together, sold them for about 3 years in this one car forum that I was in, until I sold that car and got a different one. Then lost my interest in making those anymore. But yeah, I had the circuit boards all made up, printed up, so I just popped the pieces in there. But I got all involved into this, and I went, you know, head first, you know. So what my wife now, she sees me going head first into something that she doesn't understand, something that she's afraid of. And because I've gone head first, I've done all of the research. And I'm trying to go ahead and share some of the research with her. I had to take a drink there. I've tried to share all the research with her.
She feels left out. You left it out on your research, on your journey.
No, it's not that. It's the opposite. She's mad. She feels that it's stupid, you know, and she's worried about me even talking like this. You know, why are you going to share your life on here? You know, you never know if this is true. Maybe they're going to come out and get you. And those times I'm thinking, like right now, like, yeah, you know, I don't know, you know, but the whole thing, you know, like CB was talking about relationships and what happened. It's, you know, when one person believes one thing and somebody else doesn't believe that, that makes it really, really hard. So I've heard about.
Yeah, you know why? Because you're talking about beliefs. It's the wrong genre. This is not about believing. We are exposing the belief. This is matter of fact. The globe is nowhere to be measured. You cannot have a flat globe. Wrong geometry. It's all about the way you approach where to start and how to start.
And you know, they say that the physician can't heal in his own family or whatever, and it's going to take, you know, maybe somebody else. I took her to a flat Earth meet a couple months ago. She's been to a couple of them so far, and so far she doesn't really think anything as far as, you know, she's learned anything or she's going to accept it. Some people she thought were cool. Some people she thought were kind of weird. But that's, you know, any kind of a group event you go to, you know, you're going to find interesting people and boring people.
Have you exposed science?
You know, it's hard to get that far. She wants to get into an argument. She gets ready to start crying. You know, we've gotten this.
Ask for the definition of pseudoscience and then go through it, what pseudoscience is and what the real science are. Because once that people have the understanding that they're not doing science, there is no science attached to the claim, it's a good way of starting. You need to burst that bubble first. Without experimentation, you have no science.
George, you think logically. I think logically. I believe all the people that come here, you know, the regulars here, all think logically. And that's why we're here, because we think logically. But when you let your emotions rule over logic, then sometimes things get distorted. So, I know what you're saying. Well, go ahead and bring this logic to her, or bring this logic. But the way it is, whenever I talk to her, she always says, "Oh, you're like a lawyer, like you're trying to prove a case." And it's I'm trying to explain something, and this is the way it is, and these are the facts. And you present them with the facts, and it's like all of a sudden, I present her with the facts.
There's only one truth, isn't it? There's only one truth.
There is.
Truth sometimes might be a good thing to have, but it's the truth no matter what. All depends how you're going to face it, If you're looking for the truth, there's only one truth. No matter how you paint it, which color you're going to put it, with flowers around or what, it's the truth. And it's verifiable.
There's been times in the past where I did something with good intentions and hoping that the results would be well, and thought I had the right plan, and it didn't work out. And so, when I try to bring this up, she goes, "Oh, well, look about this and how that worked out. That didn't work out, did it?" And it's like, well, wait a minute. That's something totally different. That's an option that I decided to go ahead and try, an avenue to pursue, and it didn't work out. But this isn't something I decided to try. This is a reality that I've come across, and I want to share it with you. And then she'll go into, well, it doesn't matter. Why does it matter? And I start to tell her, why it would matter. And she goes, oh, well, you're just drinking the Kool-Aid. This is just some kind of cult like Jim Jones, and they're all going to want to go off and blah, 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 and follow a comment. And it's like, well, it gets to the point where, it's really stressful on the marriage. Very stressful.
Yeah, but at this stage it should be comical to you. Because most of the Globe claims, they're comedy, and you could take benefit out of it. Just play with it.
But
I'll give you an example. Yeah, just to take one name out of the hat. Yeah, one of the proofs that we have that we are spinning is because we don't feel it.
So here's something you have to understand. You just now said, just go ahead and have fun with it and laugh. Okay, yeah. This is somebody that I care about very dearly. She's the closest person in my life.
No. I'm not saying for you to do that type of no. Laugh about the Globe model. Mock the Globe model. It's funny.
Well,
laugh about it.
Okay, yeah, bro. But remember, that guy was in the middle of the sentence, and you started saying, no. So just don't do that.
This is not what I'm going to do. This is not what I'm going to do. I try to avoid the subject, and there's been times where it's come up with other people, and I brought it up, and not even brought up flat Earth, but just about some of my beliefs about some of the things that have happened in the past couple of years, some of the things that I've seen looking up the past 20 years, and how things have changed, and that subject now makes her very uncomfortable.
It's not for everybody, and you care about that person, and yeah, I get you. Probably there's many people with the same situation, but obviously you're not gonna be the flat earth superhero, or you can't save everybody. You're not gonna be the savior of your brother, sister, daughters, nephews. They're gonna grow eventually. They're gonna keep going, walking to their own horizon, and they're gonna remember what you said, and then probably take into account then. And some people are gonna take it into account today when you speak to them, but it's not everyone that is gonna take it seriously right now. And it's not everybody that you care about, like that person. That's the case. That is the case, and that's it. And you might be able to find a way. It's not over.
That's pretty much what I'm trying to say. You cannot take it seriously. Take the best out of it. Make fun of it. I'm not saying for you to make fun of your wife or your parent or your family. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying that. I'm saying ridicule the Globe for what it is. On a funny way. I'm sure you're going to find a way of Ridicularize. You know, just say it for what it is. When it comes across the globe, you know, ha ha ha. How can you have gas pressure without a container? Gravity, yeah, right. It's been debunked in 1915 by Einstein. It's funny.
I listened to the Discord on my computer, and she's heard some of it and talking about gas pressure. And the last time that something happened, she got upset about, and she mentioned something about gas pressure. So I know she's listening and she's hearing some of it. But anyway, listen, I got to step out from it. I'll be right back.
Later, man. I gotta go as well. Later, everyone. Cheers.
Later.
Egon?
Oh, man.
That's a good video Tech posted.
This student.
Ether dude.
His attention just spiraled for 10 minutes straight. How's it going, man?
I'm doing well, brother. I'm doing well. How you doing?
I'm doing alright. I can't complain. Wouldn't make a difference if I did.
You still pissing rocks?
Not for the time being. I'm hoping I can go a while without it.
So are you more comfortable now? Are things getting, better for you?
Nah, it's more like I'm at the balance of not being in too much pain and I can accomplish stuff now. But
Good, right on. Yeah, and I know I've told you before.
I got the butt. Oh, go ahead.
You got the what?
I was just saying we got the bus started, so there's some good news.
I heard that. I didn't know
trouble with it.
I heard that. I didn't know you had a bus before, but I mentioned about that bus. I used to work in the RV business. Had a 1957 flexible. It was originally a school bus, and then it was turned into a church bus. But it still had all all the seats and everything in it. But I gutted that whole thing out. In the back, I put a queen-size bed with a big color TV and a generator in the floor. All the plumbing and gas and electrical. That was once upon a lifetime ago.
I got a lot of parts for it. I just need to put everything together.
What kind of bus?
Like we have a generator. It's a Thomas International I can't remember the exact year. All the
So is it like
in there, I just haven't really messed with it well.
Is it all the original seats and everything like a school bus, or?
Yeah, which we took out over half of them, but we kept in some for now. I actually want to take all of them out and replace them with something else, but I can't do that right now. So and the plan is to travel around. I'd like to go and visit places across the United States or something. There's lots of friends and family around.
Well,
Take
you know,
the
I've
family,
got
load up and just go.
I've got a friend of mine. He's one of the moderators on the forum, and he was up in I think in the Washington area, Washington over here on the West Coast state, and he was working for the schools, and then when they got shut down, he didn't have any work, and what he did is he just decided to retire, and I don't remember which happened first, either. He got this school bus, and it's I don't know whether he made it into like a more of a livable type thing with a kitchen and everything, or if he bought it that way. But also, he found his ex-wife, and they got back together. So from being a lonely single guy that had a job and was on the forums all the time, and posting new videos of stuff that he was playing and recording and stuff, I didn't hear from him for a while. But so I just heard from him. It was just his birthday a few days ago, and he and his wife are in this bus, and they've got I think it's 1,000 trails or some kind of membership like that, where you can stay at different little areas, but you can only stay for so long. Yeah, so that's what they do.
I've heard about that because it's an international thing. Well, not international. It's a interstate thing. Like they can go to any state and it's connected. There's all these different places you can stay at. My wife and I were looking this up a couple of years ago.
Yeah, and so you can't stay there permanently, so you're going to have gas in your vehicle and be able to move it eventually. But that's what they're doing. And they take their school bus and they drive from one place to another. And they're happy together. We don't hear much from him anymore. He's still a very much loved member of the forum. And he still has moderator status there, but he doesn't come, in and check in anymore. He just has the badge still. But that's what he does. He's in that school bus and he travels around. There was a TV show on when I was a kid called Then Came Bronson. Have you ever heard of that?
No, I don't think so.
Well, the actor's name was Michael Parks.
My mom or granddad about it, and they'd probably recognize it though.
Or you could Google it. But it was a story about this guy, and he had a Harley Sportster, and it had a pyramid with the eye on the gas tank. And I remember that part now, and I just brought those two thoughts together in my mind. And he had a sleeping bag rolled up above his headlight on his handlebars, and he just traveled around. And the way the show would start, it's like he pulls up to a signal, and there's a car right next to him in the other lane, and the guy in the car is looking at it and says, "Oh, nice bike." And he goes, "Where are you going?" And then Brunson looks over and says, "Wherever I end up, I guess." And it was kind of like, the Route 66. I don't know if you ever saw the Route 66 TV show with the Corvette. Did you ever see that? The old reruns?
If I have, I don't remember much.
That was about a couple of guys in a Corvette and just traveling across Route 66, going from, one end to the other.
I know there's lots of references to Route 66 travels like that. Like that's kind of it become a trope in movies and stuff.
So there's still parts of old Route 66 that go through Pasadena, where I used to live, right off Colorado Boulevard. That's Route 66, part of it, where the Rose Parade comes down. And it ends up down in Santa Monica, and I've been down to the end of it over there. So I've seen... And I've been on some of the old Route 66 going through Arizona or Nevada. I think it was Arizona, like Kingman, Arizona, somewhere around there. We got off the main highway and went on old Route 66. But my father, he was originally from Ohio, and he came to California on Route 66. And he told me about it, and that was way before my time, and eventually ended up meeting my mom. And they got married, and I came along. And now Route 66 is mostly memories. But I don't know how I got sidetracked onto that. just daydreaming and thinking about old businesses and stuff that used to be on Colorado Boulevard that aren't there anymore. And
Yeah.
I'm kind of a sentimentalist. You know? Oh, go ahead.
I just say there's a lot of cool places to travel though across the states. North America has a lot of interesting, unique locations. So it'd be fun to circle around and kind of make a circuit through the whole area and visit a bunch of places I've never been. I've been to the entire East Coast, so I've seen everything like as far north as Maine. Well, I've been to Canada, and as far south as Florida, and I've been to Mississippi. But there's so many other states I haven't been to.
Well, I've been all the way from San Diego all the way up to Weed, California, up by the very top. I've been to Washington, flying in there. I've been into Nevada, driving there. I've been to Wyoming, flying there and driving there. I've been to Texas, through Utah, driving. So I've driven through a few different places, but not really like, oh, I've been here, I know what it's like. It's like, yeah, I remember that city limit sign when I was driving by. But California, I've lived most of my life here in the Los Angeles area, and probably I think about 3 or 4 years up in Northern California, up above Sacramento. But for the most part, right around here, around the LA area. And you probably heard too many times how much I want to get away from all this concrete stuff.
Yeah, I have so many friends that have given accounts of living over in California and wanting to move elsewhere, but not knowing where to go. And I'm like, well, why'd you go there then? And most of them are like, I don't know.
Well, I'd like to go someplace.
The prices went up.
I'd like to go someplace where there's greenery around. There's plenty of fresh water. I'd like to have it.
It's healthy, and like the air where the air's sweet.
A safe place to live. Yeah, a safe place to live, and be able to get something of value for your money. It's I'm looking. The prices are ridiculous here in California, and my wife wants
you
to
get
be
a lot of house for your money in Texas.
Yeah, but one of the main things.
Right. She's got her family there.
Yeah, her family. So she's most of her family is right here in LA County, and the stuff for the amount of money that I don't. First of all, I don't want to get a mortgage. Okay, I already lost one house that way. I'm not going to let that happen again. If I buy another house, if I want to put a bunch of money, I want to buy it outright and not have to owe anybody anything except for taxes. So, but here in California, I can afford a manufactured home, but that's still going to be on a lot that I'm going to have to pay rent for. So you're looking at a minimum of $300 a month for property taxes, and then whatever they charge for the rental space on that lot. And that's ridiculous. I don't want to do that. I would like to have my own property that I own outright. I don't have to make a payment for. I don't have any HOA fees. I mow my own lawn, I paint my own house, and nobody tells me when to do it.
Oh, yeah. The homeowners associations are the worst. There might be one in the entirety of the United States that's worth a damn, but to me it's like everybody trying to get in everybody else's business.
That's why everyone needs to come to Florida, man. Property taxes are very low.
Actually, more than that, the overall taxes are lowest in Florida. If you add up the total average tax rate, Florida's the lowest out of all 50 states.
I'm telling you, man. Let me tell you, I have family that lives up in Lehigh. I live in Miami, but Lehigh is like maybe 4-hour drive up north. And about 10 years ago, there were houses there that cost like $50,000. Like they were super cheap. You can't find that anymore. And not only that, the taxes are really low, and everything is great here.
Except for
if it's about taxes, and if you want to go the next level, you can skip the taxes and go to the Caribbean, Puerto Rico, and then you don't pay federal taxes. But if you're an American, you can go there and buy property. You don't have to you got the money, you go to Puerto Rico, buy property, and you don't pay federal taxes. There you go.
Tú eres puertorriqueño.
That's what they told me, but I don't know about that.
Oh, I was asking if you were Puerto Rican, but now forget it.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's what they told me, right? That's what they say.
So I've heard that in Puerto Rico, in order for anything to be legally imported into that territory, it's a territory after all, not a country, whatever. In order for things to be legally imported into that country, it has to go through an American port first. So if you're importing a piece of fruit or a piece of hardware from Europe anywhere in one of those countries, it has to go to like the American mainland first, and then after it's checked in there, then it's legally allowed to go to Puerto Rico. And a lot of things are really expensive there just for that stupid BS reason. I'm just wondering, I don't know, just saying, like, keep in mind, taxes are less, but you got to keep that in mind. Stuff is expensive because of stupid laws.
No.
Well, in Puerto Rico...
No, I didn't get a notification.
Correct. What Orion said is correct. Yes, he's correct. Factual stuff. Yes, 100%. There is more to that. It's more complicated than that. But yeah, what you said. Or what I know from it might stuff probably changed the past. I don't know. You know how things have changed. But yeah, what you said, I know that's for a fact.
Were you talking about federal personal income tax? Is that what you're talking about?
I just got home. I'm logging out. I just wanted to say thank you for the conversation. I'm out of here. Later.
Yeah, but in Puerto Rico you don't have alligators. You know, alligator. In Puerto Rico you don't have alligators like in Florida. Actually, I think there's some. There should be some. You got sharks, maybe.
So I've gone fishing here. The alligators are fucking bitches.
Craig, your mic's open, mate.
I didn't do anything wrong.
Over here, be careful with the alligators.
Over here, there's no alligators, man.
Someone is hot mic.
The color of my text messages. That's not important. That's not important. If that is important to you, that's probably not a good thing.
It's Craig, I think.
Yeah. Craig, you're hot micing, bro. Mute yourself. Kindly.
Oh. I don't know how to.
Alright, I'll mute him.
I did not do anything to it. I have.
His mama is saying something. Wait, where's it? Sir.
Mama.
There. His mamacita's talking to him.
Yeah.
You been a bad boy?
Unless you go to like the Everglades, like there aren't really any alligators here in Florida. You have to kind of search for them.
I'm not about that. I've been eating people and pets.
I mean, it happens sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, but think about that, Jamesy. How many times do you hear that on the news? And think about how many people are in Florida. I mean, isn't it like 30 million people in the state alone?
Yeah, lots of people, right?
The problem is that where the alligators are, there isn't really a lot of residents around there because it's like swampland. And so there's not that big of a problem.
So even if you go to those regions, most of the people that go to those areas, they're armed and know how to deal with kind of like those environments safely.
Well, yeah. When I'm out there fishing, like I go out there to Everglades sometimes to fish, and I take my 9 just in case.
There you go. Know. I knew it.
But I've never had an issue. And the thing is, they when they see the alligators are like really big, like over 10 feet, they hunt them and they kill them. So usually you don't see that many really, really big alligators. And it takes years for them to grow, so it's like...
Okay, like, hey, I hate to break up your little party. Why was this dude Craig muted?
Because
Mike.
I heard him talking in the background.
Oh, okay. I want to drag him in here.
Just a hot mic.
Oh, okay, cool. Craig, you're unmuted. Still waiting for you to prove the sun can't set on a flat Earth, man. That's why I asked you. You said it's oh, you fucking little bitch. Ran away. Okay, go back to your regularly scheduled Everglades program.
Indio, I muted him because I think his mama was telling him he was being a bad boy, so I had to give him mute him for his privacy.
Yeah, he said the horizon's optical, and then he said the horizon's physical, and then it's optical and physical. When the sun sets, it's over the physical horizon, but it's optical. So he's trying to make up his mind. Because he said sunsets are impossible on a flat Earth. So I asked him to prove it. And then he's like, because they can't happen. Because his proof was him just saying it 3 times, clicking his heels together like Dorothy and the Wizard of Oz.
There's no place like Globe. There's no place like Globe.
Yeah, that's pretty much it, man.
Must be Globe, because Globe.
I like that video that Tech posted, though. That was a really good video. I downloaded it just so I could save it.
It's you and your little flat Earth too.
Cal, have you ever seen The Wizard of Oz?
Of course.
Okay. Well, I mean, some people, you guys, younger guys and gals.
I mean, I'm 39, so I
oh, you're 30. I didn't know you were that old. Holy shit, dude! I thought you were younger than that. You sound like you're 18.
I know. Because I've never smoked. I hardly drink, so.
Come on, man.
My voice.
A cigar or something, dude, man.
My voice has been the same since I'm like fucking 15.
Put some hair on your chest.
Oh, dude, I got hair on my back. I got enough hair.
Ew, bro.
Say what?
Record, you okay?
No, I'm just making jokes about his age. I mean, I'm just 1 year younger than him, so I'm smoking and drinking. But anyway,
I wish that dude didn't run away.
I mean, I don't know why you'd expect anything different. I mean, it's the most retarded, thing to say. Like, there wouldn't be any sunset on a flat Earth. Like, I mean, come on, what is that?
Yeah, well, they, how Globers are. They'll just say things, and then you're okay, prove it, demonstrate it, do something, and it's always they just say it again, like saying it a bunch of times in a row. Somehow, like, that's magically evidence.
I mean, it would have to work somewhat like the AE map, right? Like the sun?
No, like, dude. Okay, we don't see in a vacuum.
Helado.
Come on, man. This ain't a goddamn Mexican bus station.
That's what it sounded like.
No, it actually would have been louder. No, because we see through the air and we know that, like, things get compressed at the horizon. Like, they're like not in their actual, like, things get vertically compressed because you got infrared photos, right, where you can see everything as it is, and then, like, you can compare it to a regular. We have photos that over, like, Canigou, right? So there's an infrared photo and there's a visible light photo. They were taken at within 5 minutes of each other, and you can see one is compressed compared to the other. The visible light one is compressed, yeah.
Are you saying that the lights and the stars and the moon and all that, the sun is outside the container? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is the sun gets compressed into the horizon, but you can't see, like, the line of compression. Like, it just appears to like go behind something, but it's not actually going behind something.
Oh yeah.
Just like you seen that. Okay, so the Sky Free, the little RC boat, video. Have you ever seen that?
I've seen a lot of videos. I don't know. I can't remember that one.
Little RC yacht. This is just one of their videos, man. One of her videos. So they've done a bunch of these on a little. I posted in chat. So they take this little RC boat and sail it away from them, and it disappears. Bottom up. Problem is, this lake is only 1,000 feet long, and the boat disappears in 700 feet. So what's it setting over? Can't be Earth curve because the horizon is supposed to be 2,600 feet away. So the horizon is supposed to be 2.5 times farther than where the boat disappears at. That means that this whole disappearing behind or under is just an optical phenomenon. That's all it is.
Yeah, I know that. I was just asking if the sun and the stars and the moon is it like a local thing, or is it like
I don't know, man.
It's just at this point, it's just anyone. It could be anything, right?
Well, I mean, just don't know. I don't even know how you'd test it. I mean, all you can try to do is do a smaller scale and replicate it, right? Try to make generally the same.
Because I saw that video that Tech posted.
Well, what are we going? Well, just think about it like this. What are we going by? This looks like something. Okay, what do I imagine this would look like? It's going over a hill. It's going over a curve. And this is what we imagine that would look like, right? So if I took a big light and then I someone on the other side of the hill and they took it and they went down the other side, right? And it would look like this, the light is setting over the hill. And this is our regular experience. So we're like, yes, it looks like that. So it must be setting over a curve. But it just looks like that. It doesn't mean it is that.
Did you see that video that Tech posted? The one where I don't know if that's a rocket or a drone. I don't know what that is. But it goes up 240,000 feet.
Well, which one? Is it the one that stops? That one?
It's like he just posted it in 7:57 p.m. When it gets all the way up, right? Like the sky actually changes and everything, and it turns black. And obviously, it's the Earth is flat, obviously, but it's like the sky changes. I don't know. I guess the color of the sky changes. Like it turns black as it reaches the maximum height that it can go. And it's kind of looks like space. I mean, kind of looks like something just total blankness.
See, I'd have to figure out how they edited this video. I just can't take it at face value. Because it's a GIF and
Oh, it's edited?
Hey, who muted me?
No,
Who muted me?
I did, dude. You were hot. And I'm about to meet you again. I didn't hear you. What? You're gonna be doing the nasty, man, and I'm gonna just let it all hang out. We're not gonna mute you. Just let it.
Please don't. Please protect my privacy, bro. You got me. You got me. I know you got me. Appreciate it.
No, do you know what I gotta do? We're gonna I'm gonna go into sports announcer mode, and he's going for the.
Yeah, I'm doing research. I'm always doing research. Doing research. Bro, it's summer. Gonna go to Revere Beach or gonna go somewhere else?
I don't know. Revere Beach, that water's cold, man.
Yeah,
I want to go to some warm water, man. So I'm probably gonna have to go south or to the Cape or something.
Oh, the waters here in Florida are really warm right now.
Dude, it's not like it gets warm here for like 3 days. Like August 15th, 16th, 17th. The water will be about, I don't know, 69, 70 degrees. And then it gets cold again. Down there, you got like bathtub water. And like the further north you go, the colder it gets. So like all the good beaches are up north. So you got to try and stay south. So it's like it's a dilemma.
But then there is another area that there's so many insects after a certain period, like after July, that even if it's hot, but there's a bunch of flies trying to eat you alive.
Yeah, that's the other problem. It's insects.
Well, that only happens when you're like in around a lot of I forgot what they're called now.
Swamps or what on
the trees, those sea plants that grow in like
mangle.
Yeah. When
we get like black flies and shit like that, they're like little tiny. We get gnats and black flies and mosquitoes. Not really. You don't get mosquitoes at the ocean, but you do get like black flies and gnats. They're a pain in the ass.
Green heads. Green heads. Yeah. They're pretty nasty.
I was at the Keys about like a month ago, and when the sun was going down, we had to jump in the water because there was so many fucking mosquitoes. Holy shit. And then like once the sun went down, after a little while, they were all gone. It was crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot of mosquitoes here, unfortunately.
I had the same type of experience, but like hiking in the mountains. They have they're mayflies. They like come alive in May and they like die pretty quickly. But like the higher elevation you are, the later they come out. So like in the mountains, they'll come out like in June. And they live like in pine trees. And I'm hiking up this mountain, and it isn't like a regular mountain. Like to go up it, you have to like. They have stone blocks, and each block is like 2.5 feet. So they're like it's like a giant staircase going up like 1,000 feet, right? But you're taking giant steps. It's not like a regular stairs. You're taking like humongous steps. Halfway up, I run in. So I'm whipped, right? I just climbed like 500 feet of freaking giant stairs, right into like a swarm of fucking black flies, dude, with nowhere to go. Can't go down. Up, like you're too tired to like run up, but I did it anyway. And like there were so many black flies, I had to take my sleeping bag and zip myself in it backwards to get with your head where the feet part is. Yeah, it was fucking horrible. Black flies, like they're like mosquitoes, like they suck your blood, dude. They're not screwing around.
I think those are actually worse than mosquitoes.
They are.
Those things look like government modified mosquitoes, flies, hybrids, vampires trying to suck your blood, and yeah, they'll kill you during the night.
Didn't you hear that when the government actually modified mosquitoes here in Florida? I think it was Florida.
Well, they did it for a good purpose, because they will modify the mosquito, so when they mate with the natural mosquito, it will make him unfertile, right?
Or make him sterile.
Make him sterile. But then those mosquitoes, those sterile mosquitoes, some of them and the hybrids, because you will get mosquitoes that will be hybrids from that, and then they will bite people, men and women, and make them sterile.
Look in live stream, man. These things, dude. That's what the fuck they were. Black flies. Yeah.
Yeah, those things are terrible.
Dude, their bites actually hurt, dude.
Yeah, those things are dangerous.
Yeah, especially when you're like in a swarm of like thousands of them.
But you survived though, right? So you're good.
I'm just wondering, are they known to ever carry disease like malaria?
Most definitely.
They probably
no, not like malaria, but I will say definitely those larvae. You'll get a rash. There's Probably not all of them, but there's also different times of the year when they become more aggressive because whatever. I can't. There is, for example, if you go to Connecticut, what is it? The island. You know the island next to Connecticut with the Lyme disease island next to Connecticut. Yeah. So there's insects that definitely pass disease, like the tick. I imagine the mosquitoes do, so I imagine those flies as well. Why not? That's what they do. Some of them.
It depends where you are.
Yeah. You gotta stay in cover. That's why one of the basic needs of people is shelter. Shelter is part of protection against that kind of stuff. Shelter. Indy was almost eaten alive by the greenheads. His camping bag saved him. That's a good one. You make that into a movie clip section. Part of the movie. Killing flies. I do it too. Guys, this is what happens when you guys are too direct with the Globers. You gotta entertain them a little bit. You can't just destroy their arguments. They just go away. And you only have you guys talking.
I mean,
Then
why should we give them any more ground? Why give them ground at all?
Yeah, why give them any of our flat Earth?
The frog. Yeah, we need more frogs. Frogs are our friends. They eat mosquitoes, flies. Feed the frogs. Frogs' lives matter.
Actually, the best animal to lower mosquito populations is actually fish.
Fish? Okay, yeah, fish, yeah.
Because they lay their eggs in the water, and then the fish will eat the larva. And so, like the minnow fish, usually minnow fish, small little. I'm like a fish guy, so I kind of know that shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, the fish is usually what lowers the mosquito population. That's why when you have
doesn't the Everglades has like a big issue with a bunch of predatory reptiles like boas and hybrids over there? Like people say there's this huge serpents that have been taken over and they eat a lot of the fish and the frogs. They eat everything. Is that true or is that just overstated?
I think it's I think it's exaggerated. I've been going there for like 20 years, and I've never seen a python. I've never seen one.
But what is the fauna spectrum there? You see a lot of different animals, or is it just emptiness?
I see a lot of water snakes. I have seen a lot of water snakes. There's obviously a lot of fish. I've seen deer. We also have a cat, type of panther type cat. I don't remember what exactly the name is. I've never seen it though. We have some animals there. I mean, obviously we got alligators.
Those are super predatory as well. They killed the hogs is good that they kill, but they kill other mammals that are supposed to be native to those areas. The alligators are super predatory. They'll kill people.
I mean, obviously, alligators will kill anything that goes in.
You know, another thing that I'm trying to say: the bird population in the past. Do you see a lot of birds? Because when you look at the Everglades and some of the history, a lot of the big trees were cut down on a bunch of those areas. So there was a huge cutting of trees all around that area. You know that?
Yeah.
Talking about millions of people cutting trees. Like thousands of people utilizing the trees and, for everything. Cutting trees everywhere. That was huge. They cut a lot of trees.
Hey, Jemsy.
Yo.
Hey, you gotta watch out, man, because those black flies, they're protected. Because black flies matter, man.
I said, frogs' lives matter. FLM.
Yeah, but black flies matter.
Black flies matter.
Black flies matter. BF.
That's gonna be the new that they're protected.
I think a lot of it is. I think a lot of it's exaggerated, dude. It's they try to scare you. I think a lot of times they try to scare. Like they've been saying that Miami is going to be underwater for like 20 years.
Nah,
they've been saying that because of the climate, we were going to be underwater.
Australia is going to be underwater. We got to get all our people out of there, like Timbo and Systems. We're going to send a few nukes over there to kind of finish them off. Them and who are the other staunch Globers? The staunch Globers are mainly in Australia and where else? Like the anti-flat earthers?
Save the frogs. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I mean, I'm in sea level right now, and yeah, I'm fine.
Sea level? What's that?
Well, I mean, you know what I mean. The sea level.
I'm like 60 feet above sea level, something like that. No, maybe something. Yeah, because I'm in pretty high. I mean, not that high, but yeah, I'm high and high on top of that.
How could it be level on a globe Earth? That's what I want to know.
Oh, it's actually the curved level C.
It's curved level. I don't know. Doesn't make sense.
I know.
Does it?
Bro, it can't. It's not supposed to make sense, dude.
Hey, Indio's picking on the lobby guys. He's like, "Where's this lobby guy? Answer!" He's like running away. Oh shit! They don't want no smoke, Indio.
In Spanish, Miggy, we say curva sontal. En vez de horizontal, curva sontal.
La horizontal is that's the horizon.
That's why you win at Scrabble, Jimsy, because you're making words up, bro.
Yeah, horizontal. Horizontal.
Curvatura. Curva sontal. Oh my goodness.
That's why Jimsy always wins at Scrabble, because he's making words up. He's like, no, it's a real word. They're like, yeah, all right, dude.
It is. Think about it. We live in a globe, and when you look at the curve horizon in Spanish, es curva sontal. Míralo ahí.
It's in the contradictionary.
The contradict. That's good, man. That's
I never heard that one before.
Bro. Yeah, you didn't hear about Black Flies Matter either.
Black Flies Matter. No, I missed that.
Hey, we're kicking your ass, weren't they, up there in the mountain?
Oh yeah, I was like in Vermont in the Appalachian Trail, man. They were just eating me alive, man.
I bet you that's an awful feeling, dude. Not being able to go nowhere, just in your sleeping bag, like a.
It was hot.
That's crazy, bro.
Listen, like I'm telling you, like this mountain is like they made to go up the side of it. It isn't a trail. It's just like stones, right? Square, like rectangular stones that are like 18 inches high. So you're like climbing. And I'm like halfway and start getting eaten alive. I'm like, oh my God. I still got like the equivalent of, probably climbing 15-story buildings, skipping every 3 steps, right?
Hey, take Jimsy with you, man. You and him have like a boys' night out or something. Go fight the black flies. Kick some ass up on the mountains.
The one good thing about that was they had a natural spring. The best water even to this day, the best water I ever drank. The spring was like they took a steel pipe and they just jammed it into the side of the mountain, and water just flows right out of it, man. You just drink right out of it. It was so good. Oh my god.
But can you actually draw water from there, like for free, or what?
Well, yeah. This
no shit.
Right when you're at
it's
the
probably
bottom.
never ending.
So yeah, exactly. It's like an artesian well almost. You know what I mean?
So why we paying like $1.50 for a bottle of water and shit?
Well, dude, you can't. This is in the woods, man. You can't just drive up to it.
Oh, okay. You gotta hike.
You'll be hiking. I think the closest you can get is probably like 8 miles.
Well, let me ask you something.
You sound like a freaking video game, dude. Like, you gotta fight the black flies and shit, like level 3, and like freaking. I don't know.
There might be bears. There might be bears on the way there.
Oh hell no! You got Kodiaks over there and shit, India? What you got over there, man? Black
there
bears?
are black bears, yeah, and that's that was like in the next section. No. So like on the Appalachian Trail, like every 6 to 10 miles, they have like little like lean-to encampments where you can camp at, right? So at the top of this mountain, though, they got a big one. It's almost like a lodge. But there's like if you get like a map of the Appalachian Trail, there's a section that says "Watch out for bears," basically. And like not that day, but the next day we went through that section. So I got to the top of the mountain. We slept. And then the next day, I think we walked like 30 miles because we read the map wrong. We thought the next like lean-to was in like 8 miles. And we just kept walking and walking and never reached one. So we were just like, okay, we'll just camp here off the trail. We were like 100 feet from it because we got woken up in the morning by like people freaking partying, drinking beer. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, can't even get sleep in the woods without a party.
you hear everything because there's people probably not too far from you making a bunch of noise.
Well, we stopped like maybe 100, 200 yards. We were like, fuck, dude, it must be like way far away because it's dark. It's hard to hike in the dark, man. It's like not easy when you're in the woods.
Yeah.
So then, like, after we got to that section, oh man, then it was just. Then the next section is like, this is like way up in Vermont. This is in the Green Mountains and shit.
This is in woods. Did you go up woods? Yeah. This is
And then what the hell were you doing over there, man?
Well, hiking. Hiking, man. Yeah.
So you go dangerous areas just for fun, or what?
I mean, I was younger. I was like, I was in my 20s. It's like
people do that all the time around here.
You wouldn't do that now?
I mean, I could, but that's actually. I mean, would I do it now?
There you go, Jimsy. 6-pack of beer, right? Some chips. You know what I mean?
Yo, but you meet people up there. They're so funny. This one guy, we met him. He had hiked from Georgia, and so we're in Vermont. So that's a long ways, dude. His legs were so big, like his legs were like like frog legs. His legs legit looked like frog legs. They were gigantic. The rest of his body was like skinny as shit because you burn a lot of calories. Just hiking. Especially he'd been hiking for like 6 weeks or something. But because you're like constantly climbing shit, dude, his legs were like frog legs, dude. I was like, dude, man, you're just fucking enormous.
Are you the frog man or some shit? Like,
yeah,
frogs have small arms and shit. They got big old legs and shit.
Yeah, he was like tall and skinny, but his legs, like his quads were gigantic. It looked weird. Like what the fuck, dude?
Elephantitis. That might be he hasn't been resting because he's been walking for too long, and he probably had an infection actually, and accumulation of liquid.
Balls.
No. Nobody's talking about balls. So we're talking about the legs and that accumulation of that liquid, and because he's saying that the legs were that big, it wasn't like muscle-looking legs. You're talking about inflammation, liquid accumulation, that kind of looking. You said frog.
Well, elephantitis is when you have really big balls.
Have you ever had frog legs? When you skin the frog legs and you just it's just like all this huge muscular. That's what it was, dude. His legs were
you're
like
talking about
ripped,
muscular legs. Okay.
Yeah, not fat, dude.
Okay.
Like, they look ripped.
Ripped. Okay, so this guy is definitely, because if you meet people that can go can walk and hike up the hills, yeah, good conditioning is necessary for that kind of stuff. So this guy's been doing it from Georgia. Yeah, you better have good legs.
So he was going to hike the whole trail from Georgia to Maine. I only went from like southern Massachusetts to Maine.
Yeah, there's trails that connect to other trails, and there's a trail that goes from here up to the reservoir up there in Woburn, up to the north. There's a bunch of trails that go up. You could find them going bicycles. People, yeah. I've been in a couple of the trails, but they're so large, I haven't completed one. I'm gonna do it this summer. I'm gonna go all the way and complete one, the longest one that goes north from this area. Goes all the way to.
There's actually an old abandoned rail line that was abandoned, I think in the 1920s.
There's a bunch of them.
It still exists. You can actually get from here to New York State.
Oh wow! Yeah, because you connect from one to another one, and if you do it correctly, you can go really far from the old. You have a bunch of trails.
Well, it cuts right through the center of Massachusetts. It was called the Northampton line. It goes from it doesn't go from goes from about where Roxbury is. I don't know if you know Route 9. If you take Route 9 and you go all the way out to it'll go all the way into New York State. So
yeah, Route 9,
it runs basically not parallel to it, but along that same. But it's an abandoned railway that just doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
There's no rails. There's no train. There's none of that.
Should be easy to walk through that if you have an electric vehicle or something.
I mean, yeah, if you had a 4-wheeler or something. Of course, you could just hike it. You probably need a machete or something. It's probably overgrown a bit.
Try walking barefoot. That's a way different experience.
That's my bug out path, dude. If I ever have to get out of the city, you can get the fuck out of here. The roads are going to be clogged and shit, so I know no one's going to be on that.
Yeah, the trails are pretty cool, bro. There's some.
It's not a trail. It's a make your own trail.
Make your own trail. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you have to bug out, you're right. You want to avoid people, all that stuff, right? So this is a path that would avoid.
Are we talking about EMP or nuclear, or what are we?
Who fucking knows, dude?
Hey,
zombie apocalypse?
The next zombie apocalypse.
All of them.
India, you're going south or north? Because I'm going north. Let's go that way, bro. You're going west?
Yeah, I'm going west and north.
West and north. Okay, there you go. I like that. I like it. Yeah.
So I'm gonna go west till I hit Berkshire County, and then I'm gonna go north to Canada. So the long trail runs all the way from. So, the Appalachian Trail runs from Georgia to Vermont, and then it turns off at Killington, Killington, Vermont, which is a ski place. But you can keep going straight, and you can go all the way into Canada.
Yeah, I like that one.
But if you keep going, if I kept going west, I could hit the Erie, the Hudson River, and then you can take the Erie Canal to wherever the fuck you want to go. You can go
wherever you want to go. Yeah.
Hey, but you got hunting skills, Indio? Because obviously you're gonna have to kill the neat, man. So
fishing.
You have to kill some moose.
Well, I mean, I've never had to. I got trapping skills.
Moose. Oof.
I've eaten moose.
That's a lot of meat, bro.
Mooses are fucking big, dude.
Big ass. Yeah. How are you gonna?
They also don't taste that great, but.
You're gonna be killing something big that you're not gonna consume the whole thing because it's gonna go bad on you.
That's why I gotta smoke it.
Oh, you gotta turn it into jerky, bro, like they did in the old days.
Oh, so you're not walking. You turn into jerky and then take it with you so you can walk the trail thousands of miles if you're going north that way.
Hey, you can have bear bait on the back of your backpack. They can smell that shit when you.
Oh my goodness!
That's the thing
You're a
about
walking.
bears, like, you gotta.
You're
hang
a
your
walking
shit
meal.
between them.
Yeah.
No, I'm dead serious.
They're like, damn. We got DoorDash. They got Indio.
Bears can smell chocolate 2 miles away.
Oh my goodness!
Oh fuck that, dude.
So like you have to take your shit, dude, and hang it in a tree.
2 miles.
They'll
You wouldn't even
climb
see
the
those
tree.
son of a bitches coming.
What if you
That's
have
what
it
I'm
in an
saying.
airtight container? What do you have it like in a
No
Ziploc?
bears climb
There's
trees.
no such thing as airtight. It'd have to be vacuum sealed or something.
Yeah, vacuum sealed.
And then, like,
Oh,
when
you
you put it in a container, you're probably going to get some chocolate remnant on the outside. Like, I'm not taking chances. I was hanging it in the tree. The point is, don't keep it in the tent with you because you're going to have a guest when you wake up.
Damn, dude. Hell no. You can keep your forest, man.
Well, the thing about, like, when you go into the woods,
No, I don't.
like, and you plan on going for a long time, like, we get so much stimulation of TV, radio, and all that stuff. It takes like days for that shit to fade out of your head, dude. Days. You'll hear random songs in your head. TV shows will pop into your mind, like all the stuff of modern life just like races through your head. It
Once
takes
you
a
clear it
while
all,
for your
it's like-
brain.
once
Yeah,
you-
it takes a while to clear out, dude. Till you're like, yeah, I'm like, I'm just
When it
here in the
clears out,
woods,
it's like
right?
this euphoria moment.
Yeah,
It's
it's
like
very strange, dude. It's almost like a withdrawal, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've never seen
Right,
those
there.
those alone shows where they send the guys to survive for for whatever amount of time?
Naked and alone.
Oh, not Nathan.
Indio, I have a question for you though. What are we gonna do about the numpties, dude? Because I mean, if we're in the forest and we can't talk to people, what about the rest of all the numpties that are in this earth that we could be like slashing and thrashing? We're just gonna leave alone?
That would actually, if we took some of these, globe zealots and we actually just like stuck them in the woods for a week, all that nonsense that's in their head would be like, kind of fade away. Well, it would fade away and they'd be less resistant, right? It'd be more down to like reality instead of living in like their fantasy.
I think they would just die.
Bro, Globe Island, or Globe. Yeah, just release
You
them
could
out
be
there.
the announcer, Tempty, when they get there. Hey, welcome to Globe Island.
Dude, I'm telling you, everybody should do it. Be away from civilization for a week. No radio, no TV, no nothing, none of that stimulation. Just.
Well, can you bring a bow and an arrow and a knife and a shotgun? Can I bring that?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, good. And a shovel, that kind of stuff. Right?
You want to have like a 44. If
What's
you're gonna
the
deal with
44?
bears, you want to have a 44 on you.
Oh, bird spray. I'm gonna bring
The
some
most
bird spray.
important thing is keep your feet dry. After that, it's all secondary.
Throwing knives for entertainment.
And then you gotta bring also your astrolabe and your
astrolabe.
Catch you at next break, fellas.
All right,
later. That guy ran away, bro. Once you open your mic, because I was trying to talk to him because he was hot mic, and I was saying, "Hey, sir, mute yourself." He ignored me, and then I muted him. And then when you spoke and we muted him, he jumped out when he heard you. You asked him the question, and he jumped out. Indio.
The last thing
just
he said,
stay muted, Indio. Stay muted next time, because you scared these people, dude. Honestly, I'm gonna speak to the Globers too.
the nonsense he said. Oh my god, dude! I'm reading what
Bro,
he
just
typed in Bobby.
just come back. Just come back like in 15 minutes or something. Next time, because once you address them, they're like start jumping out.
Your ego is the only reason you're defending flat Earth. As I said, I'm not a lighting engineer because I have heard from others more educated. Then he says, we have a fantasy education. And then he said, one day you will realize you were always wrong. That was that guy that chatted when I unmuted.
Oh, he went quiet when I asked him if I was wrong about my moving house. He went, crickets. You saw what I said, though, right?
It's kind of funny, his choice of words. You'll realize you were always wrong. It's like, well, most of my life up to this point in time, I believed the Earth was a ball. It's just a funny choice of words.
Yeah, ironic.
Yeah, good point.
Well, I asked him, man. He's like, it can't happen on a flat Earth. I was like, prove it, man. I'm still waiting.
That's been the level of them today. I don't know if you've seen it, Indio, but there's been a wave. Today they had a wave come through. What is it? It's Tuesday. I don't know what happened today. There's something going on out there. Because
a camera is not a very accurate way to film a very bright light source due to a variety of reasons. Seconds later, I don't know. I'm not a lighting engineer. What the fuck? But apparently, even though he's not a lighting engineer, he talked to other lighting engineers, but doesn't exactly remember what they said, because then he'd be able to tell us, right?
That's convenient.
Because I've heard from more educated. Yeah, what did you hear? Fill us in. It's a typical thing. They come in with their gotcha. It don't work. Because, they get these ideas from Twitter. The thing about Twitter is, like, because of the character limit, the debates are like, I don't know what you call them, if they're even debates, but like Goldbergs will say dumb shit like, sunsets disprove the flat Earth, and they just say it over and over again. They don't actually offer any evidence. And then these guys, they'll come in here from Twitter like with the same, trying to use the same like debate technique, I guess you'd call it, and it just like, because we don't have the character limit, they just freaking hit the wall.
It's like what Jordan Peterson said. You got to let them win 30% of the time, or else they don't want to play anymore.
Sad but true. They don't know how to win. Like, you have to kind of give them something.
I think they win 100% of the time. You don't have to give them anything. They win every time. You're a flat earther.
Yeah, that's their mindset. Yeah. They didn't even have to step into the arena. They've already knocked you out. That's how they feel.
But they have to come in and do it anyway, right?
Yeah, but when they come in, they get knocked out, and they're like, "Well, I'll get you next time." I don't even know. We have that meme where he's on his back.
Yeah.
You stupid flat earth. It's like, dude, you're knocked out cold, man. Quiet.
Yeah.
I said that in my song, one of my songs. If you didn't watch the tape, you'll get knocked out in round 1. So they don't watch the tape. That's probably one of their biggest weaknesses. We have so much content, Helio's channel. They could just go spend 30 minutes. It wouldn't take that long to hear what we actually say and then try to address that. Something we actually said. But no, they got to come here with their own ideas. Twitter's ideas. It really is like being a shaman or something. I keep talking about the guru in the jungle. Like that. I feel like that's who I am, man. These guys roll up to you. Enlighten me. Give me answers. Well, what does the guru do? Do you think he like whips out a pamphlet? No, he doesn't have a brochure. He's gonna unravel you in a way. He's not gonna give you some book with all the answers in it. That's not how it works. You have to
like
undo
Karate Kid, right? What's he teach? He does in Karate Kid. He don't teach him karate. Teaches him
Exactly.
how to paint the fence.
Exactly.
Wax on,
Well, I mean,
wax off.
That's right. Man.
A good teacher doesn't. You know, everyone knows the sayings. All the sayings are classic. You know, you teach a man how to fish. You don't just give him a fish. That's the classic. That's what we do here. Well, give me the answers. No, dude. I'm going to teach you how to find the answers for yourself. You shouldn't even just believe me just because I gave you some answers anyway. That's the mindset y'all need to get out of. Just believing people face value. Go and check to see if what they said was true.
Yeah, but I have to do a public service announcement. Don't try and fight like the Karate Kid in a real fight. You're gonna get hurt. You try to like paint the fence and wax on, wax off. You're gonna get hurt, bro.
Oh yeah, you don't think the crane is real, huh?
Wait, but why
The
will
crane
they
style?
lie? Why will they lie in the movie?
Because it's a movie.
Oh,
it's on the idiot box. So Craig said, Heretic showed him the Black Swan. He says, I've seen this many times before. From what I've heard, it's heat and diffraction.
Jesus. I've seen it so many
He didn't
times, and
even
I
start
still
it
don't
correctly.
understand it.
He's supposed to say refraction, not diffraction.
Yeah. Well, that's the I find funny the most is that these guys will be like, "Oh, I've seen this so many times." Oh, so then you surely understand it, right? Well, it's like if you've seen it 1,000 times, you should know it by now, even if you're trying to go against it.
well, they can't understand a lot of things because comprehension.
Yeah.
We all stand under the sky and above the ground under our feet. There's no reference for them to even understand reality because there's no up and down. They don't know where they're standing. I'm up and down. There's no reference. Their understanding is out of place. Just look up. We're standing to those things above us. And look down.
Yeah.
You're standing above the ground. But on the globe, that doesn't mean much.
Well, the thing is, he said he'd seen that many times before, so he's familiar with this topic. So he tried to come in here and like get a badge or something. Get this. I debated a flat earther and won badge.
Yep. Next to the I voted, but I didn't critically think about what I did before I voted badge.
Yeah. I was thinking like I voted for the lesser of two evils bad and still got evil.
No, you see, what amazes me is when people wear like a pin that says "I voted," like they just say "I voted," like that's not something to take pride of just within itself. Like if you're uninformed, uninvolved, and you didn't vote, that's something to be ashamed of. But you might be able to feel shame or might not be able to. But just saying "I voted," like it's like saying, "Oh, I brushed my teeth last night." It's like. So fucking what? Like, or I stopped the red light when the light turned red. It's like, yeah, that's what you're fucking supposed to do, you idiot.
Yeah, you don't brag about what you're supposed to do. What's the famous one? I take care of my kids. Yeah, dude, you're supposed to take care of your kids. Like, why are you bragging about that?
Yeah, I feed them hay. They go, bah.
Oh, well, not to throw shots at anyone, but Indio, it's kind of like how the girls are like, I'm independent. I have a job. I have a career. It's like, oh, congratulations. Yeah. Welcome to normal life where everyone else has one of those too.
Yeah, welcome to adulthood.
Yeah. I've been really trying to find ways to incorporate or just kind of like handle those same type of gotcha moments almost. You know what I mean? Like you're trapping them. High level striking, boxing, you don't just throw a punch wild. You make them make the move. You make them make a mistake and you capitalize on that. And so that's what we do here.
Literally, like almost every contact sport is that you make them make the mistake first.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody in here watches pro football, but if anybody watch what the Patriots do, they don't play great. They just make you make the mistake first.
Yeah.
They make you fuck up, right? Like, how long can you play this boring ass methodical game, right? That's very super conservative, and like everybody's like, people are like, I gotta win now, and then they try to force shit, and then they make a mistake.
Right. That's funny that you brought up NFL. That was the first thing that came to my mind, even though I'm a big combat sports, I love MMA and stuff. But when you started talking, I immediately thought of the NFL. Because like you said, what a team will do is they'll do the meticulous. They'll just pass play, 5 yards, short game.
Yeah, the dink and dunk.
And then go long and hope you make the mistake. Yeah. So it's just funny how parallel that is to what we do here. Just take notes. If you're new, you don't have to come out and throw the first punch. Let them do that. And then when they make the mistake, you capitalize.
Yeah. You have good fundamentals. You do the boring shit really well.
Yeah.
And you just make them make the mistake.
That's a good point. That is a good point, too. Actually, I'm glad you added that on. It is important that you have the fundamentals. You don't just get to skip to being a high-level striker in boxing where you're setting traps. You have to learn how to throw the jab and a 1-2. And so you build on top of that. So, yeah, that's super important. You definitely need to know your stuff if you're in here. So, yeah, I mean, that's where I need more.
In basketball, people think the most important thing is to be tall or have a good shot and yada, yada, yada. The most important thing in basketball is footwork. The fundamental footwork to be in a position to take a good shot, right? Both your feet under you, rise from your hips, right? Shoot with your knees, right? You shoot with your legs. You don't shoot with your hand. Your hand is only for the fine tuning, but you shoot with your legs. And if anybody watches basketball, you'll notice that people will start missing short when they're tired.
Right.
Because when you shoot with your legs, when you don't have a little bit that, even if you're not going 1 millimeter as high, then it throws everything off. So everything is footwork in basketball. Watch Michael Jordan. It's his footwork. Where he places
I think it's worth pointing out. Everything's footwork, even just in order to play the game properly. Because if you don't get the footwork properly, you run the hazard of traveling, which is against the rules.
Or falling over, or fouling, or charging, or or landing on somebody, or somebody landing on you, or it's super easy to get hurt, dude. You have to be in control of your body. So I'll tell you, man, if you land on someone's foot, dude, you can bust your fucking ankle.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you got to be in control. But the point is that the footwork fundamentals is more important than all that other stuff.
What you think would be most important, the dunks and whatnot. Yeah.
Yeah, you can get good at basketball better than probably 90% of the people that play basketball just by working on your footwork and nothing else. Dude. Not working on your jumping, your shooting, nothing else. Just working on your footwork.
I feel like you're describing Floyd Mayweather to a T. He put out a recent video. I mean, he's getting old now, but he's still sharp. So he was doing some stuff. He's basically said, look, y'all, we're going to go back to the basics.
yada yada. The comments were like, "Look at his footwork. He's like a ballerina." Blah, blah. That's what people were noticing, and I thought that was beautiful as well. You would think that boxing, a good boxer, means you need to be able to like punch somebody really hard, but the key to Mayweather's success is what Indio just talked about: the footwork. You know, being like they started saying he was pivoting like a ballerina and stuff like that. That's really important. Things that you wouldn't think would be important in something like boxing or basketball. So that's absolutely a good
I don't
point.
know, man. Mike Tyson's a really good example of like strength over speed.
Mike Tyson's got awesome footwork, bro.
But and angles too. But yeah, he has the
You're right.
foot and the angles. So that's super important. He doesn't just come charging
Mike
in.
Tyson,
Dive, and take the angle. Go ahead.
One thing Mike Tyson could do, you throw a jab or any punch, like he had this move where he would hop sideways and he's like punching you from the fucking side, dude. Like he had this weird sideways hop, dude. And he's like, dude, try to block a punch from the side when the person's beside you. And it's like it's like he totally like 1 second you're like the dude's right in front of you, the next second he's on your right, throwing a punch as hard as he can. It with perfect, his feet are perfect, right? He's got all his weight on his back foot, fucking smashing you in the head.
Yeah.
If you watch, I watched Tyson my whole life, but I've actually in the last couple of years I've watched people have kind of broke him down a little bit more than they used to, and people are kind of giving him more credit for his actual skills.
Yeah,
he was a knockout king. The only reason he was a knockout king because he had great technique and he was strong. It wasn't just like I'm strong, you know what I mean? Just go beat everybody up.
Right.
Dude, I've seen plenty of fights with people. Dude,
and he had good bite force too.
Yeah. He should Jazzerciser.
Well, the thing that I think we're missing here is like the IQ is important as well. I thought you were going to go into IQ, but you chose to bring up footwork. But having a high IQ is super important as well. Like, just to go back to MMA, you get these brute guys that are big and strong, but they don't know what the heck they're doing. You know what I mean? So
I think it has nothing to do with IQ. I think it's instinct. Like it's just like a warrior type instinct, dude. I don't think it has anything with intelligence.
Well, they just call it fight IQ. Maybe it's not. Maybe it doesn't fall under that.
Because let me tell you, a lot of basketball players, like no offense, but they're not like really bright, but they're fucking good.
But that's the thing. That's the thing, bro. It's like
it has nothing
in your
to do.
sport. In your sport, knowing what to do within those confines, like fight IQ is different than having like an intellectual person. Yeah. So I don't know. You can call it something else, but that's what I'm getting at. Even that basketball player, he knows his shit like really well. Even if he couldn't put it into words, he's got that sense, if you will, the instinct. You said instinct, right? Yeah, that's a good word for it.
Well,
I mean, I bet I can name a bunch of people who know a lot about basketball, but they fucking suck.
Well, look, dude. There's levels to basketball. I played basketball, and I'm not trying to brag or fucking whip out my e-penis. I'm just telling you. I played basketball at a high level, and it's a different. I don't know how to put it, man. It's like you're so far. It's like the dribbling, shooting, all that stuff. You're not even thinking about that. That shit's just automatic, right? You're way beyond that. You're trying to anticipate 2 or 3 moves ahead, right? You're not even you're not like, oh, I got to dribble and shoot the ball and I'm going to go over there. You're you're watching everybody out of all your peripheral vision, the movement of everybody, right? And where the ball is, and you're trying to pick up on where's that ball going to go next, and obviously where's the ball tend to go? Person that's open. Right. So and as soon as and you can watch the person and watch all the other players at the same time. And if you can sense, okay, which one is he going to throw it to? Plus, if you play with the person after a while, you know what they like to do. And then you know what I mean? You're way beyond just dribbling, shooting. And then there's the flow of the game overall. Right. Because, part of playing a sport competitively is breaking the other guy's spirit.
Yeah.
I have to say that, dude. It's
absolutely.
And so one thing Michael Jordan used to do, he had this, they call it the killer instinct.
Yeah.
So they'd be up by like 20 or whatever, the Bulls, so they'd be up by 30. And the Celtics, Larry Bird used to do this too. And the other team would come back, and they'd get real close, and they'd if you didn't stop the bleeding, and then Michael Jordan would just come out and just score 8 straight points. Right now, that team's back down by 15. They tried so hard, and they got real close, and then they got knocked right back down. Right, that's that breaks people's spirits.
Yeah,
and when you play a game, you have to almost sense the flow of the game, how the scoring is going. Obviously, it can get out of hand where you're outmatched or they're so outmatched where none of that shit matters. But I'm talking about a game that's actually competitive. That little edge of knowing the flow of the game and just how's it going? I don't know. Just some weird karmic rhythm to it. It's hard to explain.
Let's tie that to the panel, to what we do here. That's a great point. You have to be aware of the flow of the conversation and know, basketball's a good example too. There's 5 guys working to make 1 point down. You pass. You make it down the court. You score. You get back on defense. You work together. But every once in a while, I'm sure you've seen this, some rando will just come out of nowhere with some random point. Yeah, but what about this? It's hold on, dude. You're not aware of the flow of the conversation. That guy.
Dude, remember who? I don't know who brought it up, man, but someone came out of the blue and was like, what about the cold moonlight? What?
Yeah. So it's being real. I love that you brought that up as well. The game sense. Yeah, that is as important as well. And it ties in here, knowing the flow, the scoring, who's up, who needs to. I mean, look at baseball too, right? Don't they have a kind of an unspoken rule in baseball? If you're smoking someone, ease up a little bit.
Yeah, they do too. Baseball players are a little cucky. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. But it's I don't know. There's certain things that come into play.
I don't know. There's some gayness in baseball that I haven't discerned. Even though most of the dudes are Chads, right, and bang thousands of women. But there's something the baseball camaraderie is a little gayish to me. I don't know. Maybe that's just me from the outside.
That's funny that you brought that
up. I'm Cuban and I don't even like baseball that much. I grew up playing basketball.
I literally just watched a YouTube video. One of my MMA channels I follow, he made a video, basically what you just said, but
no way.
Of baseball, he was talking about jiu-jitsu. He was saying I think that base is super soy and stuff. I'll drop a link if you want to watch.
I totally agree with that. I was talking about that the other day with a friend about jiu-jitsu. That is such a gay. It's not
Brazilian jiu-jitsu or just run-of-the-mill jiu-jitsu, Jeff?
If you want to compete in combat sports and that's your base, he's saying that's kind of well, actually, his point was if you're a top dog, you go into a striking sport or wrestling or something like that. Who is marketed the jiu-jitsu? Oh, well, you can, you might be able to beat up someone bigger than you. Maybe. That's kind of the mindset. So he was just saying that it seems it's kind of becoming a little soy. So just funny that you brought that up.
It's because you know what? There's a lot of women who do jiu-jitsu. That's the thing. It's one of those martial arts that women are kind of getting into. And
jiu-jitsu is good if you're inside. But if you're outside, forget it, dude.
Dude,
you just start rolling around on broken glass and vomit and shit.
Well, dude, you get an intruder. Someone comes in your house. What are you gonna do? Pull guard? Lay on your back and lay down on top of you? Come on, dude. No.
Jiu-jitsu is a little unrealistic.
Well, I mean, it's good if you want to learn some moves to disable people, like a rear naked choke or a guillotine or whatever. But other than that,
you have these
realistically shit doesn't go down like that. If you all these videos you see with some MMA guy choking somebody out, the person's drunk, they're not actually trying to fight them, you know what I mean? Or they're drunken fighting. But when shit goes down for real, shit's flying. People are picking up weapons, it's not
right. What are you gonna do? Freaking drop down on your back?
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't want to rag on it, and I also want to try to tie this back into the topic. But I'm not trying to say don't do jiu-jitsu or anything, because the origin of it is a pretty cool story. From what I've heard, an older man wanted to compete with kind of the younger, bigger guys, so he invented this way to kind of, compete with them. And by tying them up into a pretzel, he didn't have to, go up against their brute strength, and so that's kind of the idea.
You really think that somebody that weighs 100 pounds more than you think you could actually control them?
Well, see, this is what I wanted to bring up. Remember, you know who Kimbo Slice is?
Yeah.
So Kimbo Slice got his start on these like street fight videos.
Oh, I remember Kimbo.
Way back in the day before he was in UFC, by the time he was in UFC, he was washed up. But he did all these like street fights where they would fist fight, bare knuckle fist fight, and they used to sell like VCR tapes and shit. But he was one of the better guys. But a lot of the time, like the fights would be between people that they're ex-cons. Let's keep it a buck, right? They're ex-cons, dude. Fist fighting for $1 when they got out of prison. But they're all jacked, right? So it's like the more jacked they were, the worse they fought because they had like no mobility,
no stamina as well,
or that either, right? Probably also hungover.
Yeah, but they're not grappling each other though. That's the thing.
Yeah. This is bare fist, whatever.
Yeah.
And then if you actually watch bare knuckle fighting, have you ever seen any like real bare? They have a bare knuckle fighting.
Dude, it's getting popular right now.
And Kimbo's fucking
huge.
Look
at their body.
right?
Look at their body type. None of those dudes are jacked.
Dude, Kimbo is not a small guy. Like he's like 200 plus. Like he's not small.
Yeah.
Like he's like 230, 240 back then.
Well, he got knocked out by a cop. There's a video of a cop knocking. They did an underground fight.
The cop was huge too.
Yeah. Well, dude, anybody can knock anybody out. Yeah. Really, dude. Seriously.
Yeah.
In real life. That doesn't mean it's likely, but it's possible. You know what I mean? Because if you hit somebody in the fucking point of their jaw, it doesn't take very much force to knock them out. There's a nerve underneath your ear that if you get hit in your jaw, it causes you to go unconscious. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it. It's not like, oh, I'm fucking stronger or I'm not tough enough. It doesn't matter. That's why people like with square jaws, because their jaw doesn't have a point to it, right? So it's like a fulcrum, like a you know what I mean, like a lever.
Interesting.
The longer your jaw is, the more leverage you have to twist your jaw and push it into the nerve.
Right.
But if you have a short jaw, right, that's pushed into your, basically no chin, right? It's hard to twist your jaw and knock you out.
Interesting.
So wait, I got a question. Would that be an uppercut punch that would achieve what you're talking about?
No, like from the side.
You need that hook.
From the side. I'm sure you've seen plenty of knockouts where it just looks like they barely tap the tip of their jaw and the person flops. Someone that boxes told me this, man. He said this is what he was taught as a boxer. That you try to hit him, if you catch him at the point of your jaw, it doesn't even have to be freaking very hard. They'll go to sleep.
Dooku Kim.
It's hard, dude, because you're hitting a very small spot and someone that's moving their head around. Hopefully,
we were watching that fight. I think it was the late 70s, early 80s. That Dooku Kim. I forget who the other fighter was, but he died. Like I think he was hit like that in the jaw too.
Damn. Well, I just wanted to kind of help tie this back to flat earth somehow. Even jiu-jitsu.
Somehow.
So, like
flat on your back, flat earth.
Well, I mean, I don't.
So when you don't pull guard on a curved surface.
I know that some people out there probably are interested in these topics, but I want to try to tie it into flat earth so that it's relevant while we continue to talk about it. But jiu-jitsu, for example, like that, if you're a flat earther that maybe you don't feel like you have the big punching power, if you will, Indio has a lot of punching power, in my opinion. Jiu-jitsu would be a good way to go. Basically, all you need to do is tie someone up into a pretzel, make them make a mistake, and counter on that. You can do that in that same way. You don't need to be the biggest and strongest.
That doesn't matter. It's not as effective as you think.
Listen, somebody that's big and heavy has a.
No, I'm talking about in debate, like in conversation.
We're making an analogy, and we got way into combat sports.
I know.
People that are bigger and heavier have a higher center of their higher center of weight, right? So they would be easier to knock down. Like they will actually, if you just catch them off guard, their balance, you set them off balance very easily. It's not even jiu-jitsu. It's just a slight movement of change of vector and motion in a different direction. Take them off balance.
Yeah. I was trying to refer back to how we debate globe earthers. When I was referring to punching power, obviously India wasn't punching anybody. I don't know how big his arms are.
I'll give you my optimal. You ever seen The Boys?
Love The Boys.
Okay, so with the girls when they, the Nazi chick in the Three Girls Fighter.
Who?
The Nazi chick in The Boys.
Oh yeah.
In the Three Girls Fighter, right? Starlight, and the other two.
Yeah. Yes.
May and Maeve and the freaking, I don't even know what the Vietnamese chick's name is. And they start just like kicking the shit out of her. They're like bouncing her back and forth. That's how this chat should be. It should be I punch them to you, and then you punch them to freaking someone else, and then they punch them to somebody else. That's how it used to be back in the day, dude. We used to bounce people from one person to the other. Be like from me to Jose to me Morvet to Rex to freaking, like, dude, it was like they left here like they didn't know what the hell happened to them.
Bam. So here's how you bring it back to flat Earth. So when a globe gets knocked out, they can't go any further than horizontal.
Now, I'll just say one last thing. There's a reason why we have weight classes, right? So that's all I'll say.
Yeah, well, there's definitely weight classes, but on average, the heavier guy's going to win.
I don't know, man. Every sparring partner that I've ever had has been way bigger than me, and I'm smoking them all. So there's a lot of skill involved.
In what sport?
Just straight MMA.
Like just upright punching, or are you actually grappling and knocking down and taking?
I mean, we weren't going for takedowns and stuff, but bro, he was out of breath. Let's just put it this way: the big boys run out of stamina quick.
Exactly. The more muscle
I
you're
can go
holding,
way longer. So
yeah, but they also hit hard. Well, usually they hit harder too.
But you got to catch me though. Like you can hit hard, but if you can't touch my face, then how you can hit as hard as you want to. But you got to be able to punch me though.
Yeah, but you're fighting with rules. That's the problem.
No, that's what I won't fight with the rules, but I can run around their neck and head area with my feet, basically. Like they wouldn't be able to catch me.
I mean, if there were no rules, he'd still have to catch me though.
You're like running around the block.
Not even that. Like just the way, like India was saying, it's your acuity mid game. Like I find it interesting how keen your eyes can be. Like you were saying that you don't just like, okay, I'm going to dribble, then step to the left and shoot. It's way deeper than that. You're looking at
way deeper than that.
50 things at once, and it's the same thing when you're sparring.
Because you like even when you try to shoot, you try to like. You have to there's always a possibility that you're going to miss, right? So when you shoot, you want to make sure, like, if I shoot, you even anticipate if I miss, is my team going to be able to rebound the ball, or is their team going to be able to rebound the ball? And you base that on how do I usually miss shooting from this position? Do I shoot it long? Do I shoot it to the left? Do I shoot it to the right? And if it and then you follow your own shot, because like when you release the shot, you have a good idea where it's going and where the hell it's going to bounce off the rim. So then you have to already have it. You're watching the ball, but you have to have it already in your head where everybody was when you looked up and you stopped looking down, right? So there's all kinds of shit going in your head, way beyond just like dribbling a basketball and shooting it.
Yeah. You guys remember in Game of Thrones with Viper versus, I think it was Viper versus the Mountain? I don't know if you guys remember that fight.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he was fucking like running circles all around that guy, but it just took one mistake and it was over.
Yeah, his mistake was arrogance.
Yeah. But that's how it usually is when you're fighting a larger person. Yeah, you have the advantage in speed, right, and endurance, but if you get caught, you're pretty much done most of the time.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it depends for sure. It depends. There's levels to it as well. Like look at Mayweather; he's able to roll with the punches, and we can tie that back into Flat Earth. Being able to roll with the punches, take the punches cleanly instead of walking into the shots. You know, you can definitely walk into something by saying something stupid. The moonlight is cold. You said somebody.
And
did
then
that.
there's different types of bigger, though, right? There's taller, there's heavier. They're shorter and stockier. So people can be bigger than you in all different types of ways. Right? They can be 5'3", 300 pounds, like literally a brick shit house. Or they can be tall and just like big, or they can be tall and skinny. And technically, they're heavier and bigger than you. They outreach you, right?
Wasn't Mike Tyson like 5'10" or something like that? Like 5'9", 5'10"?
Yeah, he's like 5'11". Yeah.
Or something like
short. He's very short for a heavyweight.
that. Yeah, he was knocking
But
out
the thing
people
that Mike Tyson would do is that he would actually go lower and he couldn't get hit because his opponents were too tall. He would literally. There's some fights where he's literally like squatting on the back of his heels. He's dodging. He's just going straight down, right? He's just basically squatting to the floor, and they're like swinging at him, right? And he's underneath them, like they can't hit him because they're like 6'4", right? And they don't like they're not going to go down because if they freaking bend their knees, he's going to come up with an uppercut, right? They're going to go down, he's going to come up. So they just sit there and like swat at him, like you got to see some of the fights, dude. Like,
yeah, and they're hitting him on the top of the head, which is
but
actually not very effective.
There's no power in the punches. No power.
Somebody that's lighter but longer and more reach, like that can do a lot of damage. I mean,
yeah, but if you get inside the reach, you're fucked.
If you get, you can, but
and then like I'm not going to tell you my fighting techniques.
That's the thing about you have to catch
the Globers might take advantage of that.
Well, there's something you could do to tall people. You got them swinging. If you get inside their reach, right, you can basically bear hug them right below their ass cheeks and just slam them on their head.
Yeah.
Because people that are tall and skinny, their center of gravity is higher. So if you can get your arms underneath, like, basically underneath their ass cheeks or at their ass, you basically just wrap them, bear hug them, and just stand up and just flip them on their head. I've actually done it, so I know it works. And if you're really good, you can bear hug them like at the waist so that their arms are pinned inside your bear hug. And then you just do whatever the fuck you want with them. And you just suplex them on their face.
Did you guys know that the center of gravity between men and women is different? Like men have a much higher center of gravity and women.
Oh yeah. You ever see where a girl can lift a chair? Like the girl can bend over at the waist, put their head on the wall, and lift the chair up, and men can't do it.
Yeah.
You seen that trick?
I have seen that. I didn't know that was based on center of gravity.
Yeah. Well, obviously women aren't.
Is there a better phrase for that?
Yeah.
Is there a better way to call that?
Center of mass is the other one.
Center of mass.
How many times do we have to say there are these to piss off a flat
Gravity, gravity is taboo.
Well,
there's just another example of them.
So embedded. Like when I'm watching UFC, they'll be like, "He's the greatest fighter on the planet." Like those words are so ingrained in people's minds. Like center of gravity.
Just say center of weight because mass that brings in another whole conundrum with mass. So just use weight, the center of their weight.
How about tipping point? Yeah, tipping point's a good one because really that's what it is, right? It's the tipping point.
So, is there a center of your body? Like, could you just say center? But is there a center though? Or where would the center be?
Look, if they took you and they spun you in the air, there would be a center of rotation. The point on which you would rotate around.
Okay.
But
so that's typically about 2 inches below your navel.
As you move as you move that's going to be moving as well. Like if one side versus like one leg on one side, one leg at the other side, all your arms. Let's say you're bent to the right, and your arms are to the right. Like that's going to throw the whole thing off.
I get what you're saying though. If you were skewered like right below your belly button, basically it's the center.
Yeah. It's about typically. I mean, obviously there's body types, right? Some people have short legs, some people have long legs.
So you would spin around like a little pinwheel.
So like people that are really big, like typically people that are tall and skinny, they have like typically they have broad shoulders and skinny ass legs.
Damn, you described me to a T, bro. Relax. I posted some of my sparring footage in the chat.
I mean, in football, right? So in football, in regular like NFL and football, man, when I played football, you should get lower than the other guy. And what they mean by that, they don't mean like, first of all, you got to get your pad level lower than the other guy because you have more leverage. But usually when your pad level is lower, your so-called center of gravity is lower, and it's easier to push them, right?
Yeah, facts.
They have less leverage to push you over, because you're basically it's like two levers pressing against each other, he's trying to lever you over your center of gravity, and you're trying to lever him over yours. It's easier if yours is lower than his. It's easier to flip him over, basically push him back. But, because what actually happens is you end up standing them up and driving them back because they're leveraged. They lose their leverage. They're lean, their body lean. Once you stand them up, you can push them back easily. Well, not easily, but you know what I'm saying. Easier. And typically, it's a fight to see who can get lower, who can get that leverage.
That's so true. Yeah, the as you were describing it, I got this nostalgia flashback doing drills with like some of the guys that got real low, and they would just ring my freaking bell, dude, just because they got so much lower than I could. Yeah, the better players definitely, use those advantages for sure.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's like but I mean, there's there's problems with that. Yeah, obviously, if you try to get too low, then you expose yourself in other ways, right? So,
well, that's funny. You see, there's problems. That guy used to be, when we were in 7th, 8th grade, best player on the team. He was real short, fast, quick guy. But as we got older, like he wasn't getting much taller, and he didn't get any faster. Meanwhile, so he went from like the best player on the team to like not so much the best player. So it is funny how the advantages you might have in one area definitely might be disadvantages in another area. But
oh my God! Wait till Shekel finds out you're black. I'm kidding. Have you ever seen a picture of Shekel?
No,
dude, he's like the whitest fucking Arabian you've ever seen. Like, he's whiter than most white boys. We always used to give him shit. Like, seriously, he looks like a nerdy white boy from like Peoria, Iowa, or Illinois, or whatever.
He's
he's Arabic. He's from Kurdistan.
Yeah.
Like, fucking, how do you look so white from Kurdistan? There hasn't been a white person there in 500 years.
He's black? He doesn't look that black. He looks like really light skinned. Like, holy shit.
Oh, that's not him. That's me.
Oh, that's you? No, you look really light skinned, dude.
Yeah, I'm half black. My dad is.
You're like an Andrew.
Damn, how
like
tall
an
are
Andrew
you?
Tate.
You're tall as fuck, dude.
He looks like he's like 6'2",
How tall are you?
6'1".
I'm 6 foot.
Oh, 6.
The other dude's pretty short in this bit. The other dude's pretty short.
Oh, screwing it up. Oh, he's just taller than you now. Perspective.
Yeah, right. He's refracted taller.
How do you even hit his chin? His refracted chin.
Exactly. Well, that's it. Yeah, you said like having a pointy chin is a weakness. Well, dude, just get a refracted chin. No one can touch you.
Now you have a built-in excuse for losing, right?
Yeah, right.
I almost knocked him out, but his chin was refracted, and I
couldn't connect.
Couldn't see it, man. It was the conditions.
Crazy.
We need to fight in a drier venue.
Yeah, how come the Globers never thought of that in any other area of life at all ever? That never ever came up in any other, like, if you could think of one aspect or different type of activity or anything like that where that was ever brought up. Let me know. Send it to me. I'd really like to hear it.
Dude, you look super tall in this video, man. You look like 6'3", man. I don't know what it is with that camera. You serious, dude? You look like 6'3".
You got some legs there, CB. Have you tried kickboxing?
Hey, dude, I put these legs to use, son. I try not to kick my partners, but that's what I mainly like to do.
Yeah, you got heaps of reach with those things, mate. They're
Oh, you
fucking
already
weapons.
know.
Yo,
So you gotta catch me first. He said the big boy's gonna knock you out, bro. He's gonna get a foot to his face first.
Yo, you ever take any Muay Thai?
I do like Muay Thai.
You should just do it just to be able to fucking teep. Dude, teeps are deadly, bro.
Oh, those are my favorite. Yeah,
I would hate to get teeped in the chest, man. I literally just I'd be like, I quit. I give up. Just don't do that again. I'm going home.
You look like you could move around pretty well on those legs too. So
that's a very dangerous sport. I don't know.
Well, I don't know, dude. Their balance is so off the chart. Like someone will grab their leg, right? They're on
Put
one
it
leg
up
and they're
over
just
your
like hopping around. They try to sweep the other leg. They just hop over it like it's nothing. Like
boxing is already dangerous, and then you add in your fucking legs. Holy shit! You're bound to fucking kill people.
Either those guys have either no power or like they're all tough as fucking nails, or both, or something, man. Because I swear to God, some of those kicks should be breaking bones.
Have you seen them strengthen their shins? They're fucking crazy, man. They kick bamboo. They kick palm trees.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, but I mean, like, how do you take it? I understand, like, I understand, like, you're strengthening it to kick somebody, but how do you take the blow? How do you strengthen that?
Yeah.
Like, you just let somebody kick you for 3 days? Like,
yeah, because you got to think, like, even if they're standing and they got pressure on their leg and they take a kick like that, they can buckle the knee straight away.
Yeah, and those guys.
We've seen it. Yeah, I've seen that.
Like, you got to be able to pivot onto the other foot that you're not getting kicked in, like in a split second,
bro.
so that you've got no pressure on your knee.
No, what you have to do is you have to check that shit, and that's it sucks for both parties. You have to like literally like show them that if you want to do this again, it's going to hurt you more than it's going to hurt me. That's the savage part of the sport.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to adjust to the rhythm, and if you're not fast enough, then you get kicked like the shit out of you.
Dude, I like Muay Thai, like in Thailand, dude. Like the crowd with the sound, right? That sound. Dude, man, it's like an outer body experience of fucking noise, bro. Can you imagine fighting in that, man?
I know, that'd be wild.
Dude, I'd be like, I'm tripping, yo. Fucking straight tripping.
That'd be sick, though. If I could go back, I would totally like just go ham on that sport.
You never go full retard.
That's one thing I wished. I wish I would have maybe grown up in like a monk, like as a monk, training as a monk. I think that's fucking badass.
That would be sick, yeah.
Those guys are some of the most dangerous. Those guys are some of the most dangerous people in the world, man.
I mean, they train everything. They train their head, they train their neck, they train everything that is supposed to be smashed in some way or form, even their toes.
I like how casually you guys talk about this. Just like, no, dude, yeah, they train it. Training means going through a lot of pain, going through a lot of suffering, being in pain all the time. Like, it's not like, oh, let's just go train. That shit hurts. Right, CB? Like, training fucking hurts, dude. Like,
yeah, it does.
That's the point. Like,
yeah, the fighting is the fun part. It's the training that sucks. You know, it's the game time. That's the fun. It's the training is always you're throwing up, bleeding. You know, that's part of training. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but for us who are in the Western world and are not prepared to have the discipline that is required, that is in the Asian world or the Chinese world generally by Kung Fu, learning Kung Fu and such, it's like we are getting wrecked within minutes by just stretching, by the basics.
I can tell you why, man. I'll tell you why. Because that being proficient in those things doesn't give you as high of a status here as it does there.
I know.
If it gave us like elite status, like if you're like a Muay Thai champion in Thailand, dude, you're just like, you're the shit, bro. You're bigger than like there's the king of Thailand and then there's you. Like I'm serious, man. They like
yeah, for sure.
But you can be the best Muay Thai fighter in the United States, dude. You're like you're nowhere near like, you know, you're not even as big as like frickin', you know, some random Instagram model.
I mean, the king currently in Thailand is Buakar.
Yeah.
So he is, I mean, awesome. It's like mind-blowing what he can do.
Yeah, of course he's awesome, because if you say he's not awesome, it's against the law. So I'm not exaggerating. You're not even allowed to, you can't criticize the royal family of Thailand in Thailand.
No, if you step on the money, dude, you're you're going to jail. Is it in Thailand?
Is he part of the royal family?
Who?
What?
Bukar?
No, Bukar's not part of the royal family. No, he's the fighter, right?
I thought we were talking about the king of Thailand.
That's what he said. But Bukar might as well be the king of Thailand. He might as well be like his status is like up there. Like he can go out instantly recognizable. He's never going to pay at a restaurant. He's never going to pay for anything. Girls are going to throw themselves at him. You know what I mean? Like as far as status goes, that's the top echelon of status. It's not the top echelon of status here. Here it's a movie actor or professional athlete or musician.
What's his name?
Bukar is one of them. There's a couple of them because they have different like.
Refresh.
Yeah.
Yes, not a chicken.
You would not do that if he was in front of you.
No, I wouldn't, mate. I'm far enough away that it's all right.
But believe me, if Thai boxing gave you that sort of status here, people would go through it. They'd do anything. They would sell their soul like they're doing for Hollywood and all the other things.
Isn't that sad?
I mean, if a person smashes his leg against a tree, it would basically break, most likely. But they do it slowly, and then over the years more heavily. And I don't know what their nutrition is, but the bone structure gets so hard, it's unimaginable. It's like you put even hardened steel that has been quenched into it. It's like this is comparable to their bone structure.
They probably get like tiny fractures. They probably get like tiny fractures, right?
Yeah, micro fractures.
And then it heals.
And then it heals stronger, and then they fracture and they heal, and eventually it just gets too hard.
Yeah, they also destroy the nerve ending, the nerves in the shin too. So the pain goes. Yeah,
that's crazy, dude.
So let's tie that back to the flat Earth. How many years we spent getting beat up, quote unquote, by these guys? Oh, you're so stupid. Lowest of the totem pole. So basically, our shins are nerve endings of insult and shame. We're numb to that now. So that those types of we can tolerate that and move beyond that.
Yeah, because when they start doing that you're winning the argument already. So
right.
Yeah,
they don't have any.
When they start talking about us, that's actually a concession that they lost. When they leave the topic and when they leave flat Earth and start talking about flat earthers, they just conceded. They've just lost. As far as I'm concerned.
Yep.
They were winning the topic, they would stay on that, right? If they were kicking our ass on gravity or something, they would stay on gravity. They wouldn't be talking about drink bleach and all that shit.
Listening to that Dogs Are Gods one with UNAI last night, that was going over that again. That's really good to listen to and learn how what he was actually doing. And when he started going off topic, he's fucking. You guys wrecked him, absolutely destroyed him.
Yeah, it was daytime here. Yeah, I played it like the 3 hours, man. So
yeah, it was good. It was good to listen to.
We were actually going to do that a while ago. We were going to, because there's at various times different characters come in here with gimmicks like that guy has. We're going to compile them, right? And then make basically a compendium of sneaky ass debate techniques, man. Just so when people experience them, they can recognize them and not fall into their traps. You know what I mean?
It would be good it would be good for everyone to sit down and actually go through that clip and point out what he does and when he does it and how he's doing it. Because he's a tricky fucking bugger.
Oh yeah. He obviously, well, to me, he goes around and he debates a lot of topics, right? So, Flying High told me he debated him about, that thing, the thingity thing.
Yeah.
So, and he's also debated on atheism and, the Big Bang. And so, like, obviously, these are debate techniques that he's used successfully over time, right? It has nothing to do with the topic. It's like just like a gimmick that he uses.
Yeah, because that's one of the things I picked up on, because I was talking to Flying High about it, and he said, yeah, the guy said, this Dogs of God said he worked in a doctor's surgery, and that's how he came across the information. And we go, and then last night when I was listening to that clip with him, he said, you guys said, have you ever worked in manufacturing? Like, going through the whole process. He goes, yeah, I've worked in a few factories. I go, how many fucking jobs has this guy had?
He's the Australian version of Xanax, man. He's heard Xanax. Xanax got like 32 professions, man. He's like done everything.
So first of all, an AI asked if he's ever done any university degrees, and of course he'd done that too. So he's done university degrees. He's worked in manufacturing, and he's also worked in a doctor's office too when the thing was going on.
So there's only one job I think that could be common to all of those: janitor.
Yeah, a cleaner.
He could have worked in all those buildings sweeping their floors.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. What about the manufacturing? See, I think he thinks that making lemonade and selling lemonade at a lemonade stand counts as manufacturing.
I think he was saying he worked in a factory where they made fire retardant suits for
that's
firefighters.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Which obviously makes him an expert on fucking stringing a toe.
Being retarded? Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, but he tripped over himself when he was explaining it.
It sounds like they're trying to be Sunny. They're trying to be me, because I've done a lot of those things myself for real. It's not of any great skill on my part. It's just being around long enough to make a bunch of different mistakes and going.
He ain't as old as you, Sonny.
Since in one lifetime.
He's like a third of your age, man.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Like 20 years old, and he's had 9 professions. I don't think so. And gone to university.
Hey, I reckon he sits at night and practices debating.
Oh, we were talking about trial and error. That's how that caught up. He was like,
yeah, that's right.
Things like trial and error? Yeah, they just do an equation and push a button and the shit spits out, right?
That's right, yeah. Yeah. And then in his explanation of what they do in the manufacturing, he said trial and error. And everyone went, no, I go, what? You're an idiot, man.
He's like just a contrarian. Flat Earther said something, must contradict it.
Yeah, CB's got the disease for that. What was it, CB?
Yeah,
everything a Flat Earther said.
Everything a Flat Earther says is wrong syndrome. Yep.
You guys are a breath of fresh air. I just wanted to tell you that.
Oh, who is that?
Christy. Hi, Christy. I haven't heard you in a long time. How are you?
Yeah, it's been a while. It's just always refreshing coming in here.
Oh, thanks. That's awesome.
So, that's just like this guy earlier. You guys have seen the video, the CFI investigators, where they go out there, put that boat out there with the flag. And first of all, me and the guy had a long ass conversation about specifically what I was saying was false, which is the claim to the distance of the horizon. Horizon being physical, it's an object, the earth, blah, 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 certain dimensions. So I was like, okay, we're all understood. Yes, you saw the diagrams that I posted and this other guy posted, and you seem to believe that the formula will give you the distance to the horizon. He's like, yeah. I'm like, okay, great. I was like, take a look at this video. I was like, there you go. That's how the claim is false. And he's like, I don't get it. The stripes have disappeared. And I'm like, but where's the horizon though?
Oh, the National
This
Geographic
motherfucker
one?
is gonna tell me
Oh, perfect.
He's gonna tell me it's what? You want to say something?
No, I'm just saying, man. He's basically trapped with no way out at that point.
Yeah. He basically he was well he is he suicided himself. He said well the horizon is right there. It's blocking the boat. It's at 1.2 miles, but the water behind it is refraction.
No. Two horizons, man. We're back to two horizons.
It's a wavy horizon too.
Pringle horizon.
You know, he's not an anti-flat earther. He legitimately is confused, and I'm like, this is what you anti-flat earth motherfuckers did, y'all. These are y'all babies.
Look, they'll literally throw out logic. Oh, must save the globe. Let's throw out logic, common sense. Let's throw it all out. I don't care. Just keep it a globe. Law of non-contradiction. I don't care.
How can your brain even work that way? You're like, oh no, the horizon's there, but the second horizon is refraction, so it goes up and down. Like, how does that even comprehend?
Dude, it's like freaking. It's like Frodo, right? Second breakfast or whatever the hell it is, man. They just have multiple horizons.
Yo, so you know what I did? I said, well, guess what? I'm not going to play this game with you. So I went and, first of all, it was really hard to do this, right? Because I'm like, who the fuck do I know that is normal? So I had to find a friend. And it was this random girl on my Facebook that I know. And I was like, yo, this is going to be a very random question. Don't ask. It's going to be very simple, and I only need simple answers. I gave her because he screenshot the post where you could clearly see there's water behind. He's like, yes, the horizon's in front of the boat. I don't see the problem, right? I said, okay, motherfucker. So what I did was I went to my friend. I said, yo, this is a weird question. Just don't worry about it. Just answer.
Roll with it.
Where is the horizon in relation to the flat in this screenshot? And she was like, I'm trying to think because I can't really explain. I'm like, stop. I don't know what kind of weird she did. Look. It's either before the boat, after the boat, or not in the shot. And she said, oh, it's after the boat. Thank you very fucking much. Like, screenshot that to him, and I was like, look, you know, you can. I don't know who you're gonna go and argue to about this, but you just found out that the horizon isn't geometric. Congratulations.
And then they still want to argue with you.
And then you got blocked.
Yeah, isn't the horizon? Isn't the refraction supposed to be over the horizon or something like that? Or I don't understand.
Oh. No, what he said doesn't make sense. You can't have two horizons.
Yeah.
He was saying there's a horizon blocking the flag and there's a horizon behind the flag at the same time simultaneously. It's not possible. The horizon isn't the thing that blocks the flag. It's where the sky appears to meet the ground. There's only one place that describes that.
Have you watched those videos, Kel? With the National Geographic debunking with the stripes, the red, white stripes, and
yeah, that's what Elijah's talking about.
No,
yeah.
I haven't.
No, he's asking. He's asking Kel if he saw it.
Have you watched it,
You
Kel?
gotta see that, bro.
No, I haven't seen it.
I'll post the video for you in the live stream.
Dude, when you
I think I said it. I think I said my question. I think he heard it wrong because that's not what I asked. Because I don't understand what you guys are talking about. I was just saying that every time they talk about the refraction, it's always something that you can see at the horizon, right, and beyond, right? Or refraction isn't behind the horizon, right?
No.
No, yeah, definitely.
I mean, there could be.
The
right?
horizon
It could be a mirage behind farther than the horizon. Like you see that all the time.
But the thing is, it's not the floor. Like that's the limit of the floor. Period. Like you're not seeing anything beyond that. Like so, whatever you see beyond that, it would be something higher than the horizon, which would be an increased angle that you would be able to make something visible. So it's like they don't understand that there's just a limitation to what you can see, and I don't know. I don't know what their deal is about that. But what you're saying though, to your point, yeah, you know what's crazy? All of those refractive effects, I'll call them, mirages, superior mirages, inferior mirages, thinking all of that stuff. Guess what? All of that is only possible over a plane. Because how the fuck are you going to have the angles for all of those effects from your perspective if you weren't looking at a plane that was mirroring something or bouncing the? You get what I'm saying? That's what a mirage is. It's a mirror image of the image below it, of the area below it. That's why there's two images. You got the real thing and you got the shit up top. When they say Chicago's a mirage, that's not a fucking mirage.
I just love how simple it is on this side of the fence. Hey, that's Chicago.
Right.
They have to say, oh no, it's actually a mirage. It's like, what the hell, dude? How desperate.
Well, everything. Look, if you see this far, well, it just means it's, what do they call it? When it's like a really large refraction. It's like super refraction or something like that. And you go, oh, so they just do an equation to make it back to a ball and that is refracting by this much because the Earth is bending at this rate, so it must be refracting to go around the ball.
That's not refraction.
What's up, Kiwi?
Have them define refraction then. That's what you do.
Yeah.
Define, well, not for them to. You ask them to cite it.
Okay.
That's not refraction. They don't know what refraction is. I've yet to run into a baller in 7 years that knew what refraction was. They don't know what the fucking... They just bagok it.
Because it's the two mediums, isn't it? That's the definition.
Yeah, it has to have two substances. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Am I too good for you, QE? I was saying refraction a mile a minute to hear you call me a dumbass cracker. You didn't call me a dumbass cracker at all. I feel very violated.
Well, I just sat down.
All right.
Well, so for someone who's a layman to the refraction topic, maybe someone in the flat earth side, does it, because they say it makes things appear further. That's not true, right? It's closer?
That's not refraction.
Okay.
They've got to come up with something else. It's not refraction. Like I said, have them cite it and then read off the citation in front of everybody, and it'll show that they have no idea what refraction is. Even in their fairy tale paradigm, or the refraction that's not refraction doesn't do what they say it does.
So when they say like it's because it's going through this medium air, and then it changes. Maybe the air changes density, so it curves and slows down. That doesn't happen, does it?
Exactly. That's horse shit. By the way, there are no horizontal gradients.
Yeah.
Think about it for a second.
Yes. Fucking hell yeah.
So you just take them to Snell's law, right? Because that's the law of refraction. It's well defined. It's well known. And it's over at that point. So anytime they appeal to anything in the Atmo, they're fucking morons.
Yeah, because there's no demonstration of that of light bending gradually.
No, it's not demonstration. It's not what refraction is.
Yeah.
They have to come up with another word. So let's. I'll just quickly do 3.
Yeah.
I've been doing this for like 7 years. It's getting fucking old. There you go.
Oh, let me take a look.
Oh yeah, you did this the other day as well because you were talking about light not being a wave as well.
That's a little bit too high level for them, so I just stick with refraction. You gotta have 2 different media, period, or it's not refraction. So come up with another fucking fairy tale to save your globetard.
Yeah, and then they say, varying density. So that's not.
I can't hear you, Elijah.
Yeah, basically, Kiwi's right. And you got to have 2 different media, glass, air, glass, water, air, water. I mean, if you Google it, that's exactly what you'll see. You might type in refraction, they might show you the nearest like eyeglass doctor or something. But it's not.
Now you're not only low, you're roboting.
Eli, you want to do a radio check or? New York got him. But just from my perspective on the refraction thing, it's just like it's gotten so weird because when I joined the debate, the topic back in like 2017, that seemed to be the argument: refraction versus the geometric horizon. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like the Globers used to say, "Oh, that's just perspective," even though we would list off reasons why there's no geometric horizon. A whole bunch of reasons: weather conditions, refractive conditions, perhaps, observer's height, all these things that factor into where the horizon would appear. And they were saying that all those things together are perspective. But now all of a sudden, refraction is somehow proof? I don't know. There's
magical. Wow. Even like I said, even in their own paradigm, it doesn't. Refraction has nothing to do whatsoever with where the horizon is.
Yeah.
Now in their paradigm. In their paradigm, refraction, as it's preached to them by their fucking morons hierarchy, it doesn't have anything to do with the horizon. It has to do with things in relation to the horizon.
Okay.
Not the horizon itself. So I call them the left-wing fuckwit faction. Just make shit up. Because they're not parroting what their superiors are even telling them. They get it from people, from idiot baltards before them, and they just mindlessly parrot it. Like all they say is refraction, right?
If they would just read their own experts like Andrew Thomas Young, they would tell them it doesn't have anything to do with the position of the horizon.
Yes.
Well, that's actually what I was going to say, QE. Because it feels like they're just getting a DM. Hey, say refraction. It's like, what the hell, dude? It's, you know how you huddle up and, all right, everybody, on 3, 1, 2, 3. It's like they're over here like, all right, guys, ready, 1, 2, 3, refraction. Ready, break.
That's what it is. Then that break, yeah, and then you corner one of them, and then you say define refraction. Don't ever have them define. We don't want their definition. We want the definition of it.
Right.
That's a very important point a lot of flat earthers miss. They ask them to define it, which is good, but they don't get specific enough, and then they just make shit up.
They do. They make it up. They just make up their own. Right on the
Well,
spot.
this is what I was going to ask. Redefining terms is a new popular thing now for these intellectual these goofballs. So is this one of the things they've tried to redefine as well? They took level and now it means curved. Are they saying refraction means something else now?
Yeah,
or they're trying to redefine it?
Yes.
Yeah. Damn weasels. I remember when words meant something.
They're redefining everything. I'm not surprised it's in this place too.
Well, that's
They're
why
saying
you ask
that
them for citation, and that usually citation, then demonstration, because anyone, you can get a citation for just about any fucking thing, right?
Yeah.
So it has one more step: citation, then demonstration, demonstrating that the citation is correct.
Yeah, I like that.
Row. I've never heard of a Glover demonstrating anything.
Yeah, they don't like to do that. Someone presented.
That's how you have to go. Like, in some people, people think it's stale when I just want to stay on a point. Well, it's because I'm forcing the moment where I have to say, "Oh, word." Okay, where you getting that from?
Right.
Okay, well, okay. How do they actually show this to be like in reality? Like, that's the same thing Miggy does over and over and over and over, because we know they don't have anything. And you type in refraction, like I was saying before when my phone was going on crazy, is like either you're gonna see exactly what we're talking about, it's gonna be this line supposed to be representative of a ray or whatever of light, and it's gonna go from air to water, air through glass, glass through water. Like it's always gonna be that, or it's gonna direct you to your nearest eyeglass center or your eye doctor. It's nothing about the fucking horizon, moonwalking like Michael Jackson 10 miles beyond, 20 miles beyond where it's supposed. It has nothing to do with that.
Come on. Oh boy.
No one's ever seen when it changes or could describe exactly where that demarcation is between the mirage and where it changes real, because as I've always said, as a sailor, I can go from one place to the other watching it the entire time. Did it just switch all of a sudden?
I think that falls back into the everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome, when they think they can just say something like refraction. It's like it's in their mind, they're thinking we missed the mark somewhere. Oh, just say refraction. They've never even thought about that. Wrong. That couldn't be farther from the truth.
Yeah, that's a really simple way. Just ask them that on refraction, because none of them have a clue.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, QE, you said so it relates to relates to things around the horizon. What did you actually say? You said it's not the horizon, it's things relating to the horizon. What did you mean by that?
In relation to the horizon, that means objects in relative to the horizon. The horizon doesn't, I hate to even say refract because it's too fucking stupid. But even in their own paradigm, the horizon isn't the thing that's refracted. It is the objects in relation to the horizon that are refracted.
So, like in that, you can talk about the Skunk Bay one that rises in height and stuff like that. Or?
No, fuck that.
No.
Case in point, Chicago, because that's what we were talking about. So with respect to the horizon, Chicago is lifted up to the point that you can see it from beyond physical Earth curvature. You see what I'm saying? That's what we're saying. It's like the refraction or whatever they thought it was or whatever they said it was with respect to the horizon. The horizon never moved.
Yeah.
So they don't get it. That's clear as clear as
It could be
daylight.
no more than their geometric limitations, and they can't change their story. Now, it can be less than that due to
I know.
a number of different phenomena: fog, weather, tides, waves, things like that. But it can never be further than the geometric limits of their fairy tale spiritard.
So are you saying just let them claim the refraction? They only get up to 1.225 at 1 foot above sea level.
No, you drag them around with refraction. No, you drag them around identifying that they don't understand what refraction even is. Then you can go. That's number 2. Then you go into that.
Right. Yeah, they just don't know.
Yep.
They're disqualified as soon as they say they pull out a word like that, thinking it's a free pass or something.
Yep.
And they think they're just going to get by, and when they're stopped, they're stunned like Bambi.
Well, that's what they get for pretender clowning.
Pretender clowning. Yeah.
So if they want to pretend to clown, you make sure that they pay the price.
Absolutely.
Now, if they're legitimate, you could tell right away if somebody's asking legitimate questions or making somewhat legitimate claims. You already know. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out the pretender clown numpty dipshits. Or a better word would be frauds that are claiming that they know something that they don't. Then I take full advantage of that. But you'll know it. It's hopefully you do. Hopefully you can.
That's just so tantalizing. I know.
You don't do it to everyone. Like I said, you got to have you got to have some discernment and figure out, the attitude issue. Right? It's easy to tell. Everyone has a gut. Mine may be quicker.
Those spidey senses, huh?
Something like that.
Yeah. That's true.
Yep.
You gotta knock a dude off the high horse if he comes in on one.
I got here just in time the other day when Posit was here on some kind of ramp. I don't know what you would call it.
Well, Beat Up just joined in. What's going on, Beat Up? A resident Glover. What's going on, man? Tell us about refraction.
I wasn't here doing that. I heard a little bit of it was the bot was just playing it, but I wasn't actually here for all of it. So,
well, just tell us what it is.
Don't do it.
Do it.
I don't know exactly what it is because I'm not a big-time researcher on the subject. So,
so you're not a scriptural list, okay?
But aren't the Globers saying that debunks the flat Earth? So why wouldn't you research that?
You mean that's a good answer? Okay, wait. Let's start listing things that we have to be researchers for that are painfully obvious. Running bath water. Why do you think refraction is? Okay, can we start with the definition? Why don't you go find a definition? You do think that words are well defined, right?
That's for you, Beat Up. Is he still in the panel? Oh, he left.
It was too hot.
He does that. He does that from time to time.
Someone just popped in. Coffee Time Thomas. I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, dude. Hey, Sonny, you need to get a new mic or turn your damn volume up. Do something.
Okay, I'll change it.
Coffee time. I don't think we spoke. Coffee time, Thomas. Welcome.
No, I've been here ages ago, man.
Because I raise my volume levels when you're talking, and then the next guy I come in like Creation Bear, and it blows my fucking eardrums out.
Oh, okay.
How dare you, Thomas? It's all your fault.
Oh, yeah, it's my fault, guys. So careful.
Just kidding, though. What's going on? Is this your time zone? Is your time slot? You clocking in?
It's 12:30 Melbourne time.
Sounds like a rip snorter.
A rip snorter?
Timbo knows.
No,
Nah,
I've decided to come in. I've been in here for a while, like a long time. Are you
Nice.
still guys debating about flat Earth? The first time I came in here, it was all about flat Earth.
I think the debate's over, but
Oh, that's all right. I don't want to know. If it's flat or not, I don't care.
You don't care about the nature of our reality?
No, I do care about the natural reality, but you know.
Well, then
I've got
you
other
just
things to do.
contradicted yourself.
I've got other things to do in my mind. I got.
You just contradicted yourself with a low mic.
All right. Contradicted myself. All right. I'm doom and gloom at the moment. I contradicted myself. Okay.
doom and gloom.
Doom and gloom, mate. That's a
Well,
Melbourne. Doom and gloom.
Is the Earth real?
Is that the question?
Is the Earth real?
Okay, well, there's some folks lying about it. That's not important.
Do you guys ever watch that Seinfeld episode? Oh, she's a low talker.
No.
No.
You need to watch it because you're guilty of it.
And he agrees to wear the pirate shirt. That one.
Yes, it was close to that one. Yes.
All right. So the Earth is real, and there are real people lying about it. That doesn't matter to you. You got better things to worry about.
It was the pirate shirt show. Sorry about that, Elijah. Go ahead.
Thomas, he was asking you, brother. I think Eli, he does have the flat earther role.
Look, all I wanted to say is hello, you guys. How you doing? Now, whether the Earth is round or flat, I don't know. I got other problems.
The Earth is round.
Wait, how do you have the flat earther role?
Flat, yeah, it's flat. I always say
Well,
it's flat.
If somebody says the Earth is round, this is very important. It drives me up a fucking wall because
Yeah, it does.
round and flat aren't mutually exclusive, right?
Yes.
Yeah, because you can have a
Alright.
round penny and it's fucking flat. LP, round, flat. Pizza, essentially round and flat, depending on
Okay.
what toppings you got on it.
All right, guys.
That's just topography.
But you know what? I just watched a recent podcast with fuck it. I'm not gonna say his name because I like him, and I'm not gonna do it. But
Well, how about
he
preach?
said no. He said no. The Earth is round. It's just not, and I hate that because how the fuck do you know?
I think I know who you're talking about. Maybe. Maybe not. But yeah, round. It's like, did you guys not have the lexicon, the vocab to say spherical? What
It's not
the hell?
Russian fit, is it?
You better put some respect on my name. But, no, but dude, like, and that's what's funny about the spherical word too, is they're all over the place. Some people will be like, it's an ellipsoid. Like, what? Where did you? Who told you that?
But most normies say it's round, and I didn't know that because I'm a technical a person when I want to be, and I'm like, but it's why the fuck do these motherfuckers keep saying round? It's not that it was just one person; it was everyone, and I was like, yeah, it's probably flat for real. Like that was my beginning.
Yeah, I know that feeling. But yeah,
I think
man.
the answer is because most people are stupid in general.
Yeah. Like, and you'll go, so you believe in like a sphere, right? And they go, well, no, it's not a sphere, not a perfect sphere. dude, I don't know, man. They're all over the place with their globe. It's a ellipsoid, geoid, paroid, not a perfect sphere, potato, like lumpy. Sometimes it's perfect sphere, sometimes it's bumpy. Like, dude, they're shapeshifter Earth over here. Inflates, deflates. It's like, what doesn't the globe do, man? Backflips. I said in one of my songs, we put it on backspin. I don't know if you guys know like tennis or golf references. Like, you can hit a ball in a certain way where you make the spin go backwards. So at Flat Earthers, we put the globe on backspin. That's what I said in one of my songs. I thought that was funny. But yeah, even this girl I dated one time, like total normie, and she even was like, "No, it's ellipsoid," or said something like that. I'm like, "Where the hell did you hear that from? You didn't come up with it on your own." Like, I believed in the globe my whole life. Never was saying stuff like geoid, ellipsoid, paroid, or whatever. That's crazy.
If it's an ellipsoid, they better call NASA to have them redact over 50 years of fuckwit photos they have.
I know, right? Yeah, how can you say, like, oh, it's not a perfect sphere, but then why is it shown as one then? Like, what? Well, it's technically a pear shape. Where do you see that?
Well, I mean, they can trick themselves into thinking well, if you get far away enough, but fuck all that, because I mean, the math calls for the perfect circular geometry. You know what I'm saying? So,
right.
You gotta call NASA and say, by the way, never mind. I don't have a good joke. It's
well, no, I think I got one. Because like, you'll ask them about measurements, or how do you measure this thing, and then they'll try to bring up, well, it's not a perfect sphere. Is your head a perfect head? Like, if I wanted to know, I'm a hat store and I'm selling you a hat. I need to know the size of your head, and you go, well, it's not a perfect head. Like, what the fuck? Okay, and like, what is the measurement, dude? Oh my lord. That's not a rebuttal. It's not a perfect sphere. So what then? How is it a sphere at all? That's the question. Man. I feel like that's another thing that just falls into this everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. It's like saying, oh, but it's not a perfect sphere. Like, what is that rebutting? Like, what is that in response to? Oh, you're wrong. It's not a perfect sphere. No, it's just not a sphere at all.
It's a pear.
Yeah. Yeah, enter Neil deGrasse Tyson. Technically, it's a pear-shaped. And then on top of all that, they can't figure out what flat even means. I feel like that's embarrassing. Like QE pointed out, some things can be flat and round. Some things can be round and non-spherical. Think of like a tree trunk. I'd call that round in general. Is that a sphere? No. So things, round. They don't really know their shapes or sizes or anything, dude. Flat's out of shape. But they are quick to go, well, it must be disc shaped then. They start reaching for objects. So since that's the case, since they're desperate for an object to attribute the flat Earth to, now I started thinking, I've got this thing now. There is no object you can pick up in your house or anywhere, really. I'd say there's no object on Earth that you can pick up and go, yeah, this represents the Earth. Okay, so I don't think there's such an object in my opinion. So it's not going to be a disc, not a frisbee. I saw someone in the chat say cake, puck. No. I don't know why people are so quick to jump to these things.
I mean, I went to public school, and they never really told us, other than that it's spinning around the sun. That's all I knew. I knew this my entire life. And then like a few months ago, I found out that it's actually doing like insane acrobatics in space. And so I was like, what? But that's the thing. They're so vague in school that it's like, it leads you to where you can kind of imagine whatever you want. And then when they get older, when people, grow up, like, they become adults, they just think, oh, anything.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, they were never taught facts. Like, they were never taught like that this is real. They're just, they're being told a lie, and then when they're told more lies when they get older, they just, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Well, you just kind of helped me remember how they put horse blinders on you, and you see how this comes up with things like gravity. You put the horse blinders up, block out what happened before you picked up this object, and block out what's happening after. Okay, so you got your horse blinders on, you're only able to look at this limited timeline. Oh, see, it dropped, and it's falling. Ignores what happened before, ignores what happened after. Same thing what you just pointed out with the movements, the vectors and stuff like that. You've got your horse blinders on. Oh, Earth around Sun, spinning. But they don't show you, or they don't really consider all the other movements and vectors and things that would be happening as well. To be a Glober, you have to have those horse blinders on. I don't know if you guys know what those are, but I'll post a picture.
Like I was talking, I know I'm gonna be super low on this. Y'all are gonna be like,
that better, yeah. It's like what I was talking about earlier. It's like, they give you this idea of how the air is supposed to work, or something. Not even. You kind of just see the blue planet, and you're like, yeah, the air is just chilling there. Like you never even think about it, really. But then, like I said earlier, or like I asked earlier, you ever walked through smoke before? Okay, you ever walked through gas before? Right, you walk through the air. What happens if you move too fast through the air? Oh, you get drag. Yes. Okay, well, the Earth is an object as well, and it's moving supposedly in a direction in 3D space with the sun very fucking fast. And it's not moving through the air that we're all breathing. It's not leaving it behind. It's not, you know how fast, I would just imagine the atmosphere, the air by itself without the earth, and then the earth come whizzing by like a wrecking ball. Like, is it, I'm trying to get y'all to visualize how stupid as fuck the idea of air next to a vacuum, and then you got the earth just fucking traveling with the sun, God knows how many miles per hour, whatever the fuck it is.
Well, that's why they teach you the most basic shit, right? When you're a kid, right? And they kind of ruin your whole, and they also teach you to follow orders, to not critically think, right, for yourself. And so by the time you're old, right, they say, it's hard to teach an old dog new tricks, right? And so you're kind of used to that. And so then when you finally find out that, oh shit, this is what the earth is actually doing, right? It's like spinning like crazy in space and all this shit. You're like, well, I gotta believe it, right?
No, I'm back with the better mic. How's that?
That was good.
Cool. QE's just trying to help a brother out. Don't come on, son, with a shitty mic. I agree, especially when I have the good one right here.
Real quick, I did get a picture of the horse blinders. Just the memes are so potential with this one. Take a look. I found that there was human horse blinders as well in the process. So I put a couple screenshots. We could probably make some memes out of these. How Globers act, but yeah, the other vectors are hilarious as well. And no one's arguing for those. You know, we asked about axial rotation, but people don't come in here and like, oh, so like everything's moving.
Right.
The galaxy's moving, and that's moving too. Like, how would you argue for that?
We have to show them that. We had to show them those things.
Exactly. That's the saddest part, man. Like, you're gassed up as a globe earther to come in here and like, you're gonna dunk on the flat earthers. They're so stupid, and then they end up educating you on how your worldview works.
Exactly. No, actually, and the globe view.
So you're teaching them the globe all over again.
No, I know. Actually, it gives like a glimmering view of a future day to come in and have another chance to teach a glober like complex things like how the wind works.
I mean, we have to basically reverse indoctrination in a few minutes, so to say, whoever ear is listening.
Back to the way we were, right?
Yep.
Like, we have to go back to the way we were before. We changed our mind after seeing new information. What a concept. Is this too low? Shit. All right.
Well, it sounded fine.
Cool.
Somebody in the chat today posted Eratosthenes with divergent rays in their little diagraph. I was like, oh, so what's up with like? I thought the rays are supposed to be parallel. And he's like, oh, where do you see that? Like, why would you think that? I'm like, oh, here we go. Here we freaking go. Man, this is just. 2 seconds ago, we pointed out how we have to educate these guys. Bro, he didn't even know what the Eratosthenes thing was supposed to be. He didn't understand it at all. It's like when you tell him, hey, you know, it's supposed to be, you're supposed to be proving it like this. He's like, no, that's incorrect. Okay, dude. Just be lost then. It'd be nice if more of them were sharp, you know, someone you could really test your skills with.
You really think someone who's actually sharp, right, who like thinks logically, critically thinks, is going to believe that in the first place?
That is a good point. That is a great point. I've been saying things like that for a while, actually. It's like, all the smart people already became flat earthers, right? We're dealing with like the bottom of the barrel. We're scraping at the bottom of the barrel now with some of the leftovers, it seems. But I mean, there are still people out there. If I would say that it's not like the conversion rate. People aren't going from flat to glow, so they're coming from the other direction. but they have a larger group. So people will still be coming in all the time. I'm sure there's still some people out there that just haven't got the message yet. I mean, we see people coming in here new all the time. Kel, you said you're like a month. You know what I mean? You're only been a month into this, so we got to leave the door open for some people. But
here's the thing: like, I went through school kind of like with my eyes closed. Like, it was kind of like a journey. I don't even remember much of school. I was getting drunk. I was like smoking back then. I was like, fucking around, skipping school. Like, I didn't even take school serious. And I've always been very open-minded. I mean, I've gone through phases in my life where I believe in aliens and like other conspiracy theories, and I'm very open-minded.
Yeah.
I just don't think I didn't go through the same indoctrination that people. I mean, the only thing I've done in my life is I cut grass for like 17 years of my life. Like, that's what I did.
Yeah, nice. I was pretty indoctrinated, even though I was open-minded as well. I think I could probably say that I was interested in aliens and stuff like that as well. But I definitely believed in outer space, definitely believed in the globe, didn't believe in the moon landing. But everything else was hook, line, and sinker. A done deal. So...
yeah, one of my favorite space movies is Alien, the first one. I thought it was very good. Really well done.
I mean, I had trouble with authority, so I didn't really, especially like if the person had a white coat on or something, that would, my suspicion would rise equally. So I was always
Eli said something like that too.
I was always listening very sarcastic towards whatever was coming out of the squawk box. That's what I used to call the TV. Like, I think we knew back then that it was like mind control. We were laughing at it back,
Mm-hmm. I think Eli's experience was kind of similar though, Sonny? Like, instead of the TV, he was like looking around to his left and to his right, and everyone's going, "It's round, it's round, it's round, it's round." It's like, dude, that's some freaking they live shit. Like, you know what I mean?
It's pretty weird. It's pretty weird that they all say round. I caught on that right away when I heard that. And I thought that's peculiar. That just doesn't sound. And they're mostly all saying it like they don't know the difference between round and like spherical or curve, whatever. That's astonishing to me, and a lot of them still say that. And I think it just goes right down the line of the other things that they don't understand. That are just really very simple to understand through your own experiences. Like no, it's just laughable to me that people actually don't know that water lays flat everywhere. Mm-hmm. They don't know this, and they come in here as Globers trying to tell us how navigation is done. And
it's like, bitch,
they're just like, they're way off base. They have not a clue what they're talking about. Because isn't a zenith is directly straight up the vertical line. Those are 2 points. Then you have the horizontal. That's another point. Where is there not a triangle in that? If you're doing an elevation angle. Yeah, so they're just like retarded. I don't know where they got off on, like, they're coming in. They totally they acted as if flat earthers invented the sextant. They really did. They come up with this, and they obviously never asked anybody or looked at anything of how it's actually done, because they come in here with the premonition in the very beginning is wrong. What they're saying is, oh, your purpose is to find the zenith. And this guy, the last time was trying to find your zenith, your own zenith. I go, no, that's your ground position, fool. Like, what? And then asking further on, had they ever done it themselves? No. They say you're looking for the zenith. Oh my God, they don't know what they're doing.
Yep,
They think
you're
they're
describing
measuring the
that
distance
syndrome.
to the
Sonny.
star. They've said that they think the purpose is to measure the distance to the star. What? They don't know what they're talking about.
Mhm, mhm. They're trying to diagnose you because they think you've got it wrong, but it's the projection. They've got it wrong.
Yeah, and they never looked it up or ever did it themselves in real life. So, ta-da! Like, how much further do you need to inquire with someone like that? And
I know.
they're telling you like they know what they're talking about. Didn't even know what the nautical almanac was used for. Hello, like, wow, that was shocking. But that's okay. It's all in a day on the flat Earth.
Sure is. So I might have got a better name for that syndrome. So I've been calling it everything a flat earther says is wrong. The syndrome is a bit long. What
The
is
guy
what if?
earlier, you remember him? We started to talk about navigation because he was like, I get what you guys are saying and all that, but but then when you go to the almanac, there's some spherical stuff that happens. I was like, fam, you don't know what you're talking about. He's like, well, it is weird that they use a geostationary Earth, and I'm like, yeah. So that's not the globe model. And they're like, yeah, but the distances and blah 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 blah. And I'm like, and then he was like, well, what if you get 3 points and then you and eventually we got to the point where he was like, yeah, because see, if you use the Pythagorean theorem for to the top of the mountain, I was like, that's where you're fucking up. Where in any of the navigation material did it say that you were going to get the top? I mean, I guess in this case, the star's height. You're trying to do something that's not applicable, nor did anyone tell you it was applicable, other than some anti-flat earther. So I said, you know what? Look, I'm not about to argue with you. If you really want to have a conversation, okay, fine. We can talk about it privately for an hour. Bring everything you have.
Yeah, because see,
I doubt he's gonna do it.
People can go with almost pinpoint accuracy, depending on how many times you do a sighting per day. I mean, you could really knuckle down on it and get your timing precise and everything, chronometer set like precisely, all this kind of thing. Like, that's only going to make it. But what you're able to do is go across the entire Pacific almost, at least 2,500 miles to Hawaii from the West Coast, something like that. And like that would be a tiny, if you think of how small that would be in your aperture, if you're looking across vast amounts of ocean, that you can find that with pinpoint accuracy and make your way right into Oahu, So like, because even 100 miles offshore of a tiny little island like that, like you can't see it. You could miss it really easy. So there's no way you could be able to reliably in the huge ships that do that all the time, back and forth across the oceans like they're highways. They're drawn out, these shipping lanes, on these flat charts all across the oceans. That's a trip when you get a grasp on that stuff, man. So that's where the rubber hits the road. The ships are actually making it there, like before GPS. When I was using the section, it was before GPS. The 4 months I was out at sea on the 51-foot sailboat, sailing 6,000 miles, me and 2 other people. So you find your way. You do it with those elevation angles, and any other adjustments that you make are only different things. Like there's different variables. Like I think the height of the elevation angle, things like that, will change it. Like it does do something to that, and they give you these little adjustments you make here and there, right? But I think what the Glovers are doing is like the celestial sphere is a real thing. So they've just taken that. They think they. That's what happened. Anyway, that's that. Give me a month of practicing along the coast, and I could find Hawaii myself, guaranteed.
Oh my God, Dogs Are Gods is in the chat. This dude's a glutton for punishment, man.
Yeah, when did he get?
Dude,
How long
listen,
ago was that
you're
last
like you picked your intestines up off the floor and stuffed them back in the hole, and like now you're like holding your stomach together, saying, just a flesh wound. Like, come on, dude, there's nothing left to you.
Then ran him out on a rail, like tarred and feathered.
Dude,
we told you not to come back again. No, I'm only kidding.
I mean,
come on back, yeah.
Dude.
Wow. What are you trying to do? Run him away, Indio?
He's like.
Scared another person off, Indio?
No, Dogs Are Gods is in the live stream voice text. I'm just saying, man. Dude, glutton for punishment.
Ooh, can we get him in here?
Oh, you need something to do for 15 minutes?
Oh, yeah, dude, I got 30 to kill. If he...
you got 30 minutes? 30 minutes of pain. Here we come.
Yeah, let's go. Let's bring him in there.
30 minutes of mayhem, ladies and gentlemen.
What do we want to get? We had a couple of points. Oh, he was going to bring a refraction model. What else was he going to promise to bring us? Oh, yeah. What was it? What was
it? Freaking clown shoes are?
No, the tow tank information. Who requested that? Was it Timbo? Or Flying High? Somebody requested that information.
That's funny. He would say that QE hasn't debated for years. There hasn't been a debate in here for years because there's no debate. There's no debate at all. Why do they keep thinking there's a debate in this?
Yeah, it's my concepts versus your objective reality.
Yeah, that's what
Dogs Are God said. Will he be a big boy? Are you going to be a big boy, Miggy?
Yeah, I believe so. Let's see what he got tonight.
Oh, he's in here. Hold on.
Yeah, he's deaf muted.
You ready, Miggy?
Let's go.
Because you know what's that trick and jaw starts chattering, man. This is like popping the cap off a champagne cork.
Oh shoot!
Oh, it's always party time.
Shit. Did he leave? Fuck, dude.
Yep.
Did you kick him?
No.
He just left. Just disappeared. Got scared. I think he got scared.
Dude, oh, there he is. Hold on, dude.
Now he's back.
Yeah, I'm slow, man. I just want to make sure Miggy's ready, man. He's chewed his food and shit.
Let's go.
So your mic's free. Dogs are cap or Dogs Are Gods.
Dogs are cappuccinos.
It's a cap thing because you're calling me a liar.
Hell yeah, dude. You have always been a liar ever since you started this debate.
Okay.
Are you denying
what lies would you like to discuss?
You can go. I'll take instructions to build a tow tank for $200, Alex.
So I lied about instructions
to bring that
to build a
information
tow
to
tank.
And not only that, but Indio asked you for a refractive model, the one that you said you were going to go away and come back with. Remember, you were on about that with him.
Oh yeah, I do. He thinks that a mathematical formula like Snell's law having a boundary written up in the formula means that that boundary must exist in reality. So he's got a reification fallacy he's got to deal with. But yeah, Snell's law works.
Snell's law
works on Earth, just not on Earth, out in nature. Just in a laboratory it works. Yeah.
So we were talking about that. So what do you? I mean, is this the latest argument that hasn't been debunked? I mean, you had your Tartaria little arena. Did anybody show up to that? Your debate?
Well, there were people there, and I had some discussions, but mainly it was about the thing that happened a couple of years ago worldwide, and not so much about the shape of the Earth.
Well, that's not very interesting. We want to talk about
one guy showed up.
Go on.
One guy showed up and essentially contradicted himself for about 20 minutes, but that was it.
Well, we're trying to figure out why are all these people in academia and otherwise talking about the shape of the Earth being a globe, because it doesn't make any sense from the standpoint of any logical reason or any empirical evidence that it is. Yet we got people such as yourself who will stand up and say that that is the case, and then when asked if it is, can't provide a direct measurement of such thing. Direct measurement or anything that we can verify.
Have multiple times, haven't I?
I mean, we're talking about curvature to axial rotation, the vacuum of space. I mean, you pick your flavor. There isn't anything that you can provide.
Transcontinental arc of the parallel, the Michelson-Gale experiments, and we've been to outer space.
So you've talked about the transcontinental arc of the parallel. You mentioned that before, and I didn't get.
Yeah, and whoever put in that.
The last time you were on, we were actually directing you to certain pages on that PDF, which I'm pretty sure
which I have read, and it does not say that they manipulated the numbers in order to create that spherical excess. The spherical excess was measured originally, and then they manipulated the numbers after in order to create like a larger map model.
But we're talking about where did all these... Okay, so we're regressing back to the first initial measurement, right? I mean, it's according to you. Is that not the case?
Yeah.
All right,
the
so
direct measurements, when they measured the angles, they found that there was spherical excess. So what's wrong with that?
Because the PDF doesn't state that, first of all. It doesn't state that they actually measured.
You have clipped from the PDF says that there is original measurements, and then they then adjust those measurements. Now, the adjustment of the measurements was to counteract the curvature of the Earth. So the adjustment was something like taking the measurement one direction and the other direction and averaging them out so that you'd remove any Earth curvature from those measurements. And then that's where you got the anything under 180 degrees, or under the sphere, under the triangle, or at 180 degrees. But the original measurements all show, well, not all showed, but a lot of the original measurements showed over 180 degrees.
All right, so if what you're saying is true, is that on the PDF, what you just mentioned?
Yeah, the original measurements are all there on the PDF.
All right, so where in the PDF? Guide us to a page that we can look up, because all of us in here have the PDF. We can quickly scan through where you...
I could probably find it. Give me some time.
You know what? Tell you what. I'll give you a couple minutes. Just look for that where you exactly what you just said, and show us exactly where it is. You got some time?
Yeah, I've got a couple of minutes.
All right. Shouldn't take you that long, huh?
I'm having to find the PDF again because I'm just on my phone, so I'm downloading it.
You can actually look it up. It's a link you can click on.
Yeah, I'd rather just download it.
Meanwhile, everybody who has a PDF, pull it up too, so we can see where he's going to take us. And then if
so you should be able to start at page 101 onwards, and it'll give the direct measurements.
All right, what specifically does it say that you want us to look at on there?
Well, it's the table of the measurements that they took.
Read a portion of where they're actually saying that in that PDF, or a part where you said page 101, and you can start wherever and just do me a favor, cite it, because right now I don't have it in front of me, but I want you to see if you can just tell me where exactly it says that, and everybody else can follow along there.
So if you start at page 63, you'll see that the bottom table all lists spherical angles and spherical excess of. So what you'll have is the observed angles for Taylor, Kent, and Kent base. So those observed angles will add up to, and do add up to, the spherical angles and the spherical excess angles, which is the second column in that. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, so
the fifth and sixth column.
Okay, my original question, going back to it, was direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth, or surface curvature. And this would directly say that they measured the curvature of the Earth directly.
Yeah, spherical excess. It's listed here.
So they did not in any way use any model to then use for this. They went out
They
somewhere
did after
into
that.
the field, right? Into the field.
They did. Yes.
Go on.
Yeah, they did these measurements in the field, and then after they did the measurements, they would apply mathematical formulas to average out the numbers, which would then remove some of the spherical excess, which is why some of the measurements don't have spherical excess. And then they would then apply that Clark spheroid model to it to do that calculation to remove the spherical excess after the initial measurements.
Where was the geographical location of this place, of this field test?
It should be listed there.
Okay.
Clark something or other. Kent. Where is it? 57, 60. Where was it?
Anybody else got the
63? Was that the one I was at? So Taylor Station, Kent Station, or Kent IN base, Kent IS base. Marriott, Linstead. So triangles of the Kent Island base net Maryland, 1844 to 1897.
Okay, since you have the PDF in front of you, I need you to explain something to me. If you have this information on page 101, I want to know why it says a contrary information on page 19, paragraph number 4. If you can flip to that and then reconcile that information.
It doesn't.
Well, I want you to see it for yourself. I don't want to have to say it, because I mean it's obvious that if you look it up, you'll be able to read it.
So the discrepancies between the positions deducted through triangulation and those determined astronomically may result from deflections of the plumb line, or from the fact that the geometric figures are developed on a spheroid whose dimensions are different from those of the actual Earth. Moreover, the deflections may be local, as when caused by mountains, valleys, etc., or they may extend over great areas, where a gauge of density in the Earth's crust is the underlying cause. As far as the present measures go, the curvature of the North American continent along the 39th parallel seems to be immediate between that of the Bessel and the Clark spheroid.
Yeah,
intermediate between, yeah. So that means that they've taken these measurements and that it fits the Bessel and the Clark spheroid.
Okay, so I want to say in maybe the third or fourth line, where it was talking about that they have the actual, it's not measuring to the actual Earth. So why do you think it says that?
Geometric figures are developed on a spheroid whose dimensions are different from those of the actual Earth. So that's because Earth has topography. That's what they talk about directly after that. So the spheroid isn't perfectly uniform as a sphere in its circumference. It has hills and valleys and mountains. That's what the sentence immediately after was.
And what is the Clark spheroid and the Bessel spheroid?
I'm fairly sure those were just sphere models produced by Bessel and Clark.
Why were they used? For what reason do they have if we have the actual Earth to look upon and use those measurements?
We put the measurements together into a coherent, uniform map.
So we need a model. We can't use the actual Earth to then dictate what the, because like what I was telling you before, in the first initial time that I told
you, a map onto the thing that you're referencing in the map. No.
No, but I'm saying I asked you that the numbers, the metrics that we have for the Earth, being the radius, diameter, circumference, were they derived from this? Because if they're using measurement and that's what they're doing, if they're measuring the Earth, they would be able to then clearly state that they are the ones who can tell us what the size of this Earth is by way of measurement.
That makes no sense. So are you saying that someone who originally measures something at X and then someone can come up after and measure it at X as well, that I can't use that second measurement? I can only ever use the first measurement of a thing?
What
if that person's using like a stick to measure and they say this thing is like 1.4 and they don't actually have a calculation of 1.4 sticks, and then you come up with a tape measure in centimeters and you say, well, it's actually like 50 centimeters, and someone comes up with a tape measure in millimeters and say 15.05 millimeters. But I can't use that more accurate, better measurement at the end. I have to use that 1 point whatever sticks.
Well, what are we using today? Because that's what I'm saying. If this was a more accurate measurement, we should have been applying that versus what we're using today as the public information for the metrics of the Earth.
We didn't have the technology on that back then.
Yeah, we have better technology. So we are at currently the point where we have a centimeter ruler, and the 1800s when they were doing the measurement of the arc of the parallel, and now we're at the point where we have like a laser ruler that we can use to measure distances. So we have increased the technology, which reduces the margin of error and increases the accuracy of the thing.
Yeah,
that's a bunch of horse shit.
No, it's about the
page
precision.
19. Hold on a second.
Wait a minute.
Page 19.
Oh, you can't just say it's a bunch of horse shit. You have to actually explain it. That's how to.
So page 19 that we're on, Heretic just posted. I want to go to the third paragraph. It said latitude was observed at 109 stations, azimuth at 73 and longitude at 37. Can you tell me how the latitude was obtained?
They would have just used one of their spheroids. They're really, latitude and longitude comes from the degree angle towards the sun.
So how is fucking latitude computed?
Degree angle towards the sun.
No,
with simple trigonometry.
It's not, you fucking clown. It's the elevation angle to Polaris.
Well, you know, you can use a Foucault's pendulum to figure out
elevation
latitude
angle
as well.
to Polaris. Fuck your Foucault pendulum. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Who's speaking right now?
That was STL.
STL, his hand holder.
Hey, STL, shut the fuck up. Latitude is elevation angles to Polaris. Very simple. Can you define dogs, your crap dogs? Can you define elevation angles for us right now with citation? Please.
No, I'm not going to have a discussion with you because you're a horrible person. I was having a discussion with someone else.
You fucking lose, so I will carry on the discussion. Elevation angle. And I will post this in live stream. Right here. Elevation angle. From radartutorial.eu. Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane. So, where is the horizontal plane on your sphere tard? Dogs are crap. That's what I thought. You're fucking done. They're using flat earth elevation angles to get their latitude.
Ouch.
You're finished. Right there. Have a nice day.
You didn't even break a sweat, QE. What's going on? I feel like you did that in between a bite of. We're supposed to get a little excitement going on, man. We didn't even.
That was a freaking moment there, man.
We're trying to get the feet rubs going, man, but doesn't work. Not anymore.
We'll move down to STL, this fucking clown that wanted to interrupt my conversation. Hey, retard.
That ought to be good.
Yo.
How do they get latitude?
Foucault's pendulum. You can get.
They don't get it with fucking
yes,
clown.
they can.
Who uses that?
You guys like to use old references. This came out in 1851.
Anyway, just to mention,
You don't
look.
need, you want to educate yourself?
Anyway, just to mention,
You're a dumbass.
right? So here's the thing. It's like that was true. That was always gonna be true. Okay, what QE said is it's really that simple. But then you get these people who they're like these 5-year-olds that are like, but maybe but no. It's really just this, and it's not me saying it. It's just reality. It's just what it is. And the funny thing is, they're only nice when they can bullshit you. But the moment that they see that you're not really budging, that's when they start to overtalk you, act like an asshole. So,
Crap.
I mean, on one hand, like, why even give them a chance?
Well, give him a couple minutes.
Back if Conor Moraes is done. But I've got a citation here. Your latitude is you can do either the North Star or the position of the sun.
Latitude is the elevation angles to Polaris. Those are secondary derivative fucking ways to do it, you idiot. You got a citation there.
Which people in the South Pole can't see. Yeah, I can.
Knows that the latitude is garnered from elevation angles to fucking Polaris.
Yeah, unless you have some
University, they disagree with you.
Unless you have some secret information, dogs are crap that no one's ever heard of. Can you provide the source?
I did. Open University Geography.
No, you didn't.
DIY measuring of latitude can be done either off Polaris or off the sun. To pinpoint your position on a map of the world, you need to work out.
What about the?
You need to work.
You fucking moron. How did they plot latitudes initially on their fucking globe?
Well, I think they just came up with like a grid system based on degrees away from the sun.
Up with something
elevation angles to Polaris, you fucking clown. My God,
they just came up with something like you're doing now. You're just coming up with something too. Unbelievable, man. Wow. These are adults we're talking to? Someone should do a new Twilight Zone with the flat Earth theme behind it. That because this would be the strangest Twilight Zone, and it's for real. To believe that people could think the way they do is absolutely incredible. What say you, QE?
It's at this point, it's just fucking boring.
Boring.
He said, "What the Foucault pendulum can do."
Oh,
that shit can do everything, man.
I was gonna say, bro, what can't it do? I had a dude tell me that's how you measure curvature. I'm like, bro, what the fuck?
No, this one's saying that's how you find. That's how you find latitude. He just said.
I still can't get past the fact that Dogs is upset that Quantum Eraser is not being a nice person when every conversation Dogs has is all he does is scream, yell, and abuse everybody.
Well, my conversation today didn't start out like that. Quantum Eraser came in, called me names, muted me, and then...
We'll just forget that ever happened.
Fucking clown.
That's all I've ever heard from you, Dogs. I haven't actually heard you speak to anyone nicely. And then you make that claim because you've spiraled, mate.
That's kind of what women do. No offense to any ladies out there, but women typically
if you say like 2 + 2 is fucking 4, and then you say 2 + 2 is 4, like they're gonna get mad at what you said versus just taking in the information. So it's like, stop being like a woman. You're being mean. Well, what about the actual information that's being said? It could be helpful advice.
Well, the second thing that he looked over to the second thing he looked over to maintain his religiosity is it was elevation angles to fucking the sun. Yeah, bitch. But what did he ask you for in terms of a definite? He asked you for study. He asked you for a definition of elevation angle. So, I mean, you just gonna cry all night? What are you gonna do? Because you can't save face, and now seeing you around is gonna annoy me. So, why are you here? This is a very serious place where people come to learn, and I don't need these guys beating on people. I can't stop them from beating on you, so I'd rather you not be here, man.
Damn.
Honestly, I can leave. You guys can have your little echo chamber somewhere. Quantum Rays can refuse to debate people, or I can just give you.
Just tuck the tail and run. I mean, what's the? We don't need the closing message.
I thought an echo chamber was something where everybody thought the same, not everyone different, unique points of view like we have here. So.
Where's STL, you could talk about the information, not the people that you don't like.
And besides,
I like
so
you
what?
Guys.
We were fed the same information he was, but we looked at it and changed our mind based on the new information. So now,
you want to talk about GPS?
Us about it.
Can we talk about GPS?
Why? Conversation's already over. How do you get an elevation angle off a curved baseline?
Can we talk about GPS?
You got to build to it. You can't just work backwards, bro. When you build a house, you don't start with the shingles and then build down. You build on a foundation. So you don't have a foundation to build your GPS onto yet. Let us know when you have that foundation first.
Yeah, see, you're putting restrictions on what my talking points are.
Not restrictions, bro. Because if the Earth is flat and we have GPS, then what does that prove?
Yeah.
You need to get to the core.
Horoscopes?
Glove's dead already.
No.
They're STL.
It's not.
Elevation angles.
GPS
they use them in
isn't dead.
celestial navigation too to find their location. How do you get an elevation angle off a curved baseline, son?
Let's talk about GPSs.
Yeah, I figured you want to talk about GPS because you're a fucking retard.
You're not going to work backwards though, bro.
Back to curved baseline. Show us how you use a curved baseline with a triangle.
Yeah.
Do it right now.
Curved baseline. That's what we're on. Elevation angles.
Yep. Show us in any kind of basic geometry where it says you use a curved baseline to find freaking right triangle.
Geometry?
What the hell? Bro, get real for a second.
Define an elevation angle with citation, please. Define elevation angles with citation, please. Or shut the fuck up.
Give me a couple minutes.
For you, SGL.
That's all right. I already posted in the live stream like 20 fucking times. But go ahead. You go ahead and find it.
Why are you so condescending to me?
Because
see that we already covered this. Okay, don't be a woman, dude. Don't be like a woman.
Because you're a pretender clown fraud.
Why are you being mean? Say it nicely.
Shit. STL, your mic sounds like shit, bro.
I'm sorry. Is it bad?
And another thing, let me tell you guys something. Yes, I do like to be the tone policer. Even though that I spend my days fucking yelling at everybody and condescending them. But the reality is, you guys let me know that you've never fucking worked a job with men in your life, because this is exactly how we talk to each other. Actually, like I can't stand how soft you are. Not just you, just like the general y'all.
Oh man, toughen up, Globers. Jeez.
Why you got to be acting so hostile there, Eli? Gee, man.
Sometimes as you get older, you need to go to the doctor, make sure your testosterone levels are at the correct level.
Well, let's not forget that everyone treats flat earthers the most nicely. Come on, everyone loves flat earthers, right? Nobody throws shade at flat earthers.
What about
So if
the-
you get some
the
shade
hour-
back, oh no. Sorry, guys.
What about the hour we just spent with the guy in detention and Cogdis, trying to be calm and collected and talk, get through to him, get him to just say something mature and sensible. All he had was, "You guys are losers, get a job." That's it. And constant
Wow.
insults.
How original.
I guess that concludes the smoke show. Nice job, Miggy. Excellent job, QE.
It's like you have been erased. Like poof.
Notice how quick it was.
I know. I'm gonna have to cancel the event already.
Elevation angles. That's it. Yeah. Elevation angle, curve baseline. I agree. That's it. Bam.
It's not an agree disagree issue. It's just a
It
fucking
is.
triangle. So
Just
go back
a
to third
triangle.
grade.
It used to be just a triangle.
It's just a right triangle. So
Then what?
STL, go back to third fucking grade and do it all over again. Try to pay attention this time.
But what about GPS?
What about it?
I know. Well, dude, exactly. What about it? Like, you have to have that Earth that you think is curved first to build your GPS onto. So GPS doesn't prove that the ground is curved.
Yep. That's what they always want to do. Space pictures.
Oh, we
Sure.
can go to space, but we want to stay here for a second.
Exactly.
That's a derivative thing, dude. GPS. Like,
Yeah, ground positioning system. We already know it.
Mm-hmm.
if the Earth is flat, GPS still works. So what does GPS prove to help you make a case, bro? Like,
Can you make a flat Earth?
Go prove
Fairy
Yeah.
tale vacuum. That's all it does.
So
they
it's
can't.
like,
They can't give a direct measurement. They can't refute elevation angles and plane triangles. So they have to do this circular argument with all these little tiny bits of what they believe is proof to try and add up to something.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah. Or Foucault's pendulum.
Oh, good.
bro, you're trying to like attach a chimney when you don't have a house.
Are we talking about Foucault's pendulum again?
Hopefully not.
No, we're not. We're waiting on elevation angles from STL. Citation, please.
Yeah.
And you also didn't provide that
Oh my
citation.
God, you
Did
guys!
you get that?
Wait a minute.
Did you get that yet, STL?
No, I didn't get a chance to, man. I'm trying to fix my microphone. I had to read a bunch of
Fix
shit.
your microphone. Okay.
The guy was
okay.
complaining about my goddamn microphone, and I was
Okay,
working. on
yeah,
it.
that's okay. Calm down. It'll be all right.
Yeah, you're a low talker.
It'll all work out. Just get that citation as soon as you possibly can there, young feller.
Oh yeah. Fucking control freaks, bro.
Okay, well, just do what you need to do, friend. We're still here, so take your time. But hurry up.
Special agents.
Hurry up.
Shh, I'm trying to read this. Be quiet, please.
Oh my goodness!
Unless you're fixing your mic. I was
Is it
waiting to hear
fixed
some
or no?
tools like a drill or something.
Not all right.
You're using to fix
Is
it.
is it any better?
No.
No.
Well, shit.
Maybe just turn the level up in your settings.
All right, is this any better?
That's better.
Yep.
Awesome.
Now turn you down to regular. There you go. Try it again.
Test 1, 2.
Yep, we got you. Go ahead.
All right. Now, got that citation handy yet?
I'm reading this. Hold on, man.
Oh, you're reading it. Why don't you just post what you're reading or just tell us what you're reading?
Reading what you posted.
Oh, you're reading the Q. Okay. Well, that's good.
Well, that's the first step.
Those won't steer you wrong. And you'll find lots of things. People say doesn't apply to reality, though. In an imaginary world, like, is anything possible? Probably. That doesn't mean it's happening right now, right here, out in the earth that you go out and see every day. That crap is happening. Nothing is built that way. Nothing runs on close to near the surface that way or under the surface of the ocean that way. Nothing at all that travels along the surface operates that way. If I defy you to find one single technology that does. Use a globe in their technology. I don't care what it is. It would be in everything.
We're waiting for elevation angle.
While we're waiting for elevation angle. With a curved adjacent.
All right. Celestial navigation has been used to obtain one's person's position on Earth.
Navigation. We asked you for a definition.
I'm getting to that.
Elevation angle. Get with it.
You can't talk about celestial navigation.
That's not the point yet. That's the overall general topic. We're talking about. I'm going to ask you one more fucking time. What is an elevation angle? And cite it right now.
I don't like the way you're talking to me, bro.
A little specificity would work. Come on, dude.
He won't do it because if he Googles what is an elevation angle, he's just going to get plain triangles. Dude. That's it. He doesn't want to do it. He wants to circle jerk back around to celestial navigation where he can claim a celestial plane or some bullshit.
We're going to get there. This is the first step in celestial navigation.
A right triangle.
What is the sextant used for? Well, to obtain elevation angles. Hence my fucking question. What is an elevation angle with citation, please?
He left the call.
Of course he did.
Soft.
Bye-bye, Globetard.
The right triangle. Boy, that's a complex topic. Gee whiz.
So pro tip, Globers, leave the tap dancing shoes at the door. Okay, so when we ask you a direct question, that doesn't mean taps are tap dancing. Clickety, clickety, click. No, just answer directly. That's simple. Well, I'm getting to it. No. Don't get to it. Just start with it.
I tried to have the finger pointers, really point them to the. I don't think or they must need a fucking ophthalmology appointment.
I don't even know what that is, but that sounds funny. You say ophthalmology? Eye doctor?
Ophthalmology appointment, yeah.
Gotcha. I used to want to be an ophthalmologist, but then I had a class with a kid who had a 4.5 GPA and pretty much popped that dream. I was like, I knew that dream was over. But yeah.
Well, remove the multiple choice questions and start getting them fucking narrative questions. We'll see how far that GPA goes.
True.
You want an answer to that horizon angle?
Horizon angle?
Yeah, the elevation angle from the horizon. Elevation angle that you measure from the horizon, right?
Go on.
Yeah, cool. So an elevation angle is the angle measurement from the horizon to whichever point
that's
on the vertical plane.
That's incorrect. Horizontal plane, not the horizon.
Right, yeah, horizontal plane. Yeah.
Okay, I was incorrect. Now, what's the problem with that?
Well, where's a horizontal plane on the sphere, Tard?
You can choose any flat point, any piece of water, or the actual.
There isn't any horizontal planes on a sphere.
What are they teeter?
Well, if anything left to right is the horizon, anything up and down is the vertical.
Not horizon. I said horizontal plane, dipshit. There are no horizontal planes on a sphere, Tard.
Yeah, what are they just teeter-tottering on the fault?
Why not?
At all points?
Why not?
Well, no, it's a curved horizon.
Antithesis, clown fuck.
Horizon
sphere.
Curved.
That's how.
There is no truly flat surface on a sphere.
Yeah.
Where does it say the horizon has to?
Where does it say?
It doesn't say. It just is.
Oh my god!
It's actually called
Honey, hold on, dude. Y'all are crossing streams here.
A sphere is defined by curvature and not its flatness.
This is it, hi brother. This is exactly the conversation I had earlier. After the guy, doubled up with the other guy who posted the same diagrams I posted. Yeah, the horizon is this. Definitely, the formula, blah 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 blah. And then I was like, "You sure? You 100% sure?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Okay, look at this video. What's the point of? Don't worry about just watch it." Okay, the flags disappeared. What's the problem? That the horizon is at 1.2 miles. Who says it had to be at 1.2 miles? What the fuck? We just had a day and a half worth of conversation. What the fuck do you mean? Who says the horizon? What's wrong with y'all? For real?
I know.
What's wrong with you?
I don't know. Maybe he doesn't. I know what the problem is. He doesn't know what fucking curvature is. Define curvature.
That's the last answer I gave to a question.
Define curvature, you fucking idiot.
Curvature would be where the distance away from 2 points moves vertically, moves vertically on a tangent.
Moves vertically
on a tangent.
The distance from 2 points moves vertically is fucking moron.
As well as horizontally.
Oh,
so can you tell me how I'm
you don't
wrong?
know what fucking curvature is.
Can you tell me how I'm wrong, please?
Tell you how you're wrong. Can you tell us how you're right?
Yeah, sure. So if you want to break down what I said it moves away.
What moves away?
So that means that every...
what fucking moves away?
The line of the curve.
The line of the curve moves away. Can you show that in the live stream? This is fucking remedial retard shit.
Well, I've been kicked out of voice text, so no, I can't.
Oh, Jesus. You're a...
Hold on, let me help you out, buddy. You're just kind of spiraling.
So, curvature, does curvature have anything to do with vertical drop?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, can you have vertical drop on a horizontal plane?
Yes.
Oh, you're a fucking... Get the fuck out. You're a retard. I guess we got to define what horizon is. You see how we just go back and back and back? All right. So define fucking horizontal.
Tangent to vertical.
That's not the definition. Citation, please.
It's my own definition. I can read one out if you'd like me to. You want me to Google it and read one?
It's a tangent to vertical, you fucking moron.
Isn't that what I said?
Yeah, you said it's a tangent to fucking vertical. That's what you said.
Yeah. Okay, and?
God, you're a fucking retard. Get out of here. I'm done with you. Tangent to fucking vertical.
Well, dude, we're not looking for your ideas. The citation would be nice.
Tangent
even if you're allowed to stay.
Unbelievable, a tangent to vertical.
Can you explain to the layman why
I'm not doing this anymore with him. I mean, if you guys want to entertain this retard horse shit, then that's on you. I'm not fucking... He's beyond... It's beyond retarded. He would fail third grade geometry. Simple. I'm not dealing with it. You can.
I mean, he said a line and curve. That's not the same thing, bro. That's two things.
Yeah, I'm
crazy. If we enlisted all of the third to fifth grade teachers, and they were like, "Yeah, you teach this all this is what we do," and they'd just be like, "Oh, you guys are just a bunch of you guys are just a bunch of elementary coaches or something." There's nothing that's going to stop this delusion. Y'all keep thinking that the majority is going to wake up and we're going to live in a better world. No. The amount of people that are going to continue to use fallacies are going to stay the same amount of people. The people who are going to wake up are the ones who already knew that fallacies were being used but couldn't identify exactly, with the definition what it was. That's it. It's just us who already knew some shit was fishy and those who just don't give a fuck about being slaves. There's only two things.
Yeah, I heard that.
Well, folks, this concludes the smoke show. I'm going to go and end the event. All smoke has been eradicated.
Okay, so he doesn't know what a curved line is. He doesn't know what horizontal is, but he's going to tell us what all of reality is.
Yeah. I wouldn't let him. I wouldn't trust him to mow my lawn. I'd have that other guy mow my lawn.
You end up mowing the wrong lawn or some shit. Or if I can dig up a video quickly,
somebody would start like adding spherical excess to all kinds of nonsense.
Spherical excess is a bunch of horseshit too. What the fuck is that? Spherical, fucking spherical
horseshit.
Spherical triangles, right? It's a fucking oxymoron. Or married bachelors. You can't. They don't know what a fucking triangle. This is the whole problem. Baltards don't know what triangles are. That's what the problem is.
Or
That's
any
your
part
limiting step.
Or any part therein of a triangle. They don't know the horizontal, the vertical, or the angle.
Yeah.
If I get a piece of paper and I put it over a ball and then I draw a triangle on it and straighten out that paper, the lines that I've drawn on that paper will be curved, which will mean the internal angle will be greater than 180 degrees. Am I incorrect? Can you tell me how I'm incorrect?
Incorrect in what?
That you can get spherical excess by drawing a triangle on a sphere and the line.
You can't draw a triangle on a sphere. The sum angle fucking property of triangles equal 180. No more.
Also, you changed your example there, Dogs. You went from drawing it on a piece of paper and putting that on a sphere to drawing it on a sphere. So make sure you're clear in your example.
Define it. Hold on a second, Creation Bear. Define a fucking triangle, dumbass.
A triangle is 3 lines with an internal angle of 180 degrees. But spherical excess is when it goes over that. It exceeds 180
degrees. You can't have
degrees.
a fucking spherical triangle if it's more than 180 degrees.
Well, I can find multiple definitions about it.
You can, but a fucking triangle, you don't. Okay, I'm gone. I can't do this. You guys, you can entertain this shit. I'm not.
Get the third grade teacher in here. Let's see if she can set this young man straight on basic geometry. Dear Lord, how do you cross the street, my good man? Do you see refracted image of that car coming down the street and you're right in the way?
No, it's just a mirage, Sonny.
Or is it spherical access, and that's going to let you get away without getting hit? Ooh, that's a tough. That's a tough guess. If the Glovers were out there in the world acting like they do in here, there'd be a bunch of dead Glovers. Seriously.
But they do act like that out here.
That's pretty weird, man, I'm telling you. What's going on?
DD, Call of Duty.
I sold my. I don't have my controller with me anymore.
What? You're a controller user?
You already grilled me on this before.
Like, do you know what it feels like? You're just.
So I don't understand the problem you have with spherical excess and triangles on spheres. Can you not imagine a sphere that you draw a triangle on?
Well, you would have to understand what a triangle is to understand that problem.
Well, I'm talking about spherical triangles.
So not a triangle.
A spherical triangle. So it's a type of triangle with 3 points and 3 sides,
not
but
a
it's not
triangle.
a triangle on a flat plane, which would then have an internal angle of 180 degrees. It's on a sphere, thus a spherical triangle.
What's on a sphere?
Triangle?
What's on a sphere?
The triangle.
What are the lines of the triangle?
What are the lines? I don't know. Do you want me to bring up
this triangle
arbitrary
you're
numbers?
drawing. This triangle you're drawing, what are those lines?
They are lines that I have drawn in Texter. I don't understand the
text.
question. What are
On a screen. Okay.
Can you give me an example of what answer I could give that would work?
This is your claim. You need me to teach it to you, or?
But it's your question. I don't understand your question.
Well, you're the one invoking spherical triangles, the oxymoron.
Yes, so if I draw a spherical triangle on like a basketball, if I draw that, then the internal angles would be greater than 180 degrees.
Okay, so if you draw not a triangle on a basketball, then the internal angles are greater than 180 degrees.
Well, it's still got 3 points, try. It's still got 3 angles, try. It's still
That's
a
not an
triangle.
angle.
It's still got 3 sides, try.
That's a cool story about a basketball, and?
Well, that's etymology. So what else would we call a 3-pointed, 3-sided object with 3 internal angles?
Not
3-pointed. 3-pointed, 3-sided object? A triangle.
Now, how does that apply to Earth in any way at all?
Sure. So if the Earth was flat and we measured a triangle off the
That's the beginning of your statement.
then
If
we
Earth was flat,
then-
no, you're to show how it's a ball.
We're doing science. You asked how it refers to a
This
flat
isn't
Earth. So I'm
science.
making an explanation right now.
Geometry.
This isn't science.
Do you want to hear my explanation? It'll take like 30 seconds.
Not if you're incorrect. No, not if you're incorrect.
Yeah,
Well,
so
how
can
do
you
you know?
just
I
get to
haven't
the
said
part
the
where you relate
explanation.
this to
Well,
the
you
Earth?
just said it was
Your claim?
science, so you're automatically incorrect. Sorry, Central.
Does science not contain hypotheses?
What you just described is not science, my friend. So
What's the hypothesis?
you need a valid hypothesis.
Phenomenon.
What Earth
How
is?
is that not a valid hypothesis that the Earth is
what
flat? Do you guys
Earth is-
disagree with that
You don't know what the
hypothesis?
constituent parts of the
Once
scientific
again,
experiment is.
Huey's not here to
Well,
say
I
it,
do.
so I'll say it. Shut the fuck up.
Observation, and then you build a hypothesis.
No. Sorry, Svenny's going to educate you now. Go ahead.
There's too much going on here. So, what is your claim?
No, what you
as
do
it
is you
pertains
draw a
to the Earth?
triangle on the base of
Fuck
the Earth.
no, dude. Go ahead, Central.
What's his claim as it pertains to the Earth?
Yeah, bro, we're all over the place anyway. I mean, you were supposed to get a citation. Now we're talking about drawing triangles, not triangles, on spheres.
And then you said you come up with a hypothesis, but you need a observed natural phenomenon for that. So
What,
is
you
that?
drawing a triangle?
Yeah, he's going to try to tell us what
Come
the
on, retard.
hypothesis of a triangle is.
So he doesn't know what
let's
a
cut
triangle
to
doesn't know what
the
science
chase.
is.
He says that he's drawing a triangle on the Earth, which he says is a sphere. So the lines of that triangle, what are they?
They are curved lines.
What are the lines themselves?
That's an oxymoron.
So,
So how
in
do you
this
have
case,
curved lines
in this
in a
case,
triangle?
the lines are optical measurements from a
I
from a
see. You're talking
station
about lines
to
of
a
sight.
reference point.
You're talking about
Yes.
lines of sight, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay, so you've got curvy lines of sight, however that works. And therefore
No.
you deduce that the Earth is a sphere. That's pretty stupid, dude.
No. You have lines of sight to a certain elevation in order to get the elevation consistent so that it doesn't suddenly go at one angle then dip down to another angle.
Just say no.
Along that distance, along the
So not
distance,
curved lines
you
of
need to
sight.
calculate what the shape of that distance would be. So if it was flat and you had a known distance that was flat, then the angle and that you measured to your reference point would be X. But if
that's not a shape, moron.
was a curved surface, then the angle to your reference point
That's
would
not
be
a shape
What
either.
does the surface matter? You just told us that the line is a line of sight. Is that line
Because
of
you need
sight
to know
physically
elevations
wrapping
for
over
that
the
line.
surface of the Earth?
You need to know the elevations of that line. You're trying to calculate distances. And distances would reference the surface of
You
the
don't have
Earth.
straight lines of
So
sight.
the
You
elevation at all
Yeah.
points along
Excuse me,
the
sir.
observed line that
Excuse
you've
me, sir.
created must
Excuse me,
be
sir.
an
Excuse me,
equal
sir.
elevation.
Excuse me, sir. You do not have straight lines of sight.
And they would reference
Well, no,
something.
there's
which is the
refraction, but
Clark and the
refraction's
basal.
included.
It would be the Clark and the basal ellipsoid, right?
We already
What was
went
that
through
doing?
this. They did that after the fact.
Yeah, they did do that after the fact.
So they took the measurement that had spherical
No,
excess,
sir.
and after
No,
the
sir.
fact, they
Excuse
used
me,
the Clark
sir. Excuse me,
ellipsoid
sir.
to
Excuse me,
reference
sir. You didn't,
so
no,
that they
excuse
could
me, sir.
calculate.
Excuse me, sir. Shut up.
Right.
You do not get to beg the question of refraction, accounting for refraction, the globe Earth refraction, before you've proved and measured the shape of the Earth. I'm sorry. You do not have straight lines of sight in your paradigm, and you cannot prove your curvy bent lines. Okay?
All you have to do is ask, not just
Start
think
again.
so you can
Start again. Start again, sir.
All you had to do was ask, do you want to know about refraction?
No, we don't want to
No, it
know
doesn't
about
matter.
it. We already know about it.
We just
So
need
you
to
want to
know
punch
that
it into the
the
conversation, we'll
There's
need a
already
citation.
evidence of refraction, right? All I need is evidence of
No.
refraction, and it's no longer.
No, sir. If you want to punt it into the conversation, we'll need a citation first. So go get that. You're way down the line, bro. You
Yeah,
weren't
you
even
don't
able to
get
do
to
the last
win.
5 things.
You don't get to straighten your bent, curvy lines of sight before you know what the shape of the Earth is in order to do so.
Sure. So, do you want me to get a citation for refraction for you?
Yeah, we already did this before. You need a boundary between two media.
That's a reification fallacy.
Okay, Snell's law is a reification fallacy. Then don't invoke it.
No, you applying Snell's law as it is a formula, which is the model, to real life and saying that there has to be a physical boundary because Snell's law contains a mathematical boundary is a reification fallacy. It's taking the model and saying the model is reality. That's reification fallacy. Do you not understand that?
What's the law of refraction?
So Snell's law, I could find
Snell's
it, but
law,
I don't know.
right?
I don't,
Okay,
I
that's
don't
what you
repeat
just
it.
invoked,
But you can also
right?
do Gauss's
That's
law.
what you just invoked. That's what you just invoked, right? Snell's law.
What about it?
That's what you just invoked.
Are you paying
Then you
attention?
get
What about it? Make an argument, champion. Don't just say that's what you just.
Oh no, hell no, dude.
If Snell's law is a reification fallacy, don't invoke it. Don't bring it up. Talk about something else.
You don't even know what science is, dude. So just relax.
So Snell's law is not a reification fallacy. You
hold on. Didn't you just say it was a reification fallacy?
Here we go. No. Listen. Hell fucking no. Listen.
Hell no.
No. First of all, yes. Light going from one medium to another, a physical one. That would be refraction happening. You're saying it's a reification? To say that there are definite boundaries, then how the fuck are eyeglass doctors in business? Because you have light through air, through the lenses, and they refract just right to give you vision, better vision. The fuck are you talking about? The whole example, the real world example of sticking a pen or a pencil in water and the angle seeming to be different. This is real life.
Yeah, so now, what I'm talking about is the idea that eyeglass and the air are different.
I'm gonna ban him, guys. If y'all don't keep him on mute while I'm talking, he's just gonna get out of here. So now, what you're trying to propose is that there are light rays, which don't actually exist, according to Andrew Thomas. Well, not even according to Andrew Thomas. It's an infinitely narrow ray does not exist. But, mathematically, you try to tell me that there's light bending around a bending Earth. You don't have any evidence for that. That has nothing to fucking do with Snell's law of refraction. Why don't you give us a definition for refraction? Why don't you start there?
Okay, so a definition of refraction would be the change in angle of light as it flows from one density of medium to another. That can be optical density or the physical.
Post the citation in the chat and I will read it. Thank you.
No, you asked me a question. I'm just answering the question. Why'd you mute me halfway?
Get the
Why'd you mute me? Why'd you mute me, buddy? Why'd you overtalk then mute me after bitching about me?
Well, you can just stay on mute then. That's fine.
Get the definition, post it in the chat, and I will read it verbatim.
There's some other citations I want too. While you're at it,
in detention, guys.
Yeah, he's in detention. We can fix that, but I also want a couple other citations while he's at it. I want a citation for the bridge towers that you claimed were diverging. What else was it? Oh yeah, we need what was it? Tow tank blueprints. That's what we need. Yeah, get all that for us, please.
While he's there, a demonstration of spherical excess too.
But yeah, I tried to say boundary or that. Look, you're making that shit up, just like you were trying to make up the curvature. What curvature was? No, nigga. Sorry, no, bro. No. Get me a definition, and I'll read it. That's it.
I think it's interesting what you said about optics.
Say again.
I think it's interesting what you said about about optical glasses. Cause I recently experienced, discovered that I'm nearsighted. I have trouble seeing long distances. Right, so I had to go through the whole process of getting, going through the tests and them figuring out at what refractive index was necessary, in the lens for me to be able to see long distances without it looking just like a blur. And never before that had I ever been outside and the conditions in the air were just right for me to not see things blurry in the distance, like to see them as clear. And never wearing glasses, has the conditions outside ever been right, where there's refraction happening in the air for my glasses to not work?
I get what you're saying, yeah. Like how they say, sometimes the horizon is here, some refraction. But you're experiencing just a clear fucking vision. Or a not clear fucking vision based on the refractive index. Like, so they don't even have like a baseline, basically.
Well, it's also a really good point, because then whatever prescription glass they give you sometimes wouldn't work either.
Right. And it doesn't happen. They always work.
That's funny.
Always work.
That's hilarious. Your glasses will only work on a day with these temperatures.
Right. Exactly.
That's fucked.
Why? And the way he talks, way
he's aggro, and
the way it's like, I don't know what that is. Like, I wish I was God for a second, just so I could take a peek into his soul and go, oh yeah, he's bullshitting. For sure. I thought it. I believed it with all my heart, but I know for sure. I'm not even mad now. I'm only
God
mad because
exist, so why are you even bothering?
Like,
oh, this guy again. Awesome.
Because I don't know what goes on in the mind of
how can God exist if evil exists?
What do you mean?
Well, God is all powerful, and God is apparently all good. So how can all powerful create a world in which evil exists?
Yeah. You owe us citations right now. Don't divert away from the topic of the forum here, buddy.
But who the fuck said God didn't want evil? I mean,
right. Who said God is all butterflies? Like, bro,
and you don't have a specific religion to say into your mouth.
Who the fuck is that?
He's with us. Sorry, keep roasting dogs though.
So you don't even know. You. It's not like you're proposing a religion to go look. How do you know what God would do and wouldn't do and have and wouldn't have? First of all, the thing that made all of this possible made all of this possible. Questioning why what is retarded. It's a waste of time, honestly. Makes no sense.
Well, stating you know what God would do is just making yourself the authority, isn't it? You're making yourself God.
But that's essentially what they've done, haven't they? Because they're atheistic, they just replace God with government, and that's why they're also, let's just say, dedicated to the mainstream narratives.
I feel like they hijack government because actually, God, I mean, anything that we can do make sense of math, figures, words, structures, like the government. All of that is because God made it so. Just people are just hell bent on fucking everything up, government included. Like, obviously, once you have a certain amount of people in your vicinity, at some point, things have to be appointed to certain people, or shit won't get done. So it's kind of like a necessity. It's just the people that are speaking for us are well, they're globers and stuff.
So God doesn't exist because it's infinitely more complex.
Nah, he's out of here,
bro. God exists, and he speaks the truth that we are trying to compel to you.
I gave him the hard ban. I'm sorry, guys. I don't want that. I don't want that in here. Like, it's just not. And it's when it comes to
you're right.
I mean, he literally, even though QE is super hot. Pause. Ayo. He comes in strong. Ayo. Pause. Look, y'all understand what I'm saying. And the bottom line is when he's not trying to play all these games and he's like, look, just give us a definition, the dude straight up said, I'll give you whatever fucking definition you want. No, the fuck you won't. Get the fuck out. Because now you're playing games. And we're all grown in here. It's like, the only reason our energy is like this is because we would let somebody like that in here. And it's like, why would we do that? He's not somebody who is a troll but doesn't really know what he's doing. This guy, that's just a part of his personality. See what I'm saying? Because there are trolls that come in here that we end up having lovely conversations with. He's never going to be that kind of person. So he's gone.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Yeah, certainly the most of them share the same personality.
And why doesn't he go join like a Globers United club somewhere where people talk about the Globe 20? Like they got that shit already exists. Space Camp. Oh, why the fuck are you here?
Because they're boring. That's why. These people love us.
People just love to argue instead of actually coming to a point where
there are fans.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's not like tonight I was irritated and I was like, okay, fuck off. That guy's been in here for a while, man. I know. Hell no.
We just have to wait for the person who says, "Oh, they have banned me," and they may made a report on YouTube or a video and try to reprove us. You know, it's like, dude, get your facts straight and come back if you're able to.
But he's a bigot. He's not. We're not actually communicating. He can ask us a question, we can answer it, and he'll totally like revamp or reword or basically just copy paste what we didn't say into the slot in his memory of what we said instead of what we said. And it's like,
yeah,
no,
the attitude. He'll also say something and then pretend he didn't say it and pretend he said something else instead. And every time you catch him on it, he's just going to do that again and again.
Yeah. It's not even.
The next thing you know, good.
I'm going to say, doesn't his name just say it all? Isn't Cap a liar? He calls himself dogs. Dogs are liars. He's calling himself a liar, isn't he?
I changed his name to Dogs Are Cap because it was Dogs Are God before. I just changed it a while back. I thought it was fitting. But Central, what you said is important. Like, that's what's annoying to me is like we slid away from the first thing that we asked him for, and then he got somehow like 15 things down the line. You know, we started talking about like God being like butterflies and rainbows. Like,
yeah, he just makes sure that he changes the subject so he doesn't have to answer when he's cornered on one.
Well, he said, why does God create evil? But you think God is making you come in here and cause a breakdown of communication, which quite literally is why, people fight, people get killed over miscommunication. Like that's like one of the most evil things a person can do. We call them manipulators. We all know and can identify who that was. When you think back even to kindergarten, maybe kindergarten is a little too far, but if you think back to, if not elementary school, definitely junior high school, there's this one person that's cool with everybody. And at first you don't understand why you're fighting with this person or everybody's beefing, but the common denominator is this one little fucking weasel that's carrying information that's wrong, or pushing information along that should have been secret, maybe, or private, and exacerbating a problem that really wouldn't have been there in the first place. Like, we know that there are instigators, there are people out there, and that's exactly the kind of person this dude is. What's more evil than that? Why don't you tell me why God made you? Because I don't fucking know.
Yeah, and if you quote God, please go ahead and quote Genesis and Psalms, It's like, don't twist his words. He will punish you. He's not mocked.
Well, the idea of balance is in every religion. So you have to have a balance, so therefore you have to have the opposite of whatever something is. Balance and order.
So basically he said that he is disproof of God.
But here's the point. Like, people are trying to fight. Let's keep it real. It's Christianity, but dude, number one, the people that we're arguing against, they're the ones that brought Christianity to you the way that you know it in the first place. In God we trust. You go to court, you gotta put your hand on the Bible. Everywhere you go, it was on the dollar. All of the shows we watched, the Pope is like the most powerful person in the world. Like, so I mean, how could you be so, what's the word? You because on one hand you're questioning us about God, but then the same government that you believe in is shoved some version, I wouldn't say it's the right version, some version of Christianity in your face. So how does that even make sense? I don't believe in the Christianity stuff, and forget Werner von Braun putting Psalms on his tombstone, and forget the astronauts saying a prayer before it. Forget all that. I definitely believe that they went to the moon, traveling through us. You know what we have? We have an exosphere, and that protects us from the radiation from the sun, the energy from the sun. Well, guess what? Beyond the Van Allen radiation belt, or whatever the fuck they're called, the sun's energy is everywhere else. When would it not obliterate every atom in your body?
Yeah.
I mean, come on, man.
It's right up there with curvy lines of sight proves the sphere.
It's right up there with entropy debunks evolution and the Big Bang and everything to do with the sphere.
Yeah, I guess the word you were searching for was reprobate mind, maybe?
That's exactly what I was thinking this entire time.
Can you believe that he said that they use the? Sorry, can you believe that he said that they used the reference? Yeah, I think there's a lag between us. My bad. But yeah, I can't believe that he said that they used the reference ellipsoid to remove spherical excess from the measurements. What the fuck is that, dude? I mean, you can just look at the numbers. They add the excess in after the computations are done.
So they're adding it into the mass and then taking it out after the fact?
Yeah, why would they have to do that? Like Indio always says, if they're just measuring the ellipsoid, right? In reality, why would they ever have to reduce it with the reference ellipsoid?
It was strange.
You know what? I'm thinking about quantum measurements and quantum mathematics right now, and I'm thinking about that the way they implemented, the way they calculate those things by having both sides active at the same time. It's like, dude, they don't even care if they're if the result is the same or not. You know, it's like they don't care if it's both sides.
A dude like that's just going to say anything. He literally just makes everything up that he says, and he uses debate tactics. He doesn't actually have any substance to bring.
He literally just spiraled when QE destroyed him.
Well, that was a pretty good expose, because he doesn't know what horizontal is, doesn't know what curved is, doesn't know what a triangle is. Knows what everything is, though. Knows what the entire world is. Doesn't know any of these remedial concepts, though, that fourth graders know. Yeah, they're using a reference ellipsoid to get rid of spherical excess. What is that? Who says that? Him. Just now. He just made it up. As he said it. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, he said it's his own belief, you know? It's like he made it up.
You can just look at the numbers. Notice he didn't post any, and he never does, right? He just kind of waits for a chance for the topic to move along so he can kind of skirt his citation, you know? And he never cites. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
No, I was just trying to feel it because you were saying some good stuff there, but like you even pointed out that his proof or his debunk of God was himself. Like that was funny. So
wow. Yeah.
That's straight out of the
what?
That's straight out of the Zanuck book of I am as the citation, isn't
it? Yeah, pretty much. Oh, it's my definition. That's what he said to QE about something. What was it? Vertical? Something like that. He gave his definition. No, it was horizontal. His definition for it was tangent to vertical.
Yo, anyone that maybe wants to use this and throw it in their chamber. This is a guy who did all the math for the assumed pendulum measuring the rotation of the Earth claim. And he shows that using relativistic math and relational mechanics, the math does not even match the value that the pendulum allegedly records. And then you have to use Newtonian mechanics. And when you use the math for either one of them, try to make them work, he shows that you're forced to recognize that a stationary Earth at rest with the cosmos moving around it would generate the same exact effect using their own math. Thus concludes, the flattened figure of the Earth or Foucault's pendulum can no longer be utilized as proofs of the Earth's real rotation. It's a professor in physics.
By the way, can someone explain to me what kinematically means? Or kinematically?
That was kind of a left turn, wasn't it?
Right.
You mean in these pictures? Kinematical?
Yeah, kinematical, okay.
Kinematical, yeah.
Okay, I understand what you meant.
Yeah, so like it's basically the study of the motion of different bodies. So, like, if you look in back in the day, you have when the heliocentric model was first put forth, or even the geocentric model, when they first tried to explain the motion of the stuff in the sky in relation to the Earth, that's called kinematics, right? So they drew a bunch of circles, and they were like, this moves here, and Mars moves here, and Venus moves here. They tried to map out where they went, where they moved in the sky, right, relative to each other. That's called kinematics, kinematical model. Okay. Yeah, and then dynamical is where you try to explain the force between the two bodies that cause that motion. So you have kinematics and dynamics. Dynamics is where you try to explain the motion. Kinematics is simply mapping out the motion basically with geometry.
That
makes sense.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. So you got like Kepler, kinematic. Then you have Newton, dynamic. Yeah, and what he's breaking down here is so funny, dude. That part where it says kinematical, it's hilarious. I dropped the whole PDF right there, but he says, so these two numerical calculations show that general relativity does not yield the measured values of these quantities in the Earth's frame of reference, and talking about the quantities of the pendulum precession. He said this analysis shows clearly that in general relativity, kinematically equivalent situations are not dynamically equivalent. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty funny, man. But,
I mean, what's the point then?
Well, just a misnomer that people think like, oh, everything's relative, so everything's valid. This is moving or that is moving. But you can say like, oh, this, either you could say this body's moving in relation to that, or like Einstein said, you got a carriage going down the road. You can be like, that carriage is moving on the road, or you could say that carriage is not moving and the road is moving. They're the same thing, right? That would be
okay. So it's just a definition to their own explanation of their theory.
Yeah. But he's just showing that people think that the kinematics and the dynamics are all this interchangeable within relativity, but in fact they're not. If something can be kinematically the same according to relativity, meaning you could say either that's moving or this is moving, but the dynamic forces between the two, they don't even claim it's a force, but whatever. Dynamic relationship between the two wouldn't be the same mathematically in their own paradigm. This guy goes in depth, shows the math. In summary, they shows the heliocentric model, shows all the math of both Newtonian and relativity frameworks, and shows that when you apply it to the pendulum, to claim that the pendulum is proof that the Earth is rotating is actually patently wrong, and that it's equally valid to say that it's not, that it would happen. Like, okay, what he says is the flattened figure of the Earth or Foucault's pendulum can no longer be utilized as proofs of the Earth's real motion. In relational mechanics, both facts can be equally explained with the frame of distant galaxies at rest, exerting a gravitational force on bodies at the Earth's surface while the Earth rotates relative to this frame, or with the Earth at rest while the distant galaxies rotate around it, exerting a gravitational force on bodies at the Earth's surface. This is a paper he wrote in 1999, professor of physics. I have a few other guys, another dude who does a Newtonian, Machian, dynamic breakdown showing the same thing, and that basically the Earth at rest, with the cosmos moving around, it would move perpetually. The whole point is that you can take the pendulum directly away from a baller, right? Of course, you can say correlation doesn't equal causation, and you're just assuming that the Earth is spinning and blah, blah. I get it. But you can take it away from them in their own paradigm where they have literally no choice. Like according to their own model and their own two theories of gravity that they like to bounce around back and forth between, it says that you have to concede that the Earth at rest is an equally valid explanation for the pendulum.
Yes. Is this why Einstein said what he said about no optical experiment? Like he would have recognized Foucault, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's a whole, maybe, right, because he says, he's talking in the context of seemingly experiments with light, but he does also say terrestrial experiments, so yeah, he would have already known about Foucault from 1851, yeah.
Right.
I mean, talking about the pendulum is absolutely nonsense. It's mechanically driven. And when every full moon is happening, this machinery doesn't compare, or not compare, but equalize the differences between the measurements they want to have in order to still deceive us. Instead, it goes out of the line and they explain it away somehow. I don't even know what they're explaining because I do not care, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, I have the most popular position here. I don't think that the pendulum phenomena is entirely fabricated. Like, I think that it is actually a proper time to use the word parlor trick. And people mess with it and assume a lot of things and just mess with it till they get what they want. But there seems to potentially be a real effect. But it seems to be affected by the sky, which would make sense if it does change during the full moon. It would make sense if it changes during eclipses, like the Elias effect. Just think about the entire cosmos moving around the Earth, sitting still, with all that angular momentum required to move all the way around the Earth so frequently. It really does kind of stand to reason that there would be force translated down to the Earth. I actually can't even conceive of a way that there wouldn't be one.
It's definitely nice fine, man. But what about when they say that it can that it has there's a different effect at different latitudes?
Yeah. I mean, there seems to potentially be some truth to even that in the north. I'm not fully sold on that, but one thing is I can't find any evidence ever of it not precessing at the equator, and there's no real reliable information at all about it in the south, much less the poles. So I don't know. I don't make a claim about that. The pendulum. I just know that our position can't explain it, whether it happens or not.
So there's no case of anybody trying it at the equator?
No, dude. I've asked like the Globe Zealots, like their MVPs. None of them have ever seen it, can find me anything. They have nothing. Like, they just assume it.
That seems weird to me.
Yeah, wouldn't that be like the first thing you did was map it all the way down to the equator, show that it stopped, and then started going the other way?
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah, you'd go to the poles and the equator. That'd be like the first thing you do. Like a spinning ball, centrifugal force, different sizes, based on the angular momentum of a ball. This is what would have to happen. Let's go test our theory. Poles, equator.
Well, not to be all conspiratard about it, but maybe that is the first thing they did. And the result wasn't what it should be.
Yeah, maybe. From my research, like the first time they actually did the pendulum, it didn't work. Literally, it went the wrong way. So...
Yeah, I'm looking at this. That's a lot of pages, man. I gotta look through this.
Yeah, I'll try to find the one that you want to go straight to the section about the pendulum.
No, what caught my attention was you're talking about Mach.
Yeah.
So Mach had actually even Einstein toyed with this idea that the speed of light is variable, not a constant.
Check him out. You're one of the only people I know that knows this. Yeah, so the Machian principle, basically, as it applies to this discussion, that if the Earth is stationary and the sky move around it, it would transfer force to here. And then Einstein's like, he wrote letters back and forth to Mach and was like, damn, I kind of have to concede that this is true if I want to put my theory forward. And then by the time he gets through a GR, he's basically saying light actually doesn't have a finite speed limit.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess all this was worked out as far as like the equations and shit by a guy named Robert Dicke in the 1970s. There's actually a YouTube channel with a guy who's like, obviously he's a Glober, right? There's, you know what I mean? He's obviously a Glober. It's called Unzicker's Physics.
I would like to definitely get my hands on both the things. You said,
Dicke? Yeah. So I'll post a link in the. I mean, his explanations are pretty. The fuck. His explanations are oh, I just did it twice. I'm a fucking moron. So yeah, so let me give you a
this dude is drowning.
A video that gets right into like this particular thing about Mach. So the thing about Mach's principle is, the theory is that G is like big G. It's actually derived from all the mass in the universe, right? In their cosmology, that G is like, if you divide all the mass in the universe by something, G will spit out. But they don't know like all the variables to get that something. But that's like the hypothesis.
Yeah, like I'm doing my new show, Relatively Speaking. I kind of break down, I just focus on like geocentrism versus heliocentrism, and then like relativity and all that.
His focus, but his focus is like quote unquote explaining gravity. That's why he is like into it or whatever.
Well, that's cool. That's still our best friend. Like any physicist that's willing to at least somewhat honestly look at the problems with it, it's good, right? To wake up new people, that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at it like new people are going to be like, wow, this is crazy. I didn't know this. Like that screenshot I just dropped right there from an Introduction to the Theory of Relativity by Rosser. He explains very point blank that actually, according to relativity, you can definitely have things go faster than the speed of light with immense energies at distances away from the Earth.
So I'm going to read through this and I'm going to see how this ties into what I already know.
Yeah, it's
from
cool.
reading the screenshots you posted, from what I get is that their general relativity and Newton's prediction are not equivalent.
That's right. I mean, he's actually saying that only Newton's prediction will even really work for the pendulum with the relational mechanics.
He also says based upon measurement, and who knows, but like I got to read through this to see.
Well, that's why I'm
only here. Like what was the actual measurements? It says was observed experimentally is the precession given by Newtonian mechanics.
Yeah, it's obviously just like taking like the.
Are you sure about that? You know what?
Yeah, of course. But like this is like it's just a hostile witness on steroids. You know, it's like you can force intellectual honesty upon your opponents because within their own paradigm they have to concede it doesn't prove the Earth rotates.
Oh yeah, I go bash them over their head with their own stuff, man. That's great.
yeah. Like obviously, I don't buy any of this. Like, I do find it interesting though, bro. Like where he's showing the equivalence with the rest frame of the Earth, and he's like, we can. The math works perfect just to use it. It behaves exactly the same as like a Lorentz magnetic force, which is interesting, right? Because you know. It could be what's actually happening, bro, right? Like the sky is moving around us and everything does seem to be electromagnetic. So now obviously these distances and all that, these masses and all this nonsense, right, it's out of left field, but yeah.
Well, obviously he's within the globe paradigm, right? So.
Yeah, exactly. But that's something else I found out was very interesting. I didn't know. So like, Newton, what Newton said was that there was a fixed background of space, that like it was an absolute space.
Yeah. So that's why like when they try to like mix and match like relativity and Newton, like they don't go together. It's like water and oil, man. It does not mix.
Yeah, it's so stupid. It's so like they literally make opposite claims, Yeah, like Einstein specifically says that space is not fixed. And of course, at a simple level, right, you have like the object will continue in a straight path unless an external force acts upon it. So if you drop an object straight down, it would free fall straight down until another force acts on it, according to Newton. But according to Einstein, it can look like it's going straight down, but actually it's going to be curving in a geodesic path, and so it can curve without a force acting on it. So they're like fundamentally different in many ways. It's goofy, but what's so interesting is what I was reading. I read a quote from Einstein or from Newton that didn't make his final, the final copy, the published copy of. I always say it wrong. I always say Principia, but Principia, whatever.
Yeah.
There you go, Principia. Yeah. I don't care. I always say it wrong, but anyway, I guess like Theorem 22 something 43. He actually talks about, the Earth could be at rest if there was an equal and opposite reaction force going on, and he couldn't think of one to propose, basically, but it's because he made space fixed. And if you had all of space moving around the Earth, even within his own paradigm of what he came up with, which we know he was wrong anyway, but if you moved all of space, it would give you real inertial forces. So those very things, like the equal and opposite forces he said you would need, you would have them. You see what I'm saying? Like, because that would actually give you a centrifugal force and then a Coriolis force, and then the Coriolis and centrifugal combined would give you like a net centripetal force. So like a radially inward accelerative Coriolis force that's real, not fictitious. I know that was a lie, but long story short, like according to him himself, if you had these real inertial forces, then you could have the Earth at rest, even within his theory. And you make all of space move with like all of the cosmos move around the Earth, then you have those real forces. So that means that Newton said that the Earth could be at rest, and also that the pendulum could be explained with the Earth at rest, right? Like according to his physics.
Yeah.
But the pendulum is mechanically driven. It's a no-brainer. If it's just like you described, if it's really hanging upon one point without any external force driving it, then it would be true. But it's not. That's a key.
Well, like I said, man, there does seem to be potentially something to the phenomena. Like, it is oftentimes portrayed as a parlor trick, and people go in there like, I need a certain value, and they kind of doctor it. And then when they're in museums, they literally come with a manual that says like, here's how you can mess with it to get the results you need for your latitude. But it doesn't mean that there's nothing to it. I'm not willing to say that. I haven't tested it myself. So,
well, obviously there must be a different force guiding the pendulum by a full moon, for instance, therefore not compensating for the mechanical driveway it's operating. So this is a summer.
Yeah, well, there you go. Like, if the Elias effect is real, if the moon is actually affecting it, then it's not that the phenomena is fake, it's that it's bastardized.
Yeah.
I just found an interview with this guy who wrote the book.
Oh, yeah?
Here, I'll post it.
The Andre dude? Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, I'll look at some of this stuff.
Hey, I implore you guys. I learned through Mindshock, and I know you guys know about Mindshock. He does logical analysis on things. He introduced me to Runzi Kao, and he's a modern day physicist and scientist, a biological scientist, and just a renowned award-winning scientist. And he broke down how incoherent or Einstein's special and general relativity is.
Yeah, the Asian dude. He scored in the top 99.99999% of the MCAT ever, won the academic Olympic awards for like 3 different subjects. Yeah, he buried relativity. He focused on simultaneity. Yeah, it's pretty cool. That's what you're talking about, right? The Asian dude?
That's right. If you couldn't tell by his name, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
What's his name?
I don't know.
Runzi Kao. RUNZECAO.
Oh, you can never remember that.
It's in the live stream. I posted something.
Oh, you did? Okay, cool.
Yeah, but I didn't post like a citation, just his name.
I'll drop the video. You actually will like it, India. It's pretty. He buries relativity. I mean, at this point, who hasn't? But
well, it was very simplistic. He did get more complex throughout his explanation why it's incoherent, but it's like he was trying to still give credit to Einstein for even putting it out there, because in that realm that you're disputing something that everybody believes in and use or try to use, he had to be respectful.
and he breaks down some pretty like fundamental problems with it.
I mean, there's a lot of problems.
Dude, the whole thing's a problem, dude. Like on its face.
Well, Einstein admitted he only developed it to explain one thing: the perihelion of Mercury. That was it. And he was going to twist the knobs until he got what he wanted.
It still doesn't even work for that, though. Like, there's still a Mercury's anomaly.
That figures.
Yeah, like you have to use one of the most popular ways is like the Schwarzschild equation. I may be mispronouncing it, but and you have to assume a massless path, and then you have to use imaginary numbers throughout all of like equation 7 and 8 to even like get kind of close. And then they use something called the Kerr metric to try to fix it. It didn't work, and then they made a variant of that, and they've had like 5 different ones. Long story short, they can't actually get the perihelion shift to work mathematically still to this day. It's relativity's better than Newton, but it still doesn't work.
Yeah, I don't remember what the Kerr metric is off the top of my head, but I know there's something called the Kerr effect, which is like a nonlinear parametric up conversion of electromagnetic radiation.
So the Kerr metric is like a
nonlinear effect that you can just throw in there, and then like, so nonlinear equations, like linear equations, like you can add them together, right? You can multiply them, whatever. You can't add two nonlinear equations. They're like impossible to solve. So like you can just throw one in there, right? Just throw a couple in there, and you can just adjust the parameter, and eventually you're going to get like whatever observational result you want to spit out by basically twisting the dials.
Yeah,
it's like the butterfly effect. I'm sure you heard about this, right? So like what you put in isn't necessarily what you get out.
Yeah, dude. This is a diagram explaining the Kerr metric. So to try to this is the Kerr metric, dude. It's about
that looks about right about what I'm talking about. So so there's something called a double pendulum. You ever seen this? A double pendulum?
No.
Like so a double, like it's like a pendulum, but like with another pendulum hanging off the bottom with another weight. So it's a double pendulum. The way the pendulum swings can't be predicted. Like,
wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, so like so because it's nonlinear, it's a nonlinear mathematics. It doesn't, and like if you trace the path of a double pendulum, it looks like that gibberish you just put.
Yeah,
that's curious. Yeah,
I'll have to check that out. I've never heard of that. That's crazy. This is basically this is like about a rotating magnetic. Rotating black hole with insane amount of charge, and they tried to apply this to the sun to try to claim that it's affecting Mercury differently because of its proximity to make the math work. And then it still doesn't work because they needed the sun to be a bigger black body than it was and to have a greater charge than it does in their model. So then they proposed like the Kerr-Newman metric, which then had a bunch of different problems with it. So it's not a well-known thing that Mercury's anomaly is still a thing. Relativity did not predict Mercury's perihelion shift. So when you said that Einstein said that was the main reason for his GR, I'm like, what, dude? That's hilarious because he didn't even do it.
It probably did for a very short observational period, and then they made more observations, and then it stopped working. That's usually what happens. Right, he had a data set that he looked at and tried to make equations to describe that data set. But then, after he comes out with the theory, you're going to get more data, and then eventually it'll fall apart.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's like Newton's model, right? So Newton's model, that's why you can't do the 3-body problem. You can do 3 bodies for about 15 minutes, but the longer in time you go, the more it gets off. So it doesn't make a stable orbit. So like if you tried to try to use Newton's universal law of gravitation to predict orbits or to model orbits of 3 bodies, right, with a 3-way gravitational interaction. For a little while, it'll be accurate, but after a while, it'll the orbits will become unstable, and one of the bodies will like fly up into space or crash into the other one. So, yeah, it works for a little while, but it doesn't work for very long.
So what material is the end of the pendulum made of?
It's what made of? I didn't hear that.
The end of the pendulum. You mean the double pendulum that you're talking about?
Yeah. I don't think that.
I don't think it matters. It seems like it's more of a.
The whole thing is just got a chaotic motion.
Yeah, I mean, if it's metal, then obviously it would align to its magnetic influence. So
it seems to have no coherence.
It couldn't be made of wood or something. You know, it's like.
I have a question. So the when you look at an electromagnetic field under a ferrocell, the void where the field doesn't touch, that explains what the observed phenomenon of black holes would be. They look the same anyways, right?
Yeah. I mean, black holes are like a mathematical construct within their framework, but yeah, that's the only real black hole that exists, is the center of a magnetic field, which is like pure inertia and rest.
Yeah, it's just where the whatever material they use to see the field of the electromagnetic construct it's where it doesn't go. It's like the void.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely have my opinion on how I would describe it, but some people get triggered. But yeah, I agree. I would say that that's the ether. I would say that's concentrated ether in really crude terms.
Well, I mean, in my research, I've seen the electromagnetic field under a ferrocell and how NASA will release these photos of black holes, and they are absolutely the same thing as the voids in the electromagnetic field under a ferrocell. So
yeah, I think they're like literally taking ferrocell images and like trolling people.
Yeah, and I can see that because it looks exactly the same.
Yeah, there it is, top right. I think that's the ether. But whatever. I mean, you can't see the ether, right? So, but it doesn't make a lot of sense to our minds, like, right? Like you have ferrofluid, and you put. I actually have the stuff to make one. You put the ferrofluid in like a different oil. And then you press it between what's called two optical flats, so like just two really flat pieces of glass. And then you basically super glue the outside of it, and then you wrap LED lights around it. And when you turn the LED lights on, and like LED strip lights, and then when you put it over a magnet, you can kind of see, quote unquote, see the magnetic field, because you're seeing the density distribution of the fluid. How it's distributing the different densities of the fluid, the ferrofluid and the other oil, based on the magnetic field, right? And yeah, there's nothing in the center of it. Seemingly, it's pretty crazy. So
yeah, I just like to break things down into layman terms and see if it's coherent to anyone else, because this is the way that I understand it. So
yeah, also to make it happen, you have to make it very thin layered, that field, in order to behave the way it does. So it's also a contribution to this. You cannot make a thick layered 2 millimeter or 3 millimeter sized magnetic observation from out of this. You have to make it in nano sized.
Yeah, it's because of the way the light's can interact within the oil. The oil needs to be pressed down. It can't have enough room to be moving around so dynamically that you can't.
Yeah.
But it's still very cool. I think it's one of the coolest inventions of the 21st century. Like, look at that picture, dude. How can someone look at that and not think that like top left picture is incredible? You know, I mean,
what is it called? The toroid?
It's a toroid, yeah.
Yeah. There was a guy on YouTube who I think made this the first example. It was a guy who was he was a bald guy, but was very smart, and he has many tattoos, and he wasn't very talkative in a sense, but he could make his points and explaining certain things.
Yeah, Ken Willer, the Oreo.
Yeah. This was a guy. Yeah, this is when I grew up with him. I saw this guy, and he was excellent. This was how you could explain everything that was going on around us. It's like when he talked about something, in the end, it makes sense. What we have researched, especially in the time he came out in the time when I was especially listening to Rob Skiba, for instance. So he made whatever he explained. For me, it was made sense to what Rob Skiba had explained. It's like in a different way. It's like I don't know how to explain it, but it's everyone functions differently. So regardless, he is a huge insert and great man, I say.
Yeah, people hate on him, but he just talks over their head, so it's whatever. I was actually emailing him a couple weeks ago. I think he might come to our next summit and do a presentation.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I definitely understand, looking at this picture, the magnitude of your excitement. I get it.
Yeah, it's just so cool, man. Like, imagine living in that. Like, what is the Earth? Oh, where's your map? It's like, shut up, dude. Like,
it's the same. I get it, because what is the word? Sympathize, empathize. I don't fucking know anymore since me and Gregory got into this debate about what it's defined as, and then they're like, what? It's because who the fuck knows, really, is what it looks like. Empathize, sympathize, whatever. I had the experience when I was looking into rainbows and coming across, something called conical refraction, and ever since I thought, well, what the fuck else could the sun be? But I don't really say that. I don't really say what I think it is, but I'm like, that's how fucking great and massive and awesome like this place is, and I see that feeling that I had there is the feeling you have here, and this is another thing. You're like, well, I've seen this phenomena before, so that's a giant version of this phenomena that I've seen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know what's so crazy, Eli, dude? Like, you know why we see like red in a rainbow is because that's like red shifting, right? It's because it's longer wavelengths, so it's red, and then the blue and the violet, that's shorter wavelengths, so that's blue. That's all they're seeing when they say they look out in the sky and see red shift. It's just like a rainbow. Is a rainbow flying away from you? No, it's not.
No.
It's so funny that they look like. What happened was Edwin Hubble looked out there and he's like, oh man, I see a lot of red shift. I don't see any blue shift though. And there should be some blue shift somewhere. So they said the universe is going away from us in all directions. But no, it's just you're just looking at longer wavelength. So it's red, just like a rainbow.
Yeah, and another thing is when the guy who basically invented this, what you posted, what was his name?
Ken Willer.
Ken Wheeler. Yeah.
Drop his YouTube. It's the Oreo hypothesis.
Yeah, when he held a magnetic force against the TV screen, he basically, this was the thing that explained everything. It's like he had the tool already present. I don't know how to explain it, but it was mind blowing. It's like.
Yep. If you use a neodymium magnet and you put it up against one of those old school TVs, like a CRT TV, so like the static TVs. You can see basically the effects of the magnetic field. You can basically see the field.
I don't know if you guys really want to entertain anyone, but we got false dilemma fallacy in here without any roles if you wanted to talk to him. Welcome, by the way, false dilemma fallacy.
He doesn't have control of his mic yet, I don't think.
Yeah, he doesn't have any roles. I just figured I'd welcome him and also say you guys can give him a chance to say something.
Exactly. It's up to the mods, man. You guys handle that?
Yeah, that ain't me.
Good talk, man. Great. I love that magnetic field, man. That's a pretty cool thing. There you go. There's the TV. Yeah, I've done that shit. I grew up with the tube television.
I like talking to you guys about all the in-depth things. For me to be able to understand it, I want to be able to say it in layman terms.
Well,
I want to prove that I know what I'm saying by using the layman.
It's pretty coherent. When Witsit talks, man, it takes us all a couple of days to kind of figure all that out.
No, actually, I can understand. Like Witsit talks very fast, but he doesn't say any kind of word salad that people like to say that he said. It's all very understandable if you're paying attention and not just dismissing whatever he's saying. You're just hoping that he's going to hurry up and finish talking and go ahead and get whatever point you want in.
Hey, Witsit, man, I don't know. I got I'm subbed to 400 channels on YouTube, man. Truthers, mostly some music stuff, but all of a sudden, man, there's all these videos popping up trying to debunk you in some debate, and I was like, "What the hell is going on, man? Why are they coming after you about this one debate you had?" That
no,
I don't even know. I didn't watch it.
Because it gets lonely out here with no cloud. I guess. I
guess it's weird. Man. Just all of a sudden, man, it's like Witsit doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm like, holy shit, man! The guy talks about a million things. And you're going to pick out one that, sure, it could be debated. Okay. But it's just weird, man. It all happened in the last 3 days, too, man. It's like
freaking MJ in his prime or something.
It's crazy.
The guy that you debated with that was kind of rude the whole time.
Yeah, I didn't even know him. Yeah, that dude was a loose cannon. It's kind of funny, though.
Anyway, just something I noticed. All of a sudden in my feed, man, I'm seeing all these Witsit videos. They're all talking about you. And I'm like, well, that's weird.
Yeah. Doesn't surprise me, though.
Anyway, it probably doesn't surprise you. Yeah, I'm sure you've probably seen 1,000 of those at this point, right?
It happens, bro.
All right, moving on. Back to the magnetic field. Love it. Ken Wheeler's great. Yeah. Man, that guy's so smart. And he's way above my head, man. 100%. But great information.
The people who are talking about the black hole and such, if you look at the video just was posted at 3:30 and he holds the magnet onto the screen, you can see that it's basically the horizon in all directions, if it makes sense.
Yeah.
From a magnetic field viewpoint, but it's not so that we perceive in daily life. We know how it is. I do not need to explain it. But from the magnetic field's point, it's in all directions. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. It's omnidirectional.
Yeah.
Yeah. In my opinion, magnetism is the secret to all of physics. So I'm not claiming to know the secret. I'm just saying that I think it holds the secret.
I mean, the alignment is seen in the elements itself, what we see.
I think Elijah's trying to say something, guys.
Yeah, Elijah, you're a little bit slow, or not
Do you
slow,
have TikTok?
low.
What's it?
What's up?
You use TikTok?
I don't use it, but everyone's saying I should.
All right. Well, if you want 1,000 followers in 3-4 days, and real followers, not buying them or anything like that, I got you. Why? Because if you're gonna have TikTok, you may as well be able to go live, and you need 1,000 followers to do that. I've had friends who've had TikTok forever, the many videos, and they don't have anywhere near 1,000 for some reason, but it's very easy to get.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I assumed that as soon as I went, all the globe trolls are going to come after me, and they have like hundreds of thousands of followers. So it's just kind of a matter of time. I think that it's like a real toxic, like immature vibe in the flat Earth realm, and I've just kind of put it off. But yeah, I'm about to get on there soon. Why do you can miss me or
The day you decide, 3-4 days, 1,000 viewers, you can go live and do whatever you want.
Oh yeah, cool. I plan on doing it pretty soon. I did my first little TikTok debate on Troubling Tribune's channel. Just like on some like help him out type thing. I just jumped on this show because I think it's cool what he's doing. But yeah, it's just a lot, you know. And it's like, it's a pretty limited platform overall. So, but it's obviously I will say you got 2 billion flat Earth searches. So
is that the search return on TikTok right now?
yeah, over 2 billion for flat Earth. Yeah,
really. Oh, that's interesting. Wow. Okay. It's growing. That's for sure.
Well, that's like where you're gonna get the younger generation right there. Is like TikTok. If you don't have TikTok, they're like, wait, what are you talking about? You don't have Snap or TikTok? Like, I'm out.
Right. You don't have TikTok? You're old, man.
Yeah, let me look at my channel.
I'm 31 years old. I guess I'm old. I don't have TikTok.
Nah, you're just technically short right now. That's it. You're fine.
Well, before Flat Earth, I didn't have any social media, and here I am. So,
well, you know, a couple years into Flat Earth, my wife still doesn't. So, you're good.
There you go.
I only got it to gain information, I guess. So, I have limited resources.
Eli, I'm not sure what you're. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about, but I did just look at my my profile. I guess I have 1,100 followers on there. I've never posted anything
on TikTok.
Yeah.
Oh shit! You've never posted anything.
No, so I guess I can go live. Is that what you're saying, Eli?
Yep.
Nice.
1,000 subs, you go live from your phone, right? Or computer.
Yep. Yeah. Everything's.
You said you have 1,000 already?
Oh yeah, 1,100. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
I guess because people may have been making like short little TikToks of like, say, like a debate or something. Maybe. Yeah.
Definitely. With 2 billion returns, that's pretty. There's gonna be something in there. Give me a little something.
I mean, you've got to have a lot of patience to do the debates that you do with it. I don't see that anybody can have so much patience.
Yeah. We all have our gifts, man. That's one it is.
That's true. Yeah.
There's no
Somebody
way
needs to be in that arena.
could ever sing like you, Flatsy. There's no chance.
Yeah.
But everybody's got their gifts. I'm a little more the comedic guy, whatever. You guys just keep it going. I'm a cheerleader too, man. It's like
you also work on
man.
You're very gifted.
This is super fun talking about Earth. We live on Earth. Hey, let's talk about it. Okay. What do you want to talk about? Like, keep it simple, people. Yeah, there's all kinds of crap on Earth we can talk about, and it doesn't. Physics and how it works is super interesting.
Yeah, well, trying to write a song about the Earth and not letting it be lame is my problem. I guess I have a problem with songwriting, unless sometimes I get it right on the head, but I'm working on it. Don't worry.
Yeah, you're close. Be patient. You're a incredibly talented musician. Incredible. Keep it up. Anyway, you guys are incredibly talented Earthers. Damn it, you guys are Earthers.
On this flat plane.
I love Earthers.
Yo,
Even the
dude, I found
glow.
a video. I don't know how real it is. I haven't been able to verify it. There's this video of this guy using a telescope to look at the star, and it's like the cymatic pattern looking thing. It's got an X, so it's like circle, and it's got an X going right through it. It looks like the Antikythera mechanism, and then it looks like identical to what a hand looks like goes through it, and it looks like a hand, literally a hand going through water. It's absolutely insane, dude. I'm about to show you guys the video. It's like
Wait. Can you do it slowly? Explain it again, because I didn't understood half of it, because I don't know the not determination, the
terminology.
the names. Terminology.
Yeah. So like when you look at the stars through, say, P1000 or a certain telescopes, the stars look like light in water. I don't know if you've ever seen them, and they say
that is what I talked previously in the week, about 2 days ago or so.
Yeah,
how everything looks wobbly and such, and they explain it with for the sun, for example, as a burst out, or what is it called, as a
flare.
A flare, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we'll say what the Globers will say is that these are out of focus. But if you watch that video, bro, it's like, if it's real, it's like
I'm watching it.
Spiritual.
Right now.
That's like really crazy, dude.
Cosmic hand. Yeah, interesting.
Well,
Wow, look at that. Holy crap.
I don't know how many people actually listen to is it Terry E. Eicher? Anyways, he's got the YouTube channel Flat Out Truth.
Okay.
Yeah, he replicates light reflecting off of water, and can replicate what it looks like it could be, like one of the background stars. Some of the stars that are like Saturn and stuff, they have a prominent shape to them.
Interesting.
So Globers love to grab onto that and use that as proof that planets but planets are just wandering. They're closer wandering stars.
Right.
Saturn is the one that they like to use against us.
Yeah, well, they're orbs in the sky, and they were spheres wouldn't mean anything.
I mean, thank you for posting this video. This video is absolutely awesome. It's like,
hey,
when God said, I said,
you guys know Jay Dreamers. He's been around as long as I have, for sure. Yeah, he's been around, right? Same guy?
Yep.
Yeah.
What you were saying when God said what?
Yeah, when God put the stars into place for us to observe, and when we do observe, just like in this video, and he puts his hand over the stars for us to observe, it's like,
yeah, that's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool.
There you have your confirmation. He is real,
Yeah, I'm staying very reserved because, I don't know. I was trying to think, could someone fake that with their hand? But how would they make it look like it's interacting with the star itself, like it's in water?
Yeah. I mean,
could you fake that? I don't know.
It, but man, that would be hard. I don't think Jay's gonna be.
Oh, I know he didn't fake it, right? But he may have been.
It says he took the footage. Jay took the footage. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't think he faked it, dude. That's the craziest thing I've ever seen, bro. It looks like a hand freaking swipes through that star in water.
Yeah.
It's so
Yeah, it's
crazy.
man. I never.
Yes, exactly. With 5 fingers. It's so nice.
Pretty sweet, man. Nice little catch, Jay. Way to go, man. Damn. He
Yeah,
comes in here.
I
He's
have to
been in
download that.
Jay's
That's
been in here
awesome.
before, right? You guys have talked to Jay Dreamer.
I haven't. I didn't even know who he was till a couple weeks ago, but I messaged him. I might try to get him to come on.
Okay. No, he's like a lot like you, man. He can keep going talking for hours. Yeah.
Eli, bro, you gotta watch that video, dude.
1 second, I'm playing Call of Duty.
Yeah, take your time, man.
No, you got 30 seconds or you're fired.
Get the hell out of here, Eli.
I barely heard him. I heard Call of Duty, so I assume he's playing Call of Duty.
Busted. You're busted, man. All right. Nobody gave False Dilemma and any roles or anything, so he's still muted.
I actually did unmute him on our end, so it's up to him if he wishes to speak.
Oh, okay. Welcome. Please undo your mic, man. Say hi at least. All right.
Yeah, welcome. You're welcome to say hi and talk to us, ask questions, whatever.
You're welcome to say goodbye. You're welcome to just yell and scream into your microphone and tell us we're all crazy. That'd be cool.
Please don't do that.
That hasn't happened in what, like 3 days? All right. No, nobody's done that in a while, I don't think. All right.
Happened half an hour ago.
Did it? I missed it.
Well, we had Dogs or God spasming in here again.
See, it wasn't that long ago.
That guy.
We've seen every kind of interactions in here that you can imagine.
I know Kiwi, he can come on a bit strong for the new Globers in here, but this guy had no room to talk. Like, literally was calling Indio an idiot and stupid and.
Yeah, but those are tactics. Those are tactics he uses. Like, he doesn't have an argument, so he just tries to trigger you and get you mad instead, right?
Yeah, but Indio didn't get mad at all, and it was so funny. I was like, I love it that Indio keeps his cool, and this guy's freaking out.
Yeah,
he's just trying to get you to lose your cool. If it doesn't work, then good, you beat him. Beat him at his game.
Yeah, don't lose your cool with these guys, and you'll beat them easy.
Well,
he uses lots of different tactics, though. He'll try to trigger you and get you upset. He'll steamroll. He'll walk all over the conversation. He'll change the subject. He'll pretend he said something other than what he said. Lots of tricks.
And avoid citing anything that he says. And he can't even define remedial things.
Whenever he asks for a citation, he'll stall, and he'll wait for like an opportunity to change the subject, jump in on something else, hope everybody forgot about the citation he didn't get. Just games.
Heretic, I love hearing you talk to any Globe that comes in here because you're not mean. You're just like crisp, concise, and to the point. Always, I love it.
Thanks.
You suck, dude. Man. You gotta pick your game up. Come on.
Not good enough.
You can do better, man. I know you can.
Okay, I'll get there.
You'll get there.
I'm working on it.
No, you're there, buddy. You're there. You can go with the best of them at your level. Dude is
give me a chance.
Silly. He knows that you're awesome.
Give it a chance. Give it a chance. Yeah. Just give me a shot, man. Give me a shot.
Yeah.
Put me in the game. Put me in the game, coach. I'm ready to play, baby.
Put me in, coach.
I think the thing with a dude like that is he's just trying to like confound you and just confuse the conversation. And he's just trying to create the optics that he won or something like that. I don't think he's actually even really going for a win. I think he's just trying to make it look like he did, Yeah,
it's weird, man. Obviously, it looks like they doesn't look like they didn't win. They didn't win by taking that kind of an approach. I mean, you're toast in this room anyway. That might work on TikTok, but it ain't gonna work in here.
But even QE wouldn't be rude if it wasn't for the nonsense. Like, he's a nonsensical person. He's looking for the crux, not the details, the actual. So,
What if you say photons don't exist?
I said that
yeah, he would probably
photons
argue.
don't exist, and yeah, QE was gonna jump all over your ass on that shit, man. He'll fucking
Try it.
try it.
I
just want to watch. That's all.
A whole presentation that dunks on the photon, dude. It's just-
I know, right? So, yeah,
it's not my wheelhouse. I just want to watch. That's all.
Do you guys know what Einstein got his Nobel Prize for?
Who, Photon Man?
The quantum definition of light regarding the photoelectric effect, i.e., the photon and the electron and how they interact. That's what Einstein got his freaking Nobel Prize for, and it's required for special relativity.
Someone just accused me of abusing the rules of logic.
Oh, did they now?
What a mongo, I would say, man.
Yeah, stop being logical. It's abusive.
Yes.
What, the three laws: non-contradiction, no middle ground, no excluding.
He made an association fallacy.
Yeah.
Which is like we have an optical observation.
No shit,
Some optical observations have refraction. Therefore, all optical observations have refraction.
These guys are just,
You'd wonder how they would ever think the Earth's curvature ever even got measured if the geometric horizon is so elusive.
What would a non-optical observation be called?
I don't know. Good question.
An imaginary one?
Imaginary one. What was that dictionary one you get?
Or conceptual.
A Braille observation? You just feel your way around?
Wow, bro, that is not politically correct, man.
Well, you have to conceptualize.
Obscure.
Well, that way you don't have to assume anybody's gender, man.
What a bigot, man. This dude still lives in 2022.
I had a Glober tell me my arguments were wrong because of their observational dependency.
Get out of here.
Heaven forbid.
That's the whole point.
Stop depending on observing things.
Yes. Use your imagination.
Hey, and don't even depend on direct measurement. Just believe, okay?
Hey, does anyone have a suggestion as to like the best value sun filter to get for like a P900?
Value?
Yeah, like as in I'm broke, but I don't.
I need some money.
I can't even.
You know what?
Yeah, get it.
Hey, what's it? I got it, bro. Go down to the welding shop, dude, and say, hey, man.
Yeah.
And just say, hey, bro, man, I need a fucking welding filter, man. Thing.
Like
They're like $5, man, for like. Yeah,
just a filter. Just
they use them for the welding. Like, you can replace your they get scratched and burnt and shit. So you want to replace those glasses in your welding,
and then just hold it in front of the thing.
Yeah, you just tape it on there, make it like a little cardboard thing, and slip it over the top, man.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I didn't even think about it. Like a
cheap as shit.
Trying to film the sun or something? Like
yeah. You've heard of the sun fade out?
Not really. No.
Where it's like the sun just fades away
to a point. Yeah.
Yeah, like before it even gets to the horizon, just disappears, dude. And
But I've observed this without any filters with my eyes.
yeah, that doesn't help us. That doesn't help us in the flat Earth globe arena because they try to.
It helps you. It helps you, Flatsy. But yeah. But yeah,
Well, if I can observe the sun like going away and dissipating into a point with just my own optics,
yeah.
what more do I need?
A sun filter.
Nothing. You don't need it. You don't need anything more. But
okay, it's just like imagine seeing the sun just fade away, right? You can throw a 4K camera up on a drone, you'll see it fade away. You can just be on the water, look out, you'll see the sun just fade away.
Yep.
Now imagine throwing a filter on it and also seeing that. That's such a slam dunk on the globe. It's just
Well, that is a dunk because that was their evidence. It's like, well, with a sun filter, the size of the sun doesn't change. Yeah.
You know,
With the solar filter.
I have to be honest with you, man. Solar filters are suspect, man. They're just suspect. They claim that they cut like 99.999% of the light.
Yeah.
Well, so check this out. The sun on the horizon is 25,000 times less bright than at noon.
Mm-hmm.
So if you film the sun on the horizon with a solar filter, it's 25,000 times. Cut 99.999 times. That's a decrease in brightness of like 2.6 billion.
Yeah, that's a big discrepancy.
That doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry, dude.
Yeah,
it doesn't make sense to me either.
Sunset. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
shouldn't be able to film the sun on the horizon with a solar filter.
It should be black. Yeah.
You're right.
According to their claim. But either way, what it does do is help, though, right? Like it does help you isolate the sun, though. Right. Regardless.
Oh, no doubt about it. It'll isolate the shit out of it. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you see the sun just disappear above the horizon with a filter on it, like, yikes.
That would be.
If you buy like a because someone came in here, like we were arguing about the solar filter. Anyway, because the video on my channel, one of the Globers. But so I looked at it. If you buy like it's called what is it, like White Oaks or whatever company that makes solar filters? Is that the name of them? Do you remember?
No, I don't.
Something Oaks or whatever. So they make a solar filter, and there's another company, Badar, that make a solar filter. The color of the sun is different in each one of them. Like one, the sun looks silver, and the other one, the sun looks gold. So I was like, dude, I don't know about these solar filters, man.
Yeah, you're right.
On a fundamental level of like it blocks out a lot of the glare and
yeah, I know. Dave Weiss used that neutral density filter, and everybody like whined about it, like all the Globers. It's not a real solar filter; it's a neutral density filter, which cuts the light. You know what? I think the one he used cuts the light like 80% or something.
Well, they're just gonna come up with more excuses, right? So like,
yeah, it doesn't matter what you do.
Whatever filter you use, like, well, you can't zoom in on it.
Zoom in on it. Yeah. They'll just keep coming up with a bunch of crap and whatever. You know, they'll Xanax the shit out of it or poso it.
Have you guys seen the video that Rakia took where he's on the boat and the sun just disappears?
No.
Dude, you gotta see it. It's like the coolest.
You mentioned all this stuff to me, like Rodrigo, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So I remember him doing a live stream, and he was reading from like some Roman history of like all these so-called astronomical observations that they made. Some of them were like they saw 3 suns, like 2 suns, a sun and a moon, like all sorts of weird shit, dude.
Now, when it comes to the 3 suns, again, no one wants to have that conversation more
Elijah,
than me.
take your mic out of take your phone out of the packaging.
I don't know why it sounds like
Still in the box.
Take it out of the box, bro. You sound like
maybe because it's the is that better?
Much better. Oh my goodness.
All right, well, don't complain when I'm talking to y'all and playing Call of Duty at the same time. Just
stop playing Call of Duty. Just stop playing. Stop playing.
Oh, just don't complain.
So the 3 suns. What are you saying? Well, before you even go there, MJ and I, a lot of us actually, that we were speculating, watching the sun all day, watching the moon all night, all day. Sometimes when it was out, and we came across a video where a guy put it looked like an eyeglass, like a sunglass, that was yellow, and he was pointing his camera at the moon, at the sun, and he was like, what is that little dot next to it, right? And I was like, yo, that's not like, it's not like glare or anything, like that's just there. So you know, when we talked about it on the live after seeing it the next day, guess what? After that video was up for 3 years, taken down. Taken down. Now, I think it's a specific time of year based on where you're at that you can get certain angles to the sun where you can see some like really weird shit. But the video that I took and the pictures that I took, when you invert some of those screenshots, it actually looks like the three suns from the Dark Crystal in Thra.
Can you post it?
Sure.
Dude, if no one's ever seen that video, dude, you gotta check it out. It's freaking wild.
Yeah, I saw something like this also about 3 or 4 years ago.
I've seen you post this before, Witsit.
Yeah, it's so
And
fun.
this is exactly what I've witnessed with just my own eyes.
And yeah, they want to act like the sun disappearing just out of thin air. Oh wait, so I got 2 videos to watch. Something you just posted, and there was a video you out. What is it? Giant hand. Well, yeah, I'll check that out. Cause again, yo, like you know how like just think of like an angel ornament. Breaking Down the Wall of Lies used to use his telescope and his I think he had a P1000 to take pictures of the sky. And he used to get weird shit like that all the time. You know what? I'm gonna dig up all this stuff and I'm gonna start posting them right now. There's no point in talking about it when you guys just see it for yourself.
The video clearly shows like the sun's disappearing from the top and the bottom, morphing into the central point, which would be like your line of sight, effectively. Right? It's like just reaching its limit of perspective in the distance, and it's actually the sun disappears into the horizon, not behind it. They'll just claim this is an anomaly.
I'm watching it right now. Yeah. Nokia Life made the video.
Yeah.
Excellent. Wow, there he goes. It gone.
Isn't that crazy, bro?
That's awesome. It's fantastic. And then he zooms back out. It zooms out. And it's a nice little flat level water there when he zooms out. Thanks. Thanks for that.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know.
Helio, I would say that you would only need a solar filter when the sun is directly above you. I was going to say that for Helio, because that's when the proximity of the sun to you is the closest.
I'm just trying to shut up the naysayers and watch the suns. I just want to go to a mountain nearby and throw a filter on the Nikon and just try to catch the sun disappearing.
All right. Give it a try, man.
Yeah, feels me.
I mean,
throw it on a drone.
$5, man. Go down to the welding shop, grab a tape that bitch on the lens, whatever you got to do. Cardboard, little slip on, cardboard tube, whatever it takes to get the filter over there.
Well, they sell them for like $30. I can do that. I'm not spending $200 on one. It'd actually be like more ideal. I just screw it on top of the thing.
Grab some welding glass. It's cheap, man. That's what I did for the solar eclipse when I was in Medford, Oregon, man.
You just put on a welding hat.
I taped the welding glass onto the camera, man. I was like,
well, if you want to
so bright,
you just put a welding hat on. We've got one of those here because my husband does welding since he's a millwright.
There you go.
just recently we had to take him to the ER because he burned his eyes, not even directly looking at the flames from someone welding, just it happening in his peripherals.
I did that once myself when I was younger, and yeah, what a absolute 3-day nightmare. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it took like 3 days, bunch of eye drops, as I recall. Yeah, welding, you can, even with the mask, sometimes, yeah, you can get messed up. Be careful. So, yeah, those are cheap filters for blocking out the intensity of the sun, the brightness. Hey, speaking of brightness of the sun, man, the inverse square law of light is really interesting, man. It is pretty cool that, yeah.
Don't you guys go anywhere just yet.
Don't you guys go anywhere. Inverse square law of light is upon us. It's a fascinating phenomenon, and it pretty much proves that we live on a flat stationary plane, man. There was a video that came out recently that a guy talked about how the intensity of light on Earth. Yeah, he did some math, did some square law. And during the seasons, man, it changes, you know, how we get cold.
The inverse square law would have been able to explain away the experiment or observation done with Jeranism and what they put on Netflix, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was part of the problem. They had some equipment failures, and
Yeah, but they didn't at all put that in.
no, they
to the
didn't put that in
equation.
no. They left
They
that out. Yeah,
The
they
main
kind
thing is they didn't think about diffraction, right?
of.
Yeah, diffraction was a big because
there you
once
go.
you shine the light through the hole, it disperses, and so of course it's not gonna. Yeah, of course, yeah.
I'm just gonna drop everything that I could find right now. It's gonna go from related to what I was talking about to just other random stuff. So here we go.
Let's see it, buddy. Yeah.
Indio, you seen Dark Crystal? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Look
a long time ago, obviously.
Look at the first photo that I the first thing I screenshotted. The Google images of Thra, and then my inverted image of the video I took of the sun. And the reason that I inverted it, first of all, is because that little dot that it took me half a year, and in one day around noon, boom, I was like, oh shit, the little dot next to the sun that doesn't move, it's right there. They call it the second sun, but I think that's somewhere back there is the source of the sun.
Yeah, and the New Agers call it the Nibiru.
Makes me wonder, how come we never see any almost solar eclipses?
Well, they have what they call the annular. It doesn't.
No, but I mean like almost, like where they're just like side by side.
Right. An almost
or just separated by like a solar diameter or something, like real close.
Yeah.
But not enough to like cover each other.
No.
How would they know how would they know the moon's there?
Yeah, there's no moon there, man.
That's
a new moon.
But shouldn't they be able to calculate it? Then use their ultraviolet to picture Earthshine or something?
Yeah.
Look,
Dude, they can calculate anything. You already know that, man. They can calculate anything, bro. I can calculate a duck, taking a poop. Yeah, we can calculate that. Okay.
If you look at the moon shot, that's one Breaking caught. Same thing going on.
That's the one in the middle.
The reddish looking stuff with the glow object moon.
Oh, okay.
Same angle.
All right.
Same shit.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm more curious about the black haze. about the first picture.
Yeah, what that actually was like a, you know what? Let me get the video. 1 second. I'll get you the actual video that I took.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused by the compilation of photos.
Black
Eric, good luck with this guy because he's just like bathed in logical fallacies, man.
Yeah, it seems like Boulder to me.
Boulder.
Yeah, that's the
Rolling
way
my
you-
boulder. I can absolutely see that the sun can be something apparent from something else going on.
Oh, that's the now. Let me. Damn. Do you see the image of the bright spot and then the dull circle right next to it to the right?
Top right.
So, so that was me.
Which one?
Bright dot left, dull dot right.
No, dull dot right. It's
Dull
it's
dot
just
right, I said.
it's just yeah.
The dull dot is on the right. The bright dot is on the left. Okay, you see that one?
So the bright dot is me taking a picture of the moon through my window, and the image of the moon somehow appeared to the left. I mean, to the right. Sorry.
I got you.
So
Right,
that's
right.
that's actually the moon's image if you look very close at it.
Yeah,
but
yeah. It looks like the moon. It's got the different configurations of the dark spots on the moon. Yeah, yeah.
So just look at what refraction does.
So my only thing with the moon
Oh, I like what
is
you're
that
doing.
the way that it appears is actual. I don't know. The moon has a lot of detail, so it doesn't seem like what the moon is could be apparent. You get what I'm saying? What the moon always seems to be is actual instead of apparent.
Oh, yeah, it's actual. 100%.
Well, the sun could be something else.
We can't say that.
It's not
We
apparent.
can't.
I mean, the
That's
moon's
true. I know. I'm not trying to make any claims.
I mean, we
but just
see
with
the moon. Actually see it. We do see the fucking
Well, the
moon.
moon has a lot
see it.
of
What it is, we don't.
the moon has a lot of detail to it,
Yep.
so that you can't. In the way that you see the moon is always, you just can't say that it would be apparent. It's always actual
Right.
because of all the detail. Does that make sense?
No, it makes sense, but you can't make that claim.
Why
That's true. I can't make the claim, but I
You
can.
can't prove it.
The only thing I can do is come to a logical conclusion about it.
Wait. We can't prove what we see as formations on the face of the moon.
I mean, because for example,
Formations. I'm just talking about the formations, the dark spots, the light spots.
For example,
Tycho.
Listen. What was that? For example, a holographic image. Obviously, what you see is a compilation of refraction through whatever optics and the light and yada yada yada.
Sure, yeah.
But we wouldn't be able to say that technically what we're looking at is apparently what it is.
Okay,
if it was holographic. Now,
Elijah,
hold on, bro. You got to hear the whole thought.
Go ahead.
So if we're speculating, I brought up the fact that when you look up these, like if you went to the mall and you see these 3D portraits of families, guess what? 180 degrees left to right, all you're going to see is the same exact face. And all we have of the moon is 180 degrees from one side of the horizon to the other.
Right.
So if we're talking about logical conclusions, I'm just talking about what I see, and I'm I'm perhaps it could be a little bit of an affirming the consequent fallacy, but I mean, to say it's actual, that's something that we just don't know, especially
That's
given
true.
all the other information.
You're right, and I really have misstepped by saying such a thing. But that was only because just put on the spot. That's where I went to. But upon further speculation, I can see where you're coming from because the way that the moon will appear, like it's rotating um, throughout the year and stuff, or wherever it's located, it will appear to rotate in its pot. So yeah, I don't know. I can't.
Hey,
I couldn't tell you.
if you take a beach ball, man, you put it on the ground, you pick it up, you lift it over your head, and you put it down on the other side of you. Guess what? The face of the ball will rotate. That's it. It's not like all you got to do is pick it up and pick it up from one side of you to the other, to the ground, you know? And it's, I learned this when I was, somebody used that as an explanation on a really good golf swing. It was like, oh, wow, okay.
Well, I will at least keep this in mind the next time that I observe the moon. Because
I mean, you could pick up
that's
a
a
soccer
really
ball
good
or
point, Elijah.
just pick it up.
I also one night observing the moon, and this is one of the times that I really woke my stepson up. I said, "Hey, you ever saw moonrise before?" He's like, "Nah." I was like, "Yeah, well, in the off chance that you do get to see one, because of how the light is refracting from how far away it is, all you
Right.
see is red. That's what we see is the red moon. You don't always see it because you only catch it when it's like 20 degrees plus above the sky, and you're like, oh,
Right.
it's all red, and then it's like, but imagine you saw it from when it began." So I showed him that
Yes.
at the it doesn't matter. I showed him that one day, and what I've realized was like, holy shit, in like a few hours, in cartwheel fashion, the moon rotated. You know what I mean?
Well, it's no different.
And I don't really know much. I mean, it's not really much to say about that. It doesn't debunk anything or anything.
Yeah, exactly. It's not going to prove anything. It's an interesting phenomenon. That's all we'll say about it, right? Super
Yeah.
interesting. It's
But
a great
there's that.
phenomenon.
There's the video I was talking about. Brandon says that's a glare effect. It's just like saying that's refraction. What do you mean that's a glare effect? What does that mean?
Well, the whole
only
point of
things that have glare effects is multiple lenses. That's when shit gets all wonky, huh? So when we're talking about the sun and no lens, so we're just talking about just a such a condensed ball of gas that it has some plasmic properties, or it's a plasma, whatever. And then you have the vacuum of space, and then you have air, and then you have just our camera, or it's a magnificent light show through the firmament, whatever you want to think it is. And yeah, it's glare in that sense. I don't understand where the glare would be coming from in the heliocentric universe.
But you see a glare with just your own eyes. So the fact that people can
Twinkle,
say,
twinkle, little
you
star.
can take a picture of it and it happens in those optics, but just in your own like uh, observable like optics, you can see these glares also. It's not like it's something that's a crazy phenomenon just because you add another lens to it. It just intensifies it.
Mm-hmm.
So there has to be certain conditions to even make that kind of optical effect. So what you're saying is absolutely correct, with the firmament being another medium that you have to incorporate to have that optic anyways, just with your own eyes, it makes total sense. So I still don't know. I could never know. I'm not God.
I mean, the glare is the same effect like the rainbow, you know?
Speaking of the rainbow, because I brought up conical refraction earlier, did you guys know? Did you know that a rainbow is actually 360 degrees? I'm like the flat earther that kind of made that popular. If you ask me, if you did hear about it.
Did you say 360, not 180?
I saw a helicopter.
Ooh, this is awesome.
Took a
Okay,
video
another moment that I get to shine.
Of the 360 rainbow, man. I was like,
let's see it. Yeah, I would. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's out there, man.
So
you gotta drop it, man. Drop that shit. That's so cool, man. It's one of the coolest things.
Yeah, man.
Fantastic.
And me and remember Crack Villain. Oh man, he was very essential in this time of speculation.
Yeah.
We got really deep into that stuff at one point. But as far as the rainbow goes, it's not actually 180, it's actually 360. The reason you only see half of it is because of your limited viewing angle, which is again proof in a
Flat Earth
anyway
proof.
but the fact that it's a 360 degree ring, you got to keep in mind that the middle of this ring is the brightest, and then the light just kind of trails off the further you get out to the edges. And then when you look and when you stand, I live in New York City, when you stand in a really tall building, you can kind of see, depending on what time of day it is, it's almost like the light is directional, because you can see where land is more shaded versus where land is more bright.
Yeah.
And so again, you only see a rainbow with certain conditions and a certain angle to the sun. It has to be a specific angle. And when you see the rainbow, I thought to myself, hotspot. Now that's not something that the Earth should have, given the 93 million miles away sun and the parallel rays. There should be no hotspot, but that's exactly what a rainbow is.
But it
as a matter of fact, in Birmingham, there's a guy who's somewhere across the pond.
England.
His house, he YouTubed it like 5-6 days in a row. Every day there was a rainbow over his house. Wow. Now that's because the sun was at a particular angle at that time of year.
January.
Usually. But I'm gonna show you this. As a matter of fact, it's not just a 360; it's a double rainbow. Actually, when you really double rainbow. Hold on, let me see if
take your time, man. Take your time. This is worth waiting for, man. I got all night.
I also have an observation that I took of sundogs from my house where I live, and I would love to post that either before or after Elijah.
Yeah, okay. That sounds great. I think I seen it, but yeah, post it anyway. Yeah, post it. Yeah, isn't this world great that we live in? We get to talk about rainbows, and horizons.
I mean, look at this thing. If this thing doesn't look like some kind of magnifying glass, and I don't even want you guys repeating that, because magnifying, no, it's not the right word for it. But
yeah.
You'll see what I mean.
I think you used the word hot. I think you used the word hotspot earlier, man. I like the word hotspot, man. Right?
it's definitely some sort of lens effect. Like you're smoking drugs if you don't think that. So now, if you see the double rainbow, well, it's not. This one is not double rainbow, but if you see what I posted, and I see what you got there, I love those. It's interesting because in Mongolia, in Mongolia, they a few years ago, because again, flat earthers are like on this shit like white on rice. They put this conspiracy out there that China had like artificial suns and shit, but in actuality, they were just trying to explain why the fuck you would see multiple apparent suns in the sky. And the only way you can, I mean, I've seen that, again, prismatic effects, not I don't know how else you would explain that. So, do you see the rainbow screenshot that I posted?
Oh fuck yeah, man! I see it.
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing?
Now I'm going to show you guys some shit.
That is absolutely kick-ass amazing picture, man. I mean,
I've got a photo somewhere on a sim or something somewhere of the exact same thing, but looking up at the sky, looking directly up at my zenith, and there was just this like circle. It was just a rainbow in the sky. I was like, what? So we took a photo of it. That was years ago.
This is what they term conical refraction. You see those images? Isn't that interesting?
All right, so let me get this straight.
Look at the images.
Those images are so teeny, man. I'm having a hard time even.
You on the phone or the computer?
I'm on the computer, man.
Hold on, let me see if I can post them one at a time.
Yeah, it's like they're all together as a collage, and it makes it hard to click on it, and they're really teeny. So.
Let's see if I can get one good.
But I mean, they're like super, super teeny, man. Super teeny. It's a word. I made it up. Live with it, people. Live with it. Super teeny. That means it's like super small. Super teeny.
All right, this will prove the point right here.
There we go. All right, there we go. That's well, it's
this one. Sorry, this one here.
Yeah, there we go. All right, we got the circle with the 4 lines.
Mm-hmm.
Where are we going?
Well, that's the light refracted through what they call biaxial crystal.
What's a biaxial crystal?
Biaxial.
Yeah, biaxial. That means a circle. Axle, right? Isn't that a circle? Biaxial circle. All right, go ahead, dude. I'm learning here, man.
No. I'm just saying, laser, hint, or beam of light through another sort of prism-like medium is going to produce this, and it just happens to look like a rainbow. Just saying.
Oh, I get where you're going. Yeah, now it all comes together. Yes, thank you, teacher. Yeah, now it makes a lot more sense now. I see what you're saying. Interesting. Oh, fuck off. Yeah. Oh, there's another nail in the coffin for the.
I don't even bring this up. You got to actually. They don't want to hear this shit. They're like, yo, whatever it's bullshit. They don't want to. Like, whatever.
Hey.
But I'm not giving much speculation. I'm just saying, look at rainbows, look at this, and I don't know. You tell me. I mean,
you tell me, man.
One day I looked at the sun and I was like, I think that's XYZ.
Exactly.
Okay, I'll say it. I think the sun is some sort of laser, some sort of laser that through all of this, everything
Well,
what
hey,
is light? You have a light bulb, and then you have whatever is going through the filament, and it's exciting the gas, and then you get
Right.
the ambient light. But the actual source is always something
but
that
think
has
about
to be mediated.
what you just posted, which has just blown my mind. Thank you so much, Elijah.
Well,
What you just posted, the way that we view rainbows is just apparent. What is actually happening is what we see above
There you go.
the
That was
phenomenon.
it. I think
And
that.
our azimuthal grid of vision will explain why we see it in an arc instead of in a circle
yes.
because of how low it is. Oh, and
Now,
I'm just
what I
saying,
was
like,
gonna say
I
is,
was just explaining this to my husband. I was like, think about how when the sun is setting on the water at the beach,
yes,
and
yes.
how the light follows your vision, your feet as you walk along the beach. I'm like, man, this is perfect. This is a great explanation for all of that. Thank you.
I'm not always the raving lunatic.
Yes, you are. Stop
When-
it. Stop.
but I go off of memory, and I'm a lazy individual, honestly. But when I'm really, like, when I was really into this, and I'm still into this, I'm not saying I'm not, but
Right,
when
yeah.
I was really into the shit, still
Yeah.
learning, still like paving the way, like this
Yep.
is when all the stuff was so fresh in my mind. It's like,
Mhm.
but I'm not a good paraphraser of myself. But this stuff is good information that people overlook.
You're better than you think you are, brother. I mean, we all are.
Oh man, Elijah, you are a phenomenal.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're all better than we think we are.
You explain things
I doubt
so
myself.
well.
I'm like, oh my goodness.
Wait, hold on. What?
Sorry, Flat Earth
Flatsy and I are talking both at the same time, man. Go ahead, Flatsy. Go ahead.
I think that you explain things very well, Elijah, and you take it down to layman terms. That's what I like to do, so I can appreciate it because you understand it on the scale of complexity that it's presented to you, and you can take it down to layman terms. That's what I like to do, so I can see what I like to do in you. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. If it's complicated, if it's confusing, is God is not the author of confusion. I love when Mickey says that. It's like shit should be simple. Like this should be an epiphany. I didn't do anything but show you a couple things. Like the epiphany doesn't come from me; it comes from within you and resonating in truth, which is God. So
Right, there you go.
That's
it's
all
so
I
easy,
try to
bro. It's so easy, bro. I mean, it's that fucking easy. It's so easy. It's ridiculous. But yet, it's so hard because the opposition is so well equipped and they're bringing everything they got, man. They're bringing in the fucking house.
But they're doing everything. But what the one thing they're not doing is they're distracting people from having real experiences. The only reason we had so many groundbreaking arguments is because we were actually looking at like shit in reality. Like another example, I understand now why see, how could the tilt be for this reason and some? Well, never mind. Let me not say that. I guess something could be purpose of two things, or be a consequence of two things could be a consequence of one thing. But what I'm saying is, okay, I saw the sun because we were watching the sun, right, all summer, all year. So it came up in the northeast, the super northeast, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's over there. We're breaking.
Way the fuck over there. Way the fuck over there, man.
Somewhere in Scotland. And the phenomena he saw when he's like, yo, okay, the sun is coming up from this angle, but then I'm looking to my south and it looks like another light source over there. And it's like, we're not making shit up. We're just on video, just looking at stuff and like going, whoa, okay, well, we don't know what to make of that, but how the fuck does this tie into the globe? You know?
Yeah,
There's like a
exactly.
lot of shit that.
Sorry. That's why I took the picture of the sun dogs that I did, because those things that I took in the picture, I took that picture at that angle because I could see all of those rainbows.
Look at that.
I could see all of
that
them.
is an incredible
Not just because the
And you
camera.
probably saw it better in
I
person
saw
than the
it.
camera.
Yeah, I could see it in person, all of those little rainbow pigments, and wanted to capture all of them. That's why I took it at that angle. So you could see everything that I saw.
Mm.
And look at it. It's so, I mean, it's
Awesome.
unexplainable on the globe.
Yeah.
All they'll say is, the atmosphere, you know, when it gets to a certain temperature, you get these ice crystals and whatever. And by the way, it's going to rain in a day or two. Shut the hell up. Like,
hey, man, I think it's all the airplane exhaust. That's all you're seeing is the airplane exhaust. No, that is a fabulous picture, Flatsy. Thank you. Taking that.
Brandon is these are the you literally see God and go, so what are you trying to say? Like I feel so
what you
bad.
Got, man?
I feel so bad that you can't accept new pieces of information from reality into yourself because you're so full of imaginative falsehoods. It's very sad.
And I'm not sure that my picture didn't depict anything that was picked up from any kind of camera. This was taken with my cell phone.
Right.
And I saw all of these things that I took a picture of. That's why the picture is the way it is. But you could see everything that I could see with my own eyes.
Hey,
that's when you don't need to explain anything to Brandon. He'll just say, "Bucker."
Hey, I'll tell you guys, if Flatsy took that picture, no, you can't. Flatsy, you took that picture. I know you were on the coast when you took it, right?
Oh, that was here at my house.
I was here at your house. Oh shit! I thought. Oh,
even better.
Yeah, even better. Damn.
How do you explain what's going on in that little video?
It's a picture, and we're talking about. Flatsy Klein posted a picture at 52 minutes after the hour.
The question is,
it's what
what's there to understand? That's the question. Like when what's wrong with people who think that they can understand everything? Because typically when you look at something when I look at something I can't understand,
right?
Like I kind of know that there's a limit to what I can know about this thing. As much as I want to look into all the shit that I did about, rainbows and this, that, and the third, guess what? That's as far as I got and as far as I could have obsessed about it and kept going. But honestly, if there was revelation, guess what? It would have been given to me. But it apparently it was shown to me that this is it. You wanted to know something. Here's what you can know. This is the best I got for you.
Think about that, Brandon. Think about the picture that Elijah presented with the rainbow and how you view it on the earth.
Oh, the rainbow above the sun?
The rainbow that was posted before I posted mine. So it was 52 minutes after the hour.
Yeah,
but
they're both at 10:52 past the hour.
Yeah, but here, no, well, 52 minutes after the hour. It may not be 10:52 for him. It was 12:52 for me.
12:52,
So
52. You figured it
think about that ring and how you view it on the earth as an arc.
The ring on the sun, there's light, and then there's ambient.
No, the rainbow that you view from above the landmass, and how people on that landmass will view the rainbow in an arc, not in a circle like that.
Get it?
It's showing you a above aerial view of a rainbow that you would view as an arc on the earth.
I'm not sure what picture you're looking at. I'm looking at the picture with a rainbow-looking thing above the sun. I don't know what picture.
No,
I'm sorry.
one above that,
rainbow in a
the one above that, the circle rainbow that you see.
The rainbow that looks like a circle with two people pointing at it.
Okay, I see it.
Oh my god.
So that's above an aerial view, above a landmass. So on the landmass, as a person would view that as an arc, but it's actually a circle.
Well, there's a lot of clouds around too, so
I'm just letting you know. Just think about
that makes
it.
sense.
The way
There's
you
a lot
view,
of clouds around. That makes sense.
the way you
What
view
does that
a
mean?
rainbow, the way you view a rainbow is an arc, right?
In some instances, yeah.
Okay, but it's always in an arc form.
Well, have you ever seen a straight one then, Brandon? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say anything about seeing a straight rainbow.
Well, she said they're always in an arc, and you said yes sometimes. So what other?
Sometimes you can see it as a circle, sometimes it's an arc, yeah.
Well, is it
Yeah,
an arc?
sometimes it's a segment
an
of
arc?
an arc.
The circle's arc?
And in this specific scenario, yeah, that rainbow is in a circle, but there are also a lot of clouds around.
Yeah, but they're also way above the landmass, viewing the rainbow that you would see as an arc on the earth.
And we're above the clouds.
Above the clouds?
That's the point.
They're above the clouds.
I'm not sure what this conversation's about anymore.
Hey, guess what, man? I'm with you, Timbo. I was like, oh my goodness, what the
Yeah, we're just gonna get it.
Where are you guys going? Okay, hey, guess what, man? Has anybody ever seen a rainbow? Oh, no kidding. Wow, you guys are like amazing. You saw a rainbow?
You see a rainbow.
You saw a rainbow?
Like a natural,
I saw
a natural
one
rainbow above you.
A couple months ago, I saw one. It was amazing.
But you see a rainbow above you. You see it in an arc.
Yep, it's
you
an
don't
arc.
see it
It's
in
like
a circle like it
like a
would
dome.
present itself if you were above where the rainbow is presenting itself to people that are down on the ground.
Yep, exactly. That's what the picture's all about, is that you're observing a rainbow from the sky, but people on the ground are going to see an arc, even though that's a flat circle above them. Flat circle above them. That's awesome, man. What a great picture, man. I saw the video from this, man. It was might have been a couple years ago. Yeah, fascinating. That we can see the circle of but on the ground. It's a dome looking thing, man. It looks like it goes from horizon to horizon. Yeah.
Hey, Brandon, have you found any more evidence towards this globe that you bring to us? Have you done that yet? It's been months since you've had an argument.
Well, I didn't start any conversations here. I'm just going on a conversation that somebody else started.
Still believe in you still believe in the globe, and yet you haven't actually brought any evidence for that globe. Have you come to a realization that maybe you have no evidence?
Well, I'm just listening to everything everyone else is saying.
No. What stops you from realizing that we're actually telling the truth? What is it?
I'm just listening to what everyone else is saying. I'm not.
Okay, can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go, Fletchy.
Alright, Brandon, we've already come to the conclusion that there is no evidence of the globe Earth. So we're observing things outside of that and discussing that within this forum. So when you jump in and you want to talk about what we're talking about, you have to come from the standpoint that we're coming from and try to explain it away to the globe paradigm. And it can't be. Because we have to go back to the direct measurement of curvature with you if you believe that we live on a globe. We all know that there is no direct measurement of such. Actually, it's the opposite. Everything is utilized. Everything utilizes the Earth as a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Not a ball.
Where would be the evidence that we live on anything other than? We need the evidence that there would be if we lived on something other than that. Seems to be no evidence ever in history. Everybody wants to calculate the curve, but never wants to directly measure it.
Yeah, what you mean by utilizes, that means that all aircraft are designed to fly over a flat stationary Earth. The landing gear is built to land on a stationary Earth that doesn't move. Can you imagine trying to land on something that was spinning this direction or that direction? What the landing gear on an airplane would have to be like? It's
ballistics.
Preposterous.
Also ballistics in the military.
Yeah, ballistics.
They also are utilized over a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Yeah,
you know what else, Brandon? Water. Amazing.
Water.
Just name anything that we have to do that we can do in reality practically, which we cannot do efficiently without accounting for Earth curvature or Earth rotation. Just name anything.
Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock.
Hey,
come on, Brandon.
He's not gonna do. He ain't
There's
got
absolutely nothing he can answer with. There's no answer for that.
Yeah, there is no answer.
Well, it's just funny that everybody uses the Earth, utilizes the Earth as such, but everyone seems to think that it isn't. What would make you think that it isn't if it's utilized as such? You got to give me a good answer for this.
It's not only utilized, but it's professionally utilized on a professional level.
When you utilize anything over the flat, non-rotating Earth, it has to be professional because
it's gotta be
that's
professional.
where the basis of it comes from.
These are people
that also experienced by 8 billion people too, to be flat and stationary.
Yeah, this is also the argument from both sides. We all experience a flat and stationary Earth. So both sides can agree on this. So the wild claim is that it isn't that. So why isn't that where the burden of proof lies to these globers that come in here that want to argue this point?
Well, it is. That's why I wanted to bring this up to Brandon. There's got to be something that keeps you on this ball and blow our minds. What is it?
the evidence should be so
evidence that
abundant.
keeps you on the ball?
Definitely, it's Star Wars, man. I watch Star Wars and Star.
Yeah, but the evidence should be so abundant that there would be no
just want you guys
argument.
to know, I watch Star Wars. I like Star Wars, and I just can't let it go. I just can't let Star Wars go. I'm sorry.
Is he still here, or did we scare him off? No, he's still here. Just one thing, Brandon. Just one.
Star Wars. Just say it, Brandon. Star Wars. It's got to be Star Wars, man. I'm betting $100 on you right now.
It's really not. It's not something
It's
like
Star
that.
Wars.
It's got to be something
can't let it go.
concrete evidence, man. You have to have that, and it should be
Let him
abundant.
answer it.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
No, you're all right. You can talk whenever you want. Brandon, speak up or forever hold your peace, young man. Give us
I
your
don't know
answer.
how old I am.
I know how old you are. You're young. Go ahead. You go
Okay,
ahead.
how old am I?
I don't really care. How much evidence have you got? Of the
I'm going to go with 32. You're 32 years old. You're 32.
Nope.
All right.
52.
Never mind.
Nope.
No, he ain't 50.
27.
72?
Nope. 72?
I give
Nope.
up, man. Tell
How
us how
old are you,
you are.
Brandon?
I'm 38.
38.
Okay, so
I'm
you are a
31.
young man then.
That was my second
young
guess.
man. So young man. Given
Yes.
you've started to speak
Yes.
again, can we just have one proof of the globe that
Professional
keeps you, or
conversation.
something
Can we
that
have one
convinces
professional
you?
conversation, please? Thank you.
I'm
You
not a
live on a boat.
professional, so
Yeah, you are.
Stop changing the
Yes.
subject.
I'm not a
Just give us
professional.
one thing. Just give
One
me
thing.
one thing that keeps you locked on the ball. What is it?
What's that one absolute in your heart, in your sphincter kind of like
Yeah,
I
I've been
know
asking you for 10 minutes and you can't answer, and you still believe that you're on a
that
ball.
one
I
little
just don't get it.
bitch. It just
Oh, I know what it is. It's Velcro. It's the NASA invented Velcro. That's what's keeping them the
Pretty
globe.
please let it not be photos from space. I really hope that's not it. Because that's
Tan. Must be tan.
unfalsifiable. You, me, and everybody else on the earth.
yeah, you said that CGI, but I don't know how you can prove that.
Just
Here's
give us
the
the one answer,
problem,
Brandon.
Brandon, here's the problem. When you're presented with evidence, you need to be able to falsify it. If you cannot falsify it, it is not evidence. So you have to think about something that would give you the absolute evidence of the earth being a globe. That's our problem. That's where we stand.
You say it's CGI, which is a positive claim that you can't prove.
That's the problem, buddy. It can't be
Okay,
proven either way. It can't be
I'm not
proven
gonna
positive
say-
or no. It's
I'm not going to say.
unfalsifiable.
I'm not going to say it's CGI. I'm going to say, okay, if those photos are real, we should be able to transfer that curvature down onto the Earth and get a real measurement, an empirical measurement of the curvature of the Earth. Have
That's
you got one?
true. But I'm saying, like, dude, you have to think on that level. Think about what you can put into court as as a falsifiable. Like, you cannot refute this evidence. You have to think about on a taking it to court level.
Yeah, and just so you know, in a court of law, the evidence you're presenting is considered hearsay and is not considered to be useful for anything.
I believe it was Zen Garcia that won a court case because the guy could not present any evidence for the globe.
Let's hear what Brandon wants to say about it.
Thought so.
I don't know. It's everything I would say it would be rejected. So
Because it's not evidence. That's why.
Because it's not evidence in a court of law. You have to think on that level, buddy. If it can be manipulated, you have to be able to experience what you're seeing a photo of. to verify it, right? Think about it on that level. You have to be able to experience what you see in a photo.
So someone's shown you something that you will never ever be able to experience for yourself. Do you agree that you have to take it on faith if you are to choose to believe that that's real, that someone went to that place and took a photo or whatever, and knowing that you'll never be able to do that very thing yourself, and that the majority, like billions and billions of people, like only a handful of people can actually claim to have done that? Do you agree that you are taking it on faith that is real?
I guess I am trusting people that say they've done
There
it.
you go, and that's it. You trusting people. You trusting people, bro. That's
Here's
it.
the problem. We are
You're in
being
a cult,
very...
Brandon.
No. I'm going to say here we are scrutinizing that evidence like you would in like a court of law. You cannot present that as evidence. So you have to be able to present something else. Because of orbital mechanics, the only way that they can send anything outside of the Earth's supposed atmosphere is to know the dimensions of the Earth first. That's because of orbital mechanics. So you have to verify that the Earth is curving at a certain degree before you do that. So here's the problem. There is no evidence of that whatsoever. There's no direct measurement, and that's what is required for absolute evidence.
Ain't that a bitch? I know. Ain't that that's a real shithole, man. You gotta suck it up, man.
It's really easy to just take it down
Just
to
suck it up.
layman terms and really understand where we're coming from, man. We're not coming from an unscientific point of view. We're actually coming from just a basic logical point of view, and we can even exceed from that point to science because we take that logical stance and the scientific method as science. Anything that goes out of the scientific method is pseudoscience.
Trust the science. Just trust the science, man. Just trust it, bro. Hey, guess what? I trust the science when it comes to diabetes.
I trust the science when they tell me gravity is the reason why things go down instead of equilibrium with whatever is applied with energy, and it seeks equilibrium with itself and its surroundings.
Guaranteed. Every time, 100% without a doubt.
I can reverse engineer that all day and say it's gravity.
Yep. All day. Yep.
You don't trust the science for diabetes. They'll give you insulin. Instead, you have to eat right.
Well, if you're type 1, man, that's difficult, man.
It's all dietary. Everything is dietary. When
Type
it comes to
2
medicine,
is a little different, but type 1, man, that's...
when it comes to medicine, it's all dietary.
I understand type 1 diabetes as good as anyone in here, man. I guarantee you that. Because I live with a type 1 diabetic. That's my wife. And she's had it for over 50 years. She's had diabetes for 50 years. And if anybody wants to talk about somebody doing some long-term studies, I got the evidence right here. 50 years of it.
I would say that everything that has to do with medicine would be what you put into your mouth.
What happens if you put everything correct in your mouth and you still can't get your blood sugars down?
That's right.
I would say that something else that you need to put in your mouth that you're not.
Well,
what about if you've tried absolutely everything?
Then I don't have an answer for you, buddy. I don't know.
I know.
Hang
None
on,
of the doctors have got an answer.
Have you tried fasting?
Of course I have.
Fasting is the new
If
thing.
I don't eat,
Just a second. Don't get irate.
Listen to this. No, I'm not irate.
Chill out, Batman. Chill out. Chill.
Yeah, no, I'm driving.
He's all right.
So
That's how he talks.
Okay,
Yeah,
I can
I'm a
hear
bit.
you. We can hear you, man. We can hear you. So just
Okay, I'll talk
relax,
softer,
relax.
right? So if I don't eat, my
Yeah.
blood sugars are fine. But unfortunately, you've got to
You gotta eat, man. You gotta eat, bro. You gotta eat.
So if I eat lettuce all
Yeah.
day, my blood sugars are fine. But you can't live on lettuce alone.
No, you're not.
Why
Yeah,
don't you just eat steak?
Hey, is that type 1 or type 2,
I'm
Batman?
type 2 insulin dependent, and I believe
okay.
it happened after a certain thingamajiggy.
Okay, all right. Getcha.
Hey, I'm not going to
So-
dispute that.
No,
But
no, no.
certain thingamajiggy is why I'm here.
Dude, Batman.
Not the thingamajiggy that happened over the last 3 years.
Oh, okay. Different thingamajiggy. Okay.
It's another thingamajiggy when I cut my head open and had to get a special thingamajiggy so as I wouldn't get a certain infection.
Starts with a T. Starts with a T.
That's exactly.
That's the one. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Hey,
they've
so
got us
that means
cornered
that
into
your body doesn't produce insulin. That's correct.
My body produces very little.
Very little.
insulin.
Very little. He's type 2,
Okay.
man. It does produce some, and you can control it through your diet. They say, and hey, I've got evidence that my neighbor did that. My wife is type 1, which she's had for 50 years, and she has to have insulin every single day, man. There's no fucking doubt about it.
That's because her pancreas is not producing any.
Professor.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the thing: most type 2 diabetics actually have too much insulin in their blood. Okay, so they have a thing called insulin resistance, where their cells actually
that's it.
the insulin. All right, now unfortunately I don't have that problem. I just don't produce enough insulin. So if I have a simple slice of bread, my blood sugars go skyrocket, and they hang around there for hours.
At least three, maybe 4 hours minimum, right?
Try 5 or 6 with me. I laugh about it now because I didn't really like needles, but I had no choice.
Yep.
So what happens if you eat steak?
What's that?
So what happens if you said you can't eat lettuce all day, and I don't know why you'd even try, but what happens when you eat steak?
Okay, so here's the thing. When you have protein, your blood sugars are pretty good for about 3 hours, and then later your blood sugars go high because the body takes a long time to process the protein and actually turns it into sugar, believe it or not. So
yeah, but
protein.
But that's only. But that only happens. You got to be a little more specific than that. Your body only turns it into sugar when it has a lot of protein, when it doesn't have fat, when it's starved of fat. When your digestive system has a sufficient amount of fat, it doesn't turn the protein into.
That's actually incorrect. So just about everything that you eat will eventually get converted to a sugar of some type.
Yep.
Okay. It just depends on how long it takes to convert that to sugar. So, when you have a donut, it's bang, it's instantaneous. When you have a bit of bread, it's nearly instantaneous. When you have meat, that also does get converted to sugar, but it just takes a lot longer. So,
I misspoke. What I mean to say is, I didn't mean to say that. I meant to say insulin. So it's when your body is starved of fat and you're consuming lots of protein, then your body gets into a certain state of being that's not actually healthy. It's actually unhealthy, where it starts to turn protein into insulin because it doesn't have any other source to turn it. It's better to turn.
Unfortunately, you're incorrect. Your body doesn't convert meat into insulin. Your pancreas produces the insulin, okay? And it produces it according to the response of the level of sugar in your blood. So, as it really tries to control your blood sugar levels between a very minor range. Now, if you're outside that range, your pancreas sends signals to produce more insulin. Okay? Unfortunately, mine doesn't do that.
No.
Now, I've taken more vitamin D, I've taken all the B vitamins that you're supposed to take. We've tried everything. I've gone on a keto diet. I have fat when I have a chance. Not that I like
Can I
fat.
ask a question?
Yeah.
Have you ever fermented garlic cloves with honey
No,
and taken that as a supplement?
Yeah, no, unfortunately I haven't. Garlic is
You should.
very, very. I know it's very strong though. When my mother had cancer and she was in hospital and she was trying to get better, she used to take a lot of garlic, and it just used to reek.
Here's the thing. I'm talking about garlic fermented in honey over time.
Okay.
Like after a few weeks, you eat that piece of garlic. It's not very potent. Like it cuts it down in the potency of odor and taste. So I recommend you at least try that. You have to ferment the garlic cloves in the honey and burp it every day for a few weeks, and then start eating the garlic. And using the honey as maybe a salad dressing or whatever. It doesn't matter. All I recommend is you at least try that for a month and tell me what you think.
Yeah, okay. I'll definitely do some research on it and give it a go.
I would love that. And Effie Batman, kudos to you. I'm not trying to be a contrarian to your problems or anything. I just want to present a solution if I can.
Yeah, no, thank you.
I like it. Platzi.
I've tried just about everything, so there's no harm in trying another thing.
Man. Try everything. Why not?
Yeah, do you know what? They say that if you do exercise, it brings your blood sugar down. Not with me, it doesn't. It raises my blood sugar, and I do a lot of exercise. I'm a very fit
Batman?
60-year-old.
Hey, Batman, guess what, man? Everything's inverted, man. If they tell you exercise is good for you, it's very bad for you. I've always noticed.
I would beg to differ on that one, man. That's not true for me.
Yeah, for you, exactly. At your age, yeah, you're good. Keep doing what you're doing. I'll tell you what, man. You want to run a marathon? You want to pound your knees into the cement for fucking 3 hours? Really? You think that's good for your knees? No, it's not good. I mean, I dig it, man. There is exercise that's good. Swimming is amazing because your buoyancy in the pool, in the water. Oh my goodness. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. That's exercise. That's beautiful.
Well, hey,
no impact.
How's this? I don't float at all.
You sink like a rock? Is that what you're saying?
I sink like a rock. It's serious. I sink like a rock because of the muscle mass.
Oh, okay. You're not human. You're Batman.
No.
It's the suit.
I didn't know Batman stank.
Wait. If he's a lizard. Lizards can't swim.
No, I'm not a lizard. Look,
I need to clarify something.
That was funny. Come on, you guys. Give me a laugh on that one. Shit. That was
I do need to clarify something before we continue. It has to be raw honey. No additives. No, cutting the honey with maple syrup or whatever. It has to be raw honey.
Yeah, no, we've got raw honey. We've got raw honey down here. It's very easily available. I'll tell you a funny story. years ago when we were younger, we went on our honeymoon to the Great Barrier Reef down here in Australia.
Australia.
And yeah, Australia, mate.
Yeah, baby.
And there was a snorkeling expedition out from one of the beaches, and my wife, she floats, mate. She could just lay there all day floating.
Right.
And I said to them, look, can I have a jacket, please? And they go, why do you want a jacket for? I said, because I sink. No, you can float. You can float. I said, all right, okay, no worries, here you go. We'll try everything. I just don't float. I just sink.
Yeah, you're one of them, man. Hey, I feel bad for you, Batman.
I don't feel bad for me.
Dude, but I feel good for you at the same time because you're in here hanging out on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. But at the same time, yeah, that sucks that you sink in the water, man. I have to kind of.
I got a question about that. What if you inhale and fill your lungs full of air and then hold the breath? Then you still sink.
I still sink. Yep.
Still going down.
I've got too much muscle mass in my legs, so my legs just go straight down. No fat whatsoever. I've been an active person all my life. I've represented my state in table tennis. As I said, I'm like top 10 in my age group. I play 3 times a week. I train. I'm running up and down stairs all the time. I do everything correct. Eat all the right foods. Doesn't matter. At one stage, one of my sports was water skiing. Yeah.
Batman, you're a type 2 diabetic.
Yeah.
That's incredible, dude. I mean,
I don't mean to cut in here, but there's a new guy in here. False dilemma fallacy.
Yeah, we tried talking to them earlier, I think. We opened up their mic and said, hey, man, talk to us. They got no roles. And
new guy, if you want to talk, speak up.
We try.
Hey, type 2 diabetes is completely curable. Did you know that?
Yeah, and Batman's listening as well. So come on.
Type 2 is 100% curable, man. 100%.
So keep in mind, the way that word is usually used, not all the time, but most of the time, when the word cure is used, it's misused in a way where it's basically being replaced with the word magic. So cure, for the most part, with the exception of penicillin or something like that, cures are magic. There's no such thing as cures. There's just effective treatment and then ineffective treatment.
Yep. There you go. I agree 100%.
I try not to go to the doctor, to be honest.
Is that why when you say cure for cancer, you get disappeared?
Oh, that's to preserve it. That's what cures.
It's funny when they spend money to find a cure for cancer. If you think about it, right?
Hey, man, I got millions and billions of dollars raised. We're gonna cure this shit. We got it. Come on, give us your money, man. Give us your money. I got the cure, baby. I got the cure.
Well, apparently there was cures for particular cancers, but I think it varies so much that you just don't know which one is going to help.
Yep. Hey, man. I think the radiation thing.
My mother had lung cancer.
Yeah.
My mother had lung cancer, and she didn't want to go the pharmaceutical method. She went on a natural method. Yeah. But every time she went to the oncologist, the amount of pushing they did to get her to do the chemo was
tremendous, right? It's
phenomenal. Tremendous. I couldn't turn around, and at one appointment they turned around and said, oh, look, it looks like it's in remission. And then the very next appointment, they turned around and said to her, oh, look, it looks like it's spread everywhere. And she got scared, so she decided, this is my last chance. I'll do the chemo.
Yeah.
And one of the days when she was doing the chemo, they put it in a little bit too quickly, and she went into cardiac arrest and spent the next 3 months in the bed.
Oh,
and she got bed sores, and she ended up dying of sepsis.
She's done. Sepsis, yeah.
You know?
Hey, I've seen that exact same scenario. In fact, just recently, this week, man, we watched a friend of ours' dad died the exact same way, man. And that sucks, man, when you have to go through that kind of
it's terrible. And you know what? They had her on that much medication.
Hey.
We're not doing this here.
Hey, man, did you notice that the earth is flat? Did you check it out? Have you seen that?
Yeah, appreciate everyone. Do I have a lot of opinions about, what you guys were just talking about?
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
But we're not doing this here.
Fair enough, Helio. Fair enough.
All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Hey, I have some interesting information about flying over the globe, man. And if you fly over a globe in an airplane, that you have to dip your nose at a certain angle that produces the curvature of the earth, right? I mean, if it's a ball. And it turns out that you have to dip the nose of the airplane down to follow a curve of a ball. And if you do that, you can fly around a ball. And there is no other physical experiment that you can debunk this with. I mean, the fact is, if you're going to fly around a ball, you have to account for the curvature of the ball. And if anybody wants to disagree with that, we're here 24/7, 365
Well, guess what they
days.
say? Guess what they say?
Mm-hmm.
The pressure differential that's created as you travel forward makes the plane drop automatically. Come on, this is what they say.
Yeah,
Come on.
I just tell those guys to fuck off when they bring that shit up.
You know how much? How much they would have to account for?
Yes, I do know the number. I do.
But they do say that it happens. It happens every centimeter they travel.
Yep.
It doesn't.
I mean,
you know why it doesn't?
I've done some numbers on this. And they wants to hear them.
You know why it doesn't happen though?
I want to
because everybody on the flight would absolutely feel them accounting for the curvature. And you know why they don't? Because they don't.
Because they don't.
That's it. Because it's flat.
You're still dipping down over the curve, but you don't feel that because it just flies flat, which is what the pilots will tell you.
The whole point of the premise of planes accounting for the curvature, no matter how they do it,
right,
it would be felt by every passenger on the flight.
Yep. Wow.
It doesn't matter what they want to say is happening. What is actually happening isn't that. At a cruising altitude, they are experiencing no such thing. And that is most of the flight, unless there's turbulence because of weather.
Well, I've talked to some pilots in here. I've talked to pilots in person. I'm like, oh my goodness. I had a pilot guy that hung out with us at a Flat Earth meetup. He's like, dude, I'm a pilot, bro, but I'm kind of undercover here because I'm trying to keep my job, bro. I'm like, but I know it's flat, 100%. And I'm like, yeah, thank you, man. Thanks for showing up, man. And yeah, there's so much evidence of pilots flying over a flat stationary plane.
Let's just try to tell you that their gyroscopes adjust for the curvature, which is absolutely ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
You know why? Because they would have to, the point of a gyroscope isn't that. And the fact that the gyroscope would have to be constantly adjusting is not apparent at all in reality.
Well, there's been a discussion recently about this particular topic about flying over the globe and how much you would actually have to negotiate around the ball.
Negotiate is a good term. That
Yeah,
you
you got to
use.
negotiate this
You have
ball.
to negotiate.
I mean, there's no getting around negotiating it because it's a ball. For fuck's sake! I mean, if I took my little model airplane and flew it around a basketball, you'd be like, well, you're constantly in order to keep the level plane beneath your wings, you're going to have to adjust for this curve, man.
Yeah, but the problem is that nobody ever does that, and
they
if
don't.
they had to, the
Wait,
passengers
Flatsy, are you telling
and
me they don't adjust for the curvature? That they don't? You got to be
no,
kidding.
they don't. No, they don't. But even if that was the case, the passengers of the flight, whatever commercial flight they're flying on,
Right.
would feel it. They
Yep.
would notice it.
My next door neighbor left today. Say, hey man, keep an eye on the place. If you see anything weird, whatever. And he's gonna fly to Amsterdam from California and get on a boat and do some crazy boat trip. But and he is gonna fly basically halfway around the world to get on a boat, at least a quarter of the way around the world to get on a boat from here. And he's going to have to experience a whole bunch of curvature, man, between here and what do they call it, Netherlands?
Yeah, I wonder where that curvature would be applied. I'd love to see anybody apply curvature of
That's
the
the
earth.
funny thing, Flatsy. They don't account for it, man, in all of the building of the airplanes and the flying of the airplanes.
Yeah, but we all know that.
We
all know that. But we have to get down to the crux of it. Like, when in history has anyone ever measured the curvature of the earth? Like, when has that ever happened?
It's a big question. I mean,
You can say that you see images from space, whatever. No, for orbital mechanics, they need to know the actual radius of the earth to be able to launch anything into orbit.
Right.
So, where did they get the radius for the orbital mechanics of anything orbiting the supposed globe Earth? You
Yep.
got to give me that first.
That's the first thing, man. You gotta produce that little piece
Give
of
me the
piece of
actual
gold. Yeah, I mean that would be great.
measured curvature, because that's where they know. That's where they're supposed to know
That's where they
what
know
the radius of the Earth
what's
is.
up. Hey, guess what, man? They never measured it because it doesn't exist. They made up a
No,
bunch of
no. They only calculate it.
exactly. They only calculated. Hey,
Oh,
guess what?
they can measure shadows, but fuck that.
Hey, Matthew Learns and I measured shadows and came up with some calculations. Oh my God, it was amazing. We predicted the Earth and the Sun distance. The Sun was only 3,000 miles away, 3,500 tops. But that's what we calculated, and that's just what we did, and that was it, man. Nobody was trying to pull any punches. Nobody was trying to. It's like, here's some calculations from an angle to the sun on solstice or equinox. Doesn't matter. That's what the numbers came out to be, and even Matthew Learns, our math professor here, would agree with me that we measured an angle to the sun and came up with calculations that produced a number that was 3,000 477 miles away. That was it. So angles and shadows don't prove fuck all, man. What does prove all is standing at the ocean and saying, hey, man, am I spinning 1,000 miles an hour right now? Or 800?
You don't even have to go that far. You have to realize that the sun is setting way, way beyond the point of the physical horizon. So, the sun setting is an optical thing, not a geometric thing.
Well, the same is said about the horizon. The horizon is a optical thing, not a physical thing.
Yeah, but it has to be a physical thing on a globe of
Yes, it does.
3,959 miles. It has to be. There is no exception. It has to be.
That's it, boys and girls. It has to be. And if it's not, man, then your geometric horizon, your parent horizon is fucked.
You watch the sunset.
You're screwed. You're done.
Way beyond the geometric horizon. Way beyond it. And you want to say that that's the proof that it's going beyond an actual curve of the earth? Fuck off.
Fuck off. Yes, exactly. That's all you got to do is tell these guys to fuck off. Every time, man. Don't be ashamed.
Well, it's pretty simple.
No.
If there is a physical horizon, that's where the sun should be setting. Always.
Hmm?
Boom.
Guaranteed.
Conversation over.
You're done. Fuck off. I do appreciate that, the news media will put out articles and it says, President Biden today took a poop, and you're like, what? I mean, fuck off. I don't even pay attention to that. You just have to dismiss it. You have to dismiss that crap, man. Anytime that comes into your peripheral vision.
No, you missed it. It was more interesting that he took a poop while eating chocolate ice cream.
There you go. Hey, that's a newsworthy story. We should read the entire article. Dude, I guarantee it was 100% made up by AI. 100%. I mean, there's ridiculous stories. I mean, every day it comes out, whether it's space or political or wars, shootings, whatever.
Hey.
It gets stupid, man. You gotta discern between, oh my goodness, this is complete garbage, or something that
Hey, I got something to say.
Go ahead.
Oh, never mind. Oh yeah, there we go. Jogs is new to the server, but VC verified. Welcome to the server, Jogs. And I would love for you to talk about your point of view on all of this. Use your 8-ball, please. Use the 8-ball to tell you if you need to talk to us or whatnot.
Jogs, what's up? What's going on, man? You got some insight on Earth? That'd be cool. If anybody's got any insight on how the Earth works, we want to hear about it, because we're here on Earth and we're checking out Earth and we're looking at Earth and we're measuring Earth and we're calculating Earth even. Oh my goodness. And yeah, the Earth is what we live on, so therefore we should check it out. And if there's
even if you're setting up a chair, Jogs, you can talk to us if you want to. You're welcome to. We're just regular folks like you.
Setting up a chair? I like it.
Yeah, we're just regular folks like you. You can talk to us. You don't have to just listen. But we also welcome you.
Hey, we are not just regular folks. Hold on there, Flatsy. Believe we are not
Yeah,
just
I'm a regular folk. I guess I should just speak for myself.
you're not a
I'm just regular.
you're not even Flatsy, you're not even close to a regular folk, man. Come on. Not even close.
I feel like I'm regular because I make mistakes all the time.
Well, we all do.
Mess
We all make
up a
mistakes.
lot.
That's not it's not a crime to make mistakes, man. I mean, I was stringing the piano today. I was fucking up all over the place, man. I was like, oh shit. I forgot to do
I
this.
can't be perfect.
I forgot
I
to do
can't
that.
understand something though. I maybe can't understand how to restring a piano.
Yeah, but
You have to be an absolute genius to be able to do something like that.
No, man. But I fucked it up. I mean, I've been stringing pianos for years. It's like, and even though you think you got everything under control, you got this thing hooked there and that there, and then this pull the string and cut the string, and you fuck up. Oh shit! I was on the wrong fucking. Oh shit, man! I gotta fix this. And it's just no getting around mistakes. But the problem with the globe, man, is the whole thing's a mistake. And it's like, I believed in a complete mistake, man. And I bought it and I sold it and I believed it. Yeah. Damn, I believed that mistake in my life. And you have to admit that. It's like, damn. What a cuck shit show this is, man. Damn. Okay. I got burned. Man. I'm gonna go ahead and try to fix this burnt situation. And it's no different than fucking up and putting the wrong string on the wrong hitch pin that connects to it's no different, man. You just admit, dude, I just fucked it up. I just strung the wrong string on the wrong thing with the wrong fuck. You have to own it and fix it somehow.
The only thing that I restring is my own guitar, and I never fuck that up because I'm so particular about it.
Yeah, that's it, man. I mean, there's certain ways.
So I can restring either my I can restring a classical guitar with tying on the bridge that's close, like on the body. Yeah, on the body. I can do that, and I can restring any other guitar. Oh wait, no, let me not say that. I can't restring a guitar on a Floyd Rose because I have no idea what I'm supposed to do on a Floyd Rose.
The Floyd Rose is the most ridiculous thing to string and tune. Oh my goodness, man. What a shit show that Floyd Rose thing is, man. I mean, I'm just not.
I can't do it. I don't have a Floyd Rose guitar to even act like I know what I'm talking about. I know that you're supposed to string the guitar and use those little knobs. I don't know. I'm not even gonna act like I know. I'm not gonna. No.
Oh, you don't. Wait. Wait.
Sorry, Artemis. What are you trying to
Artemis.
Go ahead, Artemis.
Go ahead, Artemis. Tell us what's up, man.
I just thought I was getting excited, like thinking, oh, you can play guitar and restring a guitar, and then it felt like you ended on like that you can't do it. I'm so confused.
That's only with the Floyd Rose.
It's a Floyd Rose
guitars have a locking. Well, maybe it's easier. Maybe it's easier on a locking Floyd Rose.
No, Floyd Rose. The Floyd
What?
Rose Bridge is such a bitch to tune and to string. You got
What?
you got to go
Hold on. What
up,
is she saying?
but she doesn't understand the Floyd.
Maybe
No, I
she
definitely
does.
don't. I
Oh,
had
okay.
a
Never mind.
Strat. I don't. Is it similar? Like it's because it's electric. I do know they're more complicated, but you essentially just you can usually they have a whole. Yeah, I don't know.
It's a bitch.
You should play guitar. Why don't you play guitar while everyone's chatting? That's not just anything. I don't think.
Where's Sonny? Sonny's.
Sonny.
Yeah, Sonny left.
He's not here.
Do you play guitar?
I do.
Yeah, it'd be like I'm happy
Flatsy
to
does.
listen to it.
Yeah, she does.
I love playing guitar, and I love restringing my guitars. Although
Is it like
it's not a fun process to keep them tuned after you restring them. It takes a minute for them to
Takes a
take
minute.
to the tuning.
Takes a minute.
Artemis,
Explain
what's with the name change?
I used a Floyd Rose guitar for quite a while, and basically what you do when you restring the guitar, the little rings at the bottom, you just cut them off, and then there's at the bridge. There's you have to use an Allen wrench to clamp them down on both sides. Now, there's a bridge at the neck bridge.
Yes, I know that you have to use Allen wrenches for Floyd Rose. Yeah.
And it takes a while to get them in tune, but once you get it set up right,
it won't be out of tune ever.
Yeah, it almost doesn't go out of tune.
And even if it does, it's just an adjustment on like a little knob.
Yeah, and it has little knobs that's at the bottom that you twist. Yeah, that's what is one of my first guitar. Well, it wasn't my first guitar, but one I used it for years. And yeah, restringing them is it's a pain in the ass, but yeah.
Was it an LTD?
No, it was a Charvel.
Okay, well, LTDs are awesome when it comes to locking Floyd Roses.
Yeah, I mean, Charvel.
I recommend those.
Yamaha. Yamaha was a Charvel's like a cheap version of Yamaha. But anyway, that's what I used for a while. But yeah, it's a totally different way to string up a guitar. Anyway, since you guys
Did someone say something to her?
Yeah, I did. I said, Artemis, what's with the name change?
Oh, well, I evolve. Like I self-develop a lot, and like I rapidly change in several months.
You nearly used that word evolved, didn't you?
Well,
hey, define evolution.
Oh my god! Fuck on! Jeez.
Your ideas. Are your ideas evolutionary? You change your mind?
Like a Pokemon. Like
Let me tell you one thing.
Pokemon. Jeez.
I can tell you one thing. That entropy debunks evolution by far.
Everyone, there's no evolution. He's just been a dick.
There is no evolution.
But there is no evolution.
I know there's, but it's a kind of like, as I said, it's more like a Pokemon term. Like I've turned into a Nick level Pokemon. Okay.
Yeah, but it's not possible in actual reality because, evolution would be subject to the law of entropy. Entropy
You're talking about
means that things from a bigger scale will only... Hold on.
Yeah, hold on, Timbo. Let her finish that statement, please.
Anything in a bigger scale will only break down over time because of entropy. So, if anything always breaks down over time, there is no way that something can change and level up. No, entropy, the law of entropy, which is a law of nature, can like contribute to anything breaking down and leveling up, even at the smallest scale. That's not a case. Just like you take a rock. Think about a rock. Like a big rock.
Complicated.
No, think about a big rock on a big scale. So it breaks on its own. So the rock breaks on its own. That rock will never be whole again. It will never be the rock that it was before that rock broke off because of nature, because of entropy. Nothing will ever make that rock whole again. Everything else is subjected to that law. Nothing can ever be broken down and leveled up ever.
Even adaptation as well. You know, for a species to be able to there we go again. But for something to be able to do something, it already had the ability to do so.
Exactly. The information was already there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Adaptation has been hijacked by evolution.
People argue adaptation as evolution, but it's the animal or the thing has already has the ability to
broken down to its environment. It's broken down to its environment.
Hold on just a second. In school, they showed us a picture with a little ape, and then it was a bigger ape, and then it was like a mongrel man, then it was like a human, and the human had a suit, then it had a briefcase. This is evolution. This is what happened.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's discuss that. Let's discuss that with entropy in the balance. I would love to discuss that whole idea with entropy in the balance.
Do we have to?
Possible. It's not possible. That's the outcome, by the way.
So you're saying we don't get better?
No, we don't. We only break down over time.
But how did the fish walk out of the water and then become a human?
It didn't. Entropy debunks that altogether. Thank you.
Well, I mean, you might have to ask yourself, who told you that a fish walked out of water and grew legs? What the fuck is that kind of story? I mean, it's just like talk about a fishtail.
Hey, but it's more realistic than a complicated rock.
Exactly. So a complicated rock cannot become all of reality because of entropy. Thank you. By the way, thank you.
Oh my goodness.
And people like to tell me that I don't understand entropy or the second law of thermodynamics because they want to defend their ideology so much.
No, it's really their beliefs, not an ideology. I mean, I guess the ideology, and belief at the same time. Yeah.
Yeah, it's both.
Because I've always been a creationist, so I'd go on the side of creation. They like to believe in a
spectrum. They like to believe in a spectrum of things.
So their ideology would be, their ideology would be they would lean toward stuff happening on accident over millions of years.
Your problem there is that nothing happens on accident. Everything is always breaking down,
or at least
from its original form.
Right, period. At least what we experience in the real world.
Well, that's the only thing we can experience.
I know. It's what people believe something that's impossible, and it's
that we can experience. Okay, so that's a belief.
They believe that something that is impossible, they believe it for just because they don't want to accept that the creationists I won't even speculate about their reasoning, but But anyway,
I love
we have
I
physical
love you,
evidence.
Helio.
We have physical evidence for our story or our beliefs, but they just believe something with no proof or no physical evidence for it, or
Well, we're
even
here with science,
logical evidence. I mean, the
but
logic
we're
of the
here
Big
with
Bang Theory.
actual
I mean,
science.
come on.
But no, we're here with actual science on our side.
Sure.
And they deny science and then tell us that we're science deniers.
Kind of like what are we supposed to do with this? Is like, oh, if they call it science and then we throw them the real science and then they say, well, really more often they just appeal to consensus because they don't ever actually have the real science. And we pull up the Wikipedia article saying this is what they said about this. And
Doesn't matter about Wikipedia.
yeah, that's cool. Well, dude, I use Wikipedia all the time. And
I
then I can show them. I can show them where the guys that you're talking about said that it's really creation, or at least there's speculation. There's shitloads of speculation about it, and we really don't have any science to back this up.
But you are smart enough to realize that your Google Earthing doesn't compute with reality.
Yeah, it's kind of a strange situation.
Hold on a second. If we didn't evolve, then how did we get here? Did God just make us brand new?
You know, we were just created and we've devolved. Not evolved, but devolved.
Yeah, I'm hoping God kept the receipt.
Yeah, thus.
Yeah, because we're gonna have to ask him about it when we get there. We'll be like, God.
But think about.
I've always believed in you. I don't know about devolving. I mean,
we have very much devolved thanks to the education system. People don't even know the definitions of what is a horizontal plane, what is an elevation angle, what is these really remedial things they cannot define because they're so stuck. What are they stuck in? Some sort of web of ignorance?
What? Well, I mean, they wouldn't claim it's ignorance. I mean, it's a belief.
Well, it is ignorance
And
because they can't define remedial things.
Yeah, I guess so.
This is a problem. We have a problem when it comes to Globers that come in here that want to defend the globe, and they don't even know what they're defending. They're just defending it and thinking that we're all idiots.
Yeah, but I'm used to that. As far as all that goes, I was ignorant about a lot of this stuff, but I've never been ignorant about the creator. I've always, known that there was a creator of it. I was ignorant.
Yeah, but you have to think about that, Helio. What creator do you think created everything?
Everybody
What creator? I can't. I mean, I've gone through all that stuff too, but I mean that's not what this room is about. Creation.
That's right. But you said it, and you're telling me something like I already knew this. But what creator are you talking about?
Well, I mean, I grew up in Christianity, so yeah, I would say the creator from the Bible. I mean, the story of Genesis is as good as any other creation story.
Yeah, but you can still say that and still subscribe to a different creator than people will read about in the Bible, and you take an interpretation instead of what is actually written.
I won't say it's as good as any other Christian story because guess what? There's a Christian story from the atheists or the agnostics that say, oh, well, their creation story is that shit happened 14.5 billion years ago.
Well,
and everything exploded in nothing. That's their creation story. So it's
I would just say just read it. If you can just read the Bible itself, it tells you everything that you need to know if you believe that that is the correct historical document of history that isn't written in any other case other than the Bible. So,
Well, I was just saying that their creation story doesn't line up with physical reality. Their creation story about the Big Bang Theory and all that kind of stuff doesn't
no, it doesn't.
actually line up. And,
No.
and even the function of their supposed solar system and all that doesn't actually physically line up with real science.
Christians do not have a viable way to connect the New Testament to the Old Testament. So you have to scrutinize everything these days.
Sure.
Because everything should line up.
If you're going to be debating this, the creation story.
No. I'm just saying, if it's all relevant, then everything needs to be relevant.
Sure.
Nothing is left out. Nothing should be left out. Everything should be relevant at that point. If you're going to subscribe to the Bible being your way of knowing your cosmology, then everything from beginning to end should be your way of referencing life.
Well,
period.
I mean, what if the creation story in the Bible is one of my sources?
Then you can't contradict yourself.
Yeah, and I don't.
Okay.
Okay.
There are many things that do contradict the Bible with the way people interpret the Bible. New Testament versus Old Testament, whatever.
Yeah, but
I don't know.
We're talking about
any way you want to turn it, it's always contradicted.
No, see, but check this out. Well, this isn't a Bible server. We're talking about the Earth and the how it came
That's
about.
why I'm talking in the vague terms. I'm not trying to bring it to the Bible.
I mean, Muslims have a similar creation story. As a matter of fact, they have the exact same creation story. So, and then you can go to Eastern, the Eastern parts of the world. They have a similar creation story, but it's not exactly the same. But it's not, it's not the Big Bang Theory as the creation story.
Yeah, it's not. No. They also give you a very good description of why there's evil and good and how it's balanced. It's a balance.
Yeah, so that's all I'm saying is,
Everything is a balance and an order. Everything is ordered and balanced. Right? That can't
I don't know. I mean, not everything
on the globe Earth. The globe Earth cannot provide you with an order and a balance. It has to provide you with chaos and
constant change.
And no kind of pinpoint anything. You can't even say that you know what morality is if we are just from nothing. The whole idea of the globe Earth,
just because believing God or in flat Earth, that doesn't necessarily affect morality for people, because it really
but it does, because information is not matter or energy. It's something outside of that. So you have to consider information.
It may give them an excuse to be immoral, like, oh, hey, do you guys know we're on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, and we all came from the Big Bang, and there's no obvious evidence of any God. Anyone that believes in God is an idiot. And since there's no afterlife, there's no consequences, there's no heaven or hell, then I'm just gonna go and take this machine gun and go and get a bunch of money, steal some stuff from people,
check this out. Did Sodom and Gomorrah believe in the globe?
Probably not.
No, it's not. The answer is no. So, say it again. What were you saying, Orion?
I was just saying, just because someone believes in the globe heliocentric bullshit model, that doesn't mean by default that they're immoral. But the heliocentric bullshit model
does give a lot of people.
Most Christians, Muslims,
Why do you cut me out?
Taoists. No, I'm just telling you, most Christians believe that Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I
So it
know
has
that.
nothing to do with morality.
No, I know that. You're not listening. Listen carefully to the words I'm saying.
All right, I'm gonna listen.
So I'm saying that not every glober, obviously, is not immoral, but there are a lot of atheist globers, whatever, that like to use, this idea in their head that there's no evidence of any God. Thus, you might as well just do bad things for fun because it's not like you're going to go to hell when you die. And the reason why they don't believe that there's any God is because they believe that they're on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space and everything came from a big bang, when that's actually just a big religious story made up by weirdo religions in their own form.
Okay, but entropy and information alone debunks all of that.
But yeah, I know. I was just saying, like, they like to use it as an excuse internally. They don't say these things out loud. Like, they don't say what I just said out loud. They think these things internally. Well, you can get some of them to say it out loud, but most of them, they just keep it to themselves.
Yeah, but the way that you would, talk to somebody that believes that kind of mindset is entropy and information. These two things are not possible in their paradigm. Not at all.
But yeah, but these same kinds of people, like, facts are irrelevant to them. It's all feelings to them. And it's, if they were raised to believe that there is no God, and for X reason or Y reason or X story or Y story, then if they're comfortable with that, then they'll be like, oh yeah, I'm going to stick with that. Facts be damned.
Well, they say that we're the science deniers, but science points to entropy and information are the two unexplainable things that you can't at all say that we are derived from monkeys, Big Bang, whatever. There is no way that at a molecular level or at no micro or macro scale can anything level up. Nothing can level up. Nothing.
Can I ask you a question, Kim?
But everything is subject to entropy. Nothing can level up on a micro or macro scale. So there is no evolution. There is no Big Bang. There is none of that, because that would require them defying that law.
What do you mean when you say information can't exist in their paradigm? What do you mean by that?
Information is not matter, and it's not energy. So what is information? You have to be
Information
able
is just
to.
information.
What makes a sequence of anything coherent? Because you can say a bunch of things and it not be coherent. But if
But
you
what
have
do you
a
mean by
log,
information?
Also, Flatseat, can I get you to clarify something? You said that
Sure,
in
go ahead.
their paradigm, entropy cannot work, but in our paradigm and our understanding, entropy is definitely a thing.
entropy can't work in any paradigm. It doesn't matter
What?
if it's ours or theirs.
Yeah,
It is still a
that's why I
law of
want you to
nature.
clarify. No.
Okay, it's still a law of nature. Nothing has ever broken down and leveled up. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
Nothing
get that,
can
but
break down and level up. Like, think about
I
leveling
get
up.
that
What
part,
is
but I
leveling
mean,
up?
you can't have the second law without the first and the third law.
It doesn't matter. Entropy alone is a law in itself that you cannot break down and level up. A rock cannot break off and then become the whole rock again. Anyways, what was the other question?
I think Timbo, was trying to get in there.
Sorry.
What was the other question?
I wanted to.
Oh, it was just. I just wanted to know what you mean by information. Like information.
Information is not matter nor energy.
Yeah, but what
So
are you
we-
classing as information, though? Like,
That's what I'm trying to go ahead and
because
put
information
into
can
words.
be anything. Information
Okay,
can
but
be.
information cannot be coherent without some sort of outside entity to give us coherent information. We do
That's
not
why
have
we
information.
need to clarify information, because information can be knowledge. Yeah.
No, but knowledge
information
can't.
can also be.
Knowledge can't be put into words. Knowledge can't be put into a mathematical equation. Knowledge, information, you cannot give me some sort of equation of, hey, there is
An explanation is also
some sort of kitty
information.
cat running across the lawn. There is no mathematical equation of that.
Yeah, but that information doesn't have to be maths. Information can be anything. That's what I mean by what do you mean by information?
Cannot be pinpointed as math, matter, or mass, like energy, anything, nothing. All of these things.
That's why I'm asking what are you saying information is?
Information would be something that is coherent for you to understand in a sequence of any kind of format. So I can.
Is this the only definition of information, or?
Yes. Yeah. Who knows what information is? It's not matter.
Well, I look at information as something that's informing.
Okay, but you're having to break it down to a scientific level. It's not mass, and it's not.
Well, information doesn't have to be scientific, though. Information can be anything that's explaining something.
Exactly what I'm trying to give you an explanation for. Information can only be something that's coherent to a conscious being.
Well, it's just kind of like I describe.
You cannot interpret anything unless you have information, right? Information alone is what debunks the idea of no creator.
Right,
because we have matter and energy. These people who are atheists believe that we come from matter and energy.
What's the first law?
Information is outside of that. It's not
what's
matter or energy.
What's the first law of thermodynamics, Flatsy?
What is the first law of thermodynamics?
I'm asking you. Because you can't have the second one without the first one. I compare it to the first verse in Genesis.
Conservation of?
No, matter cannot be
conservation
created.
Of
matter cannot be created or destroyed.
Or destroyed.
Conservation of matter and energy.
Yeah.
Okay, conservation. Conservation of energy adapted.
So in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
I still don't know where this information thing's going, though. Like
the information is the way that you debunk.
Like it's not. It's not explaining anything.
But it's outside of energy and mass.
But it depends what you can classify as information, and information can be a book.
No, information is outside of energy and mass. The way that you can interpret information is still the same thing. It's outside of energy and mass.
I don't know what that means.
That makes no sense, though, Vlad. Come on.
Okay. Man. Information is something that we are able to gather outside of energy and mass.
But it's also that we can gather of those in matter as well. In physical form, we get information as well.
Well, I mean, the only way you can interpret
any of that, you're not interpreting any information without
being part of the creation. Part of the creation. Okay. Yes.
But the creator is the reason why you have information.
Yeah. You can't
But
interpret
sometimes
it
we
unless
don't
you
have
already are part of the
information, and then we
creation.
get information from somewhere else, like a book, and then we have information from the book.
That's the same thing that I've just said. It's not matter or energy. It is something that you are able to accumulate without either of those. So what is information?
Well, is information knowledge?
Okay, but what is knowledge?
Well, it's when you learn something and then you know it.
But what does that mean? Because it's not energy or matter. You're able to take a bunch of sequence of something and be able to make it coherent. That's information. So
Yeah,
how
that's why
could
we
you
use words.
explain information without a creator?
I wasn't arguing against the creator, but I still think you can have information. Like information is information. Yeah, you do
You can't
something.
have information without a
I'll
creator.
explain
That's
it.
the proof.
You do something. Okay, I'm going to go. Okay, I pick up this brick. How can I make this easier? So you do all these things to help you pick up the brick. Then you gathered information on how to make it easier to pick up the brick. So you learnt how to do it.
Okay.
I don't understand what this is about, though.
Information alone is the proof of the creator. That's my thing. Like, you can't acquire information from a bunch of different matter and energy without being able to put it into a coherent
Yeah,
understanding
but I just acquired
without a creator.
information of picking up that brick by doing something physical, which is
But
matter.
Timbo, the problem is that you can't accumulate that kind of knowledge without information.
Well, so I just don't know, because this word information, you're using it so broadly.
It needs to be used broadly because it is the acquirement of knowledge. That's why it needs to be
That's what I
used
said.
broadly, because the reason why it needs to be used broadly is our ability to put that kind of thing together for information. There
Okay,
is
so
no way
yours.
to do that without a creator. There is no way to do that because there's no matter, no energy in information. You put that into a coherent message because of information. I can't understand the mathematical formula. Hey, there's a cat roaming across the yard to another person without information. They have to know what a cat is. They have to know what roaming is. They have to know what the yard is. They have to know all of that before they understand what I'm saying. That is information.
Hey, biogenesis. Life has information. Life is complex.
Yeah, at a very, very small level, we have the idea of information. That is not possible without a creator. It is the antecedent of creation.
Okay.
I did get pretty wrapped up in my emotions there. Sorry, Timbo. I love you.
You're all right, man. You're all right.
I did want to get my point across because you
Hey,
seem
you
to
got
not
your
get
point
it.
across. Nobody's
You didn't
disagreeing
seem to
with
get
you
it,
about.
and I wanted you to get it.
What,
So
you
that
thought
was
I
my
wasn't
way.
getting it? I thought we were talking about the same thing, and then you just kept saying information over and over. But no, I totally agree with you. I mean, the information that you can receive and interpret is only possible because the Creator gave us a soul, a body, and a spirit to go through these processes. And so I'm totally in agreement. I don't think that I was disagreeing with you at any point.
Wait, one thing. Can you define mass?
No, because I think that the whole idea of that is just convoluted.
Look, if you get enough typewriters and enough monkeys, eventually they're going to type out the Iliad after so many millions of years. So now what? You guys didn't like that one?
I don't think that has any of that's necessary. I think she made her point clear, and it's the same.
Yeah, I
thing
get
we're
it.
Talking about, bro. It's just like God created the
I just
heavens
had
and
to
the earth.
think
and the
about a
earth
few
was
things
out
for a
forming
minute.
void, and then the first chapter of Genesis. It's a pretty good example of the creation story. I mean, you don't have to be a Christian to actually take a good look at it and see that it makes sense. As far as humanity goes, and what you can understand about Earth, it's not too difficult. And many other, like I said earlier, many other creation stories are similar. Now this Big Bang story, that's a totally different type of creation story, and they don't have any physical evidence for that. That one right there is
Hey, that one's debunked by entropy, though.
yeah, by entropy and the first and third law. So yeah, that's what I was saying. I relate the first law to the creation story. Well, all three of them, of course, in the first book in Genesis. So. They don't really have any
Hey,
evidence.
but a lot of Globers like to tell me that I don't know what entropy means. So I gave my all to understand entropy, and it means exactly what I thought it did from the beginning. So you just gotta understand what entropy means, and everything else falls apart because
Well, you can't.
it's all
If it was,
debunked.
but if you didn't have the first and third law, you wouldn't have the second law. So if you only
That's
had
true.
entropy, it would just be naked nothing. It would just everything would just fade into.
No, because everything does display entropy. It's observable. This isn't something that's just made up. It's observable. So
That's not what I'm
entropy
saying,
is
Clancy.
the biggest law of nature that nothing can ever change and upgrade. It's
have
never
to
going
have
to change and upgrade. It's only going to change and break down.
You have to have all three, though. You have to have-
I think the entropy does it all.
Why do you think that?
For the reasons I just said. Nothing ever breaks down and upgrades.
Where did
It
come
only
from?
breaks down and keeps breaking down from that point.
That's not. I had an interpretation of entropy at a certain point.
If you apply the energy, it's different.
All right,
So
so
you
we
have
live
to
in a dynamic
apply.
system where energy is
Okay,
constantly
so
applied.
if I
so
apply energy from
there's a
to
complete
something,
balance. I mean, God did something right, didn't he?
so if I
Otherwise,
apply energy to something,
if it just hit
it
start and
still
never
breaks down
applied,
from
and there
that.
was no more energy applied to the system, then of course we wouldn't
But it
even
still
exist.
breaks down from the energy applied to it. Thinking on this level, like, hey, I pick up a piece of bread, an avocado, I don't know, whatever. I pick it up, I apply the energy to it, right? From that energy that I apply to it, it only breaks down from there. It only seeks equilibrium with itself and its surroundings. So, if I have a hot cup of coffee, the same thing's going to apply. I set it down, a hot cup of coffee that I applied energy to. It's only going to break down and seek equilibrium with itself and its surroundings.
Hey, check this
It's
out.
not going to become the temperature of its surroundings. Or, no, it is going to become the temperature
I was going to say.
Okay.
Hold on, let me give another example.
It is going to become the temperature
You build
of its surroundings.
you build a cabin in the woods. You live there for 2 years, and you make it look pretty. You build a garden outside. Then you go somewhere else. Then come back to that cabin 20 years later, and nobody's touched it. What's it going to look like?
Like shit.
It's going to look overgrown.
It's going to be overgrown, and the wood's going to be
Gonna be
broken
falling
down.
apart.
But if you lived there the whole time, you'd be taking care of it, and so there's.
But you'd
energy
also
from
be
you.
using the energy.
Saying. So
I'm just saying.
no, I'm saying you need to get a more holistic understanding of entropy so that you can argue it properly. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I got you.
I mean, but it's a constructive criticism. That's all.
I only see entropy as everything breaking down over time.
Well, start looking.
I realize
Look at the first law and the
plants
third law,
grow.
and then compare and contrast.
I realize that plants grow. I realize that applying energy to things make things do things like outside of their equilibrium. I get that.
Okay. Yeah. Look into it more. I'm not trying to take the piss out of you or anything. I'm just saying that I think you're starting to get where I was like, a while ago, and understanding entropy, and the hardest one to understand is the third law and how it relates to the other two.
Hey, you're probably right. I'm just relaying where I'm at. You're probably further than I am. So.
Yeah, because like when I look at the third law of thermodynamics, I'm like, God dang it. And a lot of people want to throw a lot of math at which there's a lot of math involved, of course, with the laws of thermodynamics. But most of the math is like solar system math and that kind of stuff, which that doesn't even really apply. But a lot of it's kinetics as well, physical math on Earth. But the principle is the first law: matter cannot be created or destroyed. So it just exists, basically. And that's the way I see the first law. Second law, in a basic sense, everything tends toward equilibrium unless there's another energy source introduced to maintain it. So I'm still trying to figure out the third law. I'm just
but even when it comes to seeking equilibrium, even if it cannot acquire equilibrium, it's still seeking it. That's why it's so dynamic in the air,
right?
With weather and all of that. All of that's still explained with seeking equilibrium.
Yeah,
but
left alone. Well, yeah, because there's more energy being introduced. Like I give the cabin example or whatever. It's the cabin still exists, but it's broken down now. But it didn't just go out of existence. Over time, it might, but it won't. It might be buried under dirt. It's still there, but it's so it could take a long time. but that's more of a principle thing than than the. I don't know. It's a big study when you look at the laws of thermodynamics. Really deep.
It's really not that hard to understand. You don't even have to conceptualize it. Like you have to conceptualize, hey, the Earth is a globe, this and that and this and that. No,
Right, but you get into philosophy sometimes with it,
Yeah, but you don't have to think about philosophy when it comes to actual things that you can observe in reality. You observe weather. That is because of the second law of thermodynamics, and that is because of entropy. Even wind alone can be described through entropy. I'd say that that's something to consider.
Actually, I don't know. We might disagree on some of that stuff. And there's always energy being introduced, and that's about it tonight. I need to go to bed here shortly because I have to work in a few hours.
How do you do it, man?
How do I stay up all night and fucking go to work?
Yeah, I couldn't do it, man.
I don't know, man. I really don't fucking know. I do it because I don't know.
Like realistically, how many hours sleep do you get a night?
Depends. It kind of depends on the night, I guess.
Like 4 hours?
Sometimes I sleep for longer than that. Yeah, about 4 or 5 hours, maybe. Sometimes it's like last night. I woke up about this time, so that was almost 24 hours ago. I went and saw a movie with my brother and my nephew tonight, and I fell asleep a couple times while we were watching the movie.
I do that every time I go to the cinema.
Yeah, man, I just can't. I mean, it's a 3-hour fucking movie. How long? How could I not fall asleep? It doesn't matter how much sleep I
comfortable
have.
reclining chair.
Yeah, they have the recliners, and then I get freaking popcorn. I eat a fucking gallon of popcorn. I mean, what the hell am I? What do you think? I'm going to stay up the whole?
One of those big Coca-Cola things is like a bucket.
Yeah, so I captured.
You get a sugar low.
It's like a 3-hour movie. I think I got about 2 hours of it. It was the new Guardians of the Galaxy movie. I watched it tonight. It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Or last night. Now it's 3 a.m. here. Yeah, sometimes.
Good on you.
Shit at work.
I'd be.
I don't want to stay up so late.
Yeah, when you don't get a good night's sleep, you get unmotivated.
I don't know. Well, I'm unmotivated because they don't pay me enough money, and I'm, making millionaires richer by, them paying me shit wages to make cabinets and shit. It's like,
Yeah,
I'm supposed to be motivated about that. Doesn't matter.
I get it, man.
It's whatever. It's just like, I'm going to give you my best to pay me freaking bullshit. All right, we'll see what happens.
Have you ever thought about making your own shit and selling it online?
Certainly, but I just don't have the resources to actually make that happen.
Yeah.
I'm kind of in a...
Like simple stuff, like furniture and stuff, like...
Dude, I thought... It's just like I go through Walmart sometimes.
Yeah, I see all that shit in there, and you go,
like
you can
like
make
in the crafts section, there's little crates, and they're like $17. And I was like, man, I can make that.
I could make
I can make that shit out of scraps from work, and it'll cost me like freaking $1, and I could charge $7.15 or charge $10. Go to the freaking flea market or the farmer's market and just sell that shit.
Do you still have? Do you guys still have timber pallets that people? You know how you get your delivery pallets with the forklift and that?
Oh yeah, I throw this shit in the dumpster a lot, man. We throw so much freaking wood away, and we have other scraps that are just piled up everywhere. There's so much wood that I just don't even know what to do with it. And
We got a thing here. People love recycled timber here. Yeah, so they were pulling apart these delivery crates and making bed heads and stuff with them. Yeah, like they look really nice. Just out of scrap. They have to be hardwood though. They're the hardwood ones, not the pine ones. The pine ones look shit.
Pine is shit. Yeah. Unless it's knotty pine. Knotty pine can look pretty if you color.
Oh yeah, like a cypress or something like that. That'll be nice. Yeah.
Knotty pine. There's a lot of cedar scraps over.
Cedar's nice. It's a bit soft, but
that knotty pine. I make knotty pine barn doors. And there's a shitload of offal from making those pine doors, those knotty pine doors. Then I can make those little like picture frames with ribbons on them or crates out of them. But I just don't really. I'm not set up to actually do it at home.
Yeah. They won't let you use the factory? No. Fuck that. No one asks favors like that, do you?
No, I don't. Dude, I'm pretty sure my boss would be like, "Fuck that! If you're gonna make money, you're gonna pay me. You're gonna pay me." So, which I have worked for some companies that would let you do that before. It's like, hey, I have a friend that wants me to build a set of cabinets, and then I'll put them in there. And he's like, all right, you can use the shop, but just pay me for the materials and the nails and stuff, and a little bit extra. I'm like, all right, cool.
Yeah.
But I don't think this guy let me do it, man. I don't know. It's like, I don't know.
And you don't like installs, do you?
No, not installs. No. Fuck that.
No. Yeah.
Somebody else. I've done it before, and it's just like, no. And the tear out. I mean, it's some remodels, you tear this shit out and then install it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because if you can get a team together, team together, you can make some good money.
For installs.
Yeah, you got to. You get two blokes. You go in, rip everything out, do the install, and you can make some good money. Because it doesn't matter if
I'm a shop guy, man. Yeah.
Because if the manufacturing's fucked up, then you just send back. This doesn't fit. Blah blah blah, and then you charge a service call to go back out and fit what was missing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's just like, they give me a work order. I'll build the cabinet, and it's like I built what you told me to build. And it's like, oh, something ain't working. And I was like, I built what you told me to build. It's not my fault that you fucked up the freaking design.
Yeah. Designers, mate. I have trouble with designers every day, or every second day. They don't know what they're fucking doing.
I used to work for Falcon Jet. I used to build cabinets for corporate aircraft. Like, and that shit would be like fractions of a millimeter sometimes. And I had a cold computer that I had with all the design. I could zoom in and just like go by the millimeter or whatever. Right, and then I look at the design. I'm like, no wonder this shit ain't working. Engineer fucked this up.
So wait, so you build in millimeters?
Not now. I mean, I'm just working for a small cabinet shop now, but I used to.
So you go in inches now?
Yeah. I mean, as long as it's within a 16th of an inch.
Yeah. Millimeters is a lot of.
I mean, it's just like, but if I've been building cabinets for 30 years, so I mean, it's just like I know what's going to work and what's not in a certain applications.
Yeah.
As long as they give me the right information, I can make it work.
I
What were you saying,
accidentally
Flessy?
lost service. I lost service, so I'm back.
Oh, good. We're just talking shit.
We're just talking cabinet shit, woodworking stuff.
Well, everybody still has to explain information.
Find a good article that. Let me find one that explains the first 3 laws of thermodynamics. I don't think there's any more than 3.
Even with that, all you have to do is say information, period.
I think you.
The way that we're able to have information has nothing to do with energy or matter.
And it has to do with creation. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, or create. That gives us
that's the first verse of the Bible. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
Well, it doesn't. That's not what necessarily. The fact that we can interpret information, period, is the result of a creator.
All right. So what day were men and women created?
Right. The first miracle is life. The second miracle is intelligent life.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The first verse in the Bible explains all of
Before the Bible explains anything, there was information.
Because, well, yeah, I guess I can go with that.
There is no information given to us unless it was preordained before us. You know, we discover information from different languages, translated, transliterated, all of the other things that you can think of. It's still information that we can interpret, period.
All right, cool. So, why are you so focused on the second law of thermodynamics as the?
No, I said that only to discuss entropy. Entropy is also another law of nature that cannot exclude anything. Everything is subjected to entropy. Everything.
But you can't have the second law, which is entropy, without the first and third laws.
Exactly. So the whole idea or law of entropy cannot exclude anything. Everything is subjected to it. Do you get what I'm saying? If everything is subjected to the law of entropy, because it is, nothing ever upgrades. Everything only breaks down from its original form. Then everything that has to do with the heliocentric model, whatever heliocentric idea, is completely debunked by a natural law of everything.
I'm looking at this thermodynamics definition by Encyclopedia Britannica, and
Go
it's
ahead.
really kind of like weird stuff. Because I mean,
Go ahead. I
no, I'm not
implore
going to go
anybody to.
all of it. Yeah, it doesn't. It really doesn't explain what you're talking about or what I was talking.
Nothing can ever upgrade. Everything always breaks down because of entropy.
I bet you there's a lot of physicists that would disagree with this article.
Well, I would love for them to.
Even
because
well,
they cannot escape it.
no. I'm talking about this article that I just posted that I'm reading right now. There are a lot of physicists that would actually disagree with a lot in this Encyclopedia Britannica article.
Literally nothing can disagree with entropy. Nothing.
I have argument. Tell you.
I'm not talking about your interpretation of entropy, Patsy.
Hello.
What's up?
Go ahead,
Yeah, you go, Drake.
Okay, so how about the fact that we're always breaking these world records, running faster, jumping higher? Everything, every record is broken by the next person that comes up. The chess champion is playing at a higher level. The swimmer is swimming faster. The person's whatever the test is, it's being broken by the next generation. So how does that not becoming more
That has
powerful,
nothing to do with
becoming
entropy.
better?
That has nothing to do with entropy.
Yeah, because we're not breaking down because we're getting stronger and better. Is what I'm saying.
You're only within your limits getting stronger and better.
Well, didn't they run the maximum at the World War II Olympics, and then now they're running faster because we're at a maximum is higher, right?
The maximum can only be higher.
What you said that we're running within our limits. Like, weren't we at the maximum? Like Jesse Owens, when he broke the record, right?
Okay, well you
And
have to
now
think
we have
about
a faster.
gender.
We have a faster runner.
Okay, what is the maximum for each gender?
Who
Has
knows?
it
But the maximum is
increased
getting
or has
more
it
and more.
decreased? Okay, but has it increased or has it decreased over time with
Increase.
each gender?
Not the gender, but just men, right? Just for this case, men's running. They'll be running faster and faster every generation. So in that case,
No,
they're getting
that's not
stronger.
true. Okay, well you'll have to supply a citation for that one.
I mean, I can look it up, but I know for a fact that all the world records for running have been beaten by faster and faster runners. Every generation is becoming faster.
You would have to think about what's recorded, what is actual reality, and what we consider a sport as a statistic, where there's not ever something outside of the statistic that we're gathering. So you have to think about, hey, if I'm going to go ask every person that I see on the street what something is, you're only asking the people that you see on the street, not the people that's not.
So in the case for sports, right, we're just going to take the history of the sport. Let's say running, right? At one point, it was a 5-minute mile. That was the record. Now, then it became the 4-minute mile. Now they can run a 3-minute mile. They haven't hit it yet, but they can do that. So it's like, it's just history of sports records, like in the last 100 years.
Well, I would like something recorded so that I have some sort of idea to run across anyone.
I'll look up something for you. I don't have it at my fingertips, but I'll find something. And then that goes the same thing for
well, that would matter.
And go ahead. I'll look up something. And I'll find something on it.
Okay.
Anyways, now I'm not disagreeing with you. I think I don't think we're evolving. I think we're just like you said. We're probably just. I think it is. I think it's the power of the mind. You can go far. You can go farther.
I would
Because of the power of
even
the mind.
say that we're devolving. The evidence points to us devolving other than anything else.
So what you're saying is
So
that
the fact that
you're
we're
saying,
devolving,
okay, wait. So what you're saying is that the people around Jesus' days, they were smarter and more intelligent and healthier than today?
yes.
Okay. And you're saying, I heard this argument. Adam was the perfect man. Eve was a perfect woman, right? I heard that, right?
Right.
But that's kind of too far off to really...
You can't
Yeah.
not think that they
You can
were.
say that. You can say that, but
But
can't
you
compare
can't
them.
think that
We
they're
don't have
not.
what?
They had the knowledge of everything heavens above and everything below. They had
Right.
all that knowledge.
Because God gave it to them, right? But that's... We can't compare them. We can't
They
put
were
them side by
presented
side.
with it, not
We
just
just have
because
this...
God gave it to them, but they were presented with it. They had the knowledge of it because it was all there, because all the angels bowed down to Adam when he was created. They all bowed down except for Azazel. He was jealous. So you have to think
As
about,
well.
you have to think about everything that was already created bowed down to the creation here on earth. So everyone on earth, which was not a lot, already was being glorified and praised and bowed down to until the fall of Adam, thanks to Eve. And Adam was just loving Eve and followed suit to follow behind her. So you have to think on it on that kind of scale. Everything always devolves from its original point. Everything always has, everything always will. There is no exception. If you can give me one, please do.
Well, I'll try to look up the records for running.
What just happened?
I don't know. They were talking about something. Humans. Godric was saying, but they're getting quicker in track and field, and then I don't know. I think they've gone off to get.
You
some
remember that 80s
citation.
game, Track and Field? They had little buttons on the video game where you had to like tap the buttons.
Yeah.
And hit jump, you know.
Yeah.
It's like, damn, it's hurting my wrist.
Was that Atari or Commodore 64?
Well, I was talking about the arcade. It's just like they had these buttons. It's like, sometimes you had to like double your fists up on, or double your fingers up on. There's a.
I remember when I was 13, they had a poker game on the Commodore 64. It was called Strip Poker, and it was so hard to get the girl all the way undressed, but that was like porn back then. That was a porn back then. It was a strip poker game on Commodore 64. And it was like, and it was just a still, it was a still person. It wasn't like moving. It was just, she was just sitting there with her clothes off.
But
That
you
was
had to win the poker game to get her
Yes.
clothes off?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. All right. But that was way before Atari, though, right? Commodore 64. Or not way before, but
I
close
think
to
it was around
the
the same time, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was in the 80s.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just like late 80s. Or no,
Yeah,
I mean,
mid
Atari
to late 80s.
2600. Let's see. I had a Commodore, I had a Commodore 64. Where you could put the cartridge, you slide it up in there, but I didn't get
I remember the computer system called Atom. I had Atom Computer. It was a whole computer system. The company didn't last, but at the time it was like an IBM or like Commodore 64. They sold it at Toys R Us.
I think I was too young to even give a shit about porn when Commodore 64 came.
Did you develop late, Helio?
I remember when I had the Commodore 64, I found like a text program where I just like spent all day typing in the text program to like play blackjack. I created the program and it was like text this, no command lines, make a freaking blackjack program or something where I can just, oh, you finally got it done, and then you can play a video game. So that was probably way before you could actually.
Remember, there was a game called Green Beret. And just, these were like 2D games, yeah? You'd run along a thing and jump over things, and then you come across enemies. You got to try and shoot them. But
yeah. I mean,
they're all in your line, you can't move around and stuff. You can move back and forward.
Like,
and that's it.
like even Atari 2600, it was just, that was like Pitfall. I loved that game back in the day. I think I was like freaking 8 years old the first time I came across Pitfall. And you just like, you have to jump on alligators' heads across things, swing on vines. Remember Pitfall?
No, I don't. But is it like Donkey Kong? Those kind of.
Yeah, it was about the same. Well, no, Donkey Kong was later.
Yeah, they were the little handheld ones. They were good. Remember those little handheld, like personal kind of game things? Or like mini.
What? See, we had arcades where I was, so I was introduced to Donkey Kong and Super Mario like in my early teens. So I could go to the arcade and play Super Mario Brothers on the full arcade. I didn't have the actual game on my house. Yeah, I'll be fucking 50. I'll be 50 years old next month, so I don't know if you guys know that, but whatever. Yeah, I'm old, man, bro. I didn't even know who Super Mario Brothers was until I saw him in the arcade.
Yeah, because I had Mario Brothers, and then I think Super Mario came out on the Nintendo Entertainment System, the one after.
Yeah, it came out in the arcade here before they actually had it on the NES.
Yeah, because I had the Mattel Nintendo. What was it? It was the one with Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt. Like that one.
Duck Hunt. Yeah, it was like a combination cartridge. So how far are you behind me, like in age?
Maybe 8 years then.
Okay, so yeah, that's
7 years.
Yeah, all those games were in the arcade before the NES came out. It was all Japanese shit, but they didn't put the NES out until later, after they put them in the arcades and made all their shitloads of money.
Yeah.
That's fun though.
Yeah, I used to play Duck Hunt all day. I'd come home from school and just put Duck Hunt on, and
it's just like, yeah, but how often did you actually? It's like, I know I hit that motherfucker in the right place, and it didn't fall. It's like, God dang it! give me my money back. It's like, no, don't give me my money back because you know
Then I'll have
you
nothing
shot
to
it
play.
the right. Well, it's just like I often wonder. It's just like you got the CRT monitor, right? And your reckon uses this freaking gun. Did you actually hit them, or are they just like randomly giving you shit? You know, because I mean, is there a relationship between your CRT and where you're pointing the gun? I think that's bullshit. I think they just made you think you were actually shooting the ducks with your freaking gun. Because how can that fucking CRT monitor work with
pick
the
up
gun? You know?
I never understood that, but because
Yeah, I think it was cool. I mean, I thought about it later. I mean, at the time, I thought I was like, I'm actually getting close to hitting the ducks, but now looking back, I'm like, no, there ain't no fucking way that gun, like, that you actually were hitting those ducks with that little radar gun and from your freaking Nintendo. Maybe there was something inside the Nintendo if they knew or whatever. Doesn't matter. But maybe probably just depends on the size of the TV. Go ahead, brother. Sorry.
I went to my brother's the other week, and he still got it, the one from when we were kids.
Oh, the old duck
he's like, yeah, and he put it on, and he goes, I remember this. And I said, what the fuck? Where'd you get this from? And he goes, I kept it. I went, it's not yours. But
when do you do it like on an 80-inch freaking flat screen now and see if it works?
Yeah, but it had such a delay. It wasn't funny. Between the control going through the system and then it going to the TV.
Oh shit!
There was a delay, so you couldn't really play it.
So you can buy one off of eBay that has all those fucking games for like $20 and has 2 controllers. You can buy all those, like all of the old Nintendo games for $20 right now and plug it into your TV. Play them all day long.
How good's that? Yeah.
And some old Atari
Mario
games,
Brothers
all of it.
3.
Yeah, all of it. Yeah, I think
there was an Olympic game.
All that shit. No.
Yeah.
There were they started out as 8-bit, and then 16-bit, then 32-bit, 64, and 128, and then the old Doom games. You can play Doom, like the old Doom, just online, and it works really good. Just playing it on your browser. Or even some of the ones after that. You can play them for free too. Old Doom games, just run it straight on your browser.
Yeah, I have hundreds of Nintendo games and stuff on my computer. Yeah. They're fun as hell. Well, back then the file it was huge, but now compared to what we have now, it's small. So,
yeah. Well, it's just like I was totally fascinated with games back then, but I'm not so much anymore. Because after a while, I figured out some people are really good at it, and I kind of suck, and I just got bored with it.
Because you can't win. Or is it for another reason?
No, well, I have other shit to do. That's basically why.
Oh, okay.
Besides play video games. Yeah. That's basically it. I mean, I could probably get better at it if I had the time and really wanted to mess with it. It's not because I don't like playing video games. It's just like I get other.
Yeah, I could get better.
I don't really have enough time to spend, to do that.
I could get better at pull-ups if I, exercised enough.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I could exercise my video game skills. I mean, it's just like even though I like video games, it's just like after I play it for like 30 minutes or so, I'm like, yeah, I used to like it, but I don't like it anymore.
I could get better at, just basic curl ups.
I could
Pull up.
I could do basic talking shit on here all day.
People could
I'm
get
just
better at exercises with the remedial exercises. You could just do you don't even have to practice pull ups, but the reverse of letting yourself pull up as much as you can and slowly letting yourself go down from the bar.
Yeah, I have one in the lounge room. Every time I walk past, I do pull-ups. So. Good.
Yeah, but think about people that can't do one pull up, but they pull up as much as they can and slowly let themselves go down to their straight arms.
Hey, Flatsy, I want you to try to pull up one of me and see how good you
No. I'm 5 foot tall. Do you realize what that means?
That means I'm a weak old motherfucker.
I'm 5 foot tall.
I may be able to do one, but I don't. I don't exercise or anything.
I'm barely above the height of a midget.
Well, maybe you can pull yourself up. Shit, I'm like 230 pounds. I mean, it's hard to pull that.
Can you do a pull-up, Flatsy?
Maybe. I don't know if I could because I haven't tried. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
I leave the chin up bar there. And
I don't have a bar. I don't have a bar to hang from anymore.
I get my daughter to go on. She does a reverse arm grip. Yeah.
My main thing is that I do calisthenics, and that requires a lot of bar work and also negative weight. Like doing negative weights doesn't mean that you need any outside weights. You just need your own weight and subtract from that from any exercise. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think I kind of follow you with that, but I was just gonna say, you don't need like a bar or bell. I mean, you don't need a bar, like a metal bar, to do pull-ups and chin-ups. You just need to find a tree with just the right height branch with just the right sturdiness. Fortunately, I have one right outside my apartment. I'm feeling kind of lucky about that, but it's kind of at an angle, so I go back and forth. Like I'll do one chin up from one direction and then go and do it from another direction to kind of balance it out, because it's not like the branch. It's like that. Well, anyway, it doesn't go out horizontally from the tree perfectly.
Also, I gotta go, guys. It's bedtime. It's way past bedtime for me. It's 3:25 in the morning.
I'll catch you guys on the flip side.
Love you all. I do. Yeah. I love you all. Good luck. Good luck with anybody that comes in after me. Just keep my spirit here. Entropy Entropy.
We're gonna rename you.
Okay. But entropy debunks everything. I
All
love
right,
you
see you
all.
guys.
Have a good night. Or morning
Ciao.
or whatever.
know what the hell's going on with the bot. But fuck. Oh, the bot's muted. That's what.
All right. Yeah, my name's Ron Hagberg. I've been a flat earther for, I guess, about 6 years.
That's from bud.
I got mostly on YouTube and Facebook. I post a lot of YouTube videos. But
That's one. Nice one. That's your baseline of reference. I have a sort of grasp on what you might be talking about, but only in a general sense. But are we in an enclosed system then, Ron? Are the stars just generally are they material or are they something different? I mean, that's maybe too specific.
In my opinion, I mean, I don't know what they are, but I think they're very close. I think they're within our closed system. I don't think they're in space or anything like that.
What do you think of this statement? The moment we decide that the Earth's surface is not moving, then we have to decide that all of the stars, with the exception of 7 or 8 visual exceptions, exception of the exceptions, but it tells us that all the stars are moving in unison, all of those billions and billions of emanations. But I mean, what do you think about that then? If we're in an enclosed system, they can't be material, can they? Can't be material.
No, I mean, I would lean towards some kind of projection.
Nice one, bud. The Globe Theatre. Nice one, Ron. I like it already. I look forward to your present. Is it a presentation, or are you just going to be speaking about your point of view?
Yeah, I mean, we can have some back and forth discussion, whatever. But I was just addressing all the the out of focus stuff a lot of people sharing. I think it's
nice one, bud. You'll have visuals to go along with your chat.
Oh yeah, I got plenty.
I really look forward to that. That's brilliant.
I'm sort of wondering how Pete became the host of the fucking show.
I was just letting him finish. I was just waiting. So, what are we doing, man? Are we waiting till when we sent the event?
Well, I started recording. I can edit it later. I mean, you guys, if you want to make it a show, it's already going. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I just don't want to let people down that have fucking been interested on the fucking invite link, man.
Hey, don't worry about hurting Pete's feelings. He hurts everybody's.
Give the audience 10 minutes notice or something and let Ron go ahead. That's what I would say, Spake. That's probably the best thing. Or even do it now. Start away straight away. That's
I love you guys.
Just about the event, man. That's just because people, if they said they're going to come around, I've told God, probably over 100 people what time it is, when it is. We start early and we have to go. We're going to go through all the information.
Don't do that then. Start it on time, bud. Excellent. Start it on time.
This was actually 2 hours earlier than he said it was going to happen. Anyway. So I was asking you yesterday. So
yeah, go ahead.
Calm down, Helio.
Yeah, fuck up. You made me forget what I was going to say there. Oh man, I don't know. What we're doing? It's up to you if you want to go on.
Do you want me to do it?
I don't really care. We really need to do something, man. Stop fucking about.
Don't have to do shit. You asked me to host this stream with your friend, and he wants to do some shit about flat Earth, and
in 46 minutes,
I'll sit back and I'll host. I'll just do the production of it, and you don't have anything prepared. I mean, you and your friend. And now you want to do it 2 hours?
Mate. What we were trying to do, everybody started shouting Ron and getting him in like just now. But what we were meant to do was to wait till the event, till everybody got the message.
Okay, well, let's do that then.
Right,
2 hours.
Right, hold it. But we can fucking. We were just going to do it like I was hoping Ron could do a wee presentation.
I thought he was in here a couple hours ago, so I mean, it's just like
I planned on speaking to him before we were in live stream. I was meant to talk to him like 20 minutes or half an hour or shit before the fucking event, man. What the fuck?
We were talking so much shit earlier.
It's because I had to fucking come in here and fucking hose you down, you motherfucker. You put me off my game. Fuck's sake.
Right,
Ron.
Hey, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth, Ron.
Yeah, I was just listening in.
It just gets a bit rowdy sometimes because usually we're like the people that we're dealing with in here like 24/7 literally, like it's the dregs of society, man. They're like being assholes, they're using logical fallacies, ad homs, like some of it's like death threats and like fucking like pure abuse, man. We get like pure abuse. I've been seeing this abuse for like almost 5 years. Most of the mods just get pure abuse. So it does, like, once we're talking amongst ourselves, it's like the Wild West kind of amongst us. But yeah, man. So it's up to you, Ron. What you want to do, brother? Like,
y'all tell me. I'm just
No.
We can talk about the journey.
Out. Go ahead and open up. I mean, do you have a presentation or something that?
Well, we can just talk about lighthearted subjects about like the journey from where you were to where you're at now, and why you are leaning towards the ideas that you are now. Because I think that's interesting too. Like just your character and what made you actually look at the Earth be what it is. Because everybody who's a flat earther has a journey. We all have like a testimony to say about like what made us become flat earthers and why. Like maybe a video that you've seen or just. Somebody had a debate up and you were just like, whoa, that's crazy. Why are they saying that? You know, just topical things like that.
Yeah. I was always kind of, I guess, into conspiracy type videos. Back when YouTube would suggest you new videos and you run down the rabbit holes. And I think the first Flat Earth video I saw was 200 Proofs, Area Bay. And it just all kind of made sense and stuff I just never thought about. So I started researching and then I went out and bought P900 at first, then I got a P1000. I spent a lot of time on the beach filming across the water. I did one video. I spent a year filming across the same body of water, looking at stationary objects and taking note of the temperatures, water and air and all that stuff. And I figured out the Globers have it backwards. I mean, the refraction only hides stuff in the distance. It doesn't bring stuff into view. I mean, but I was, you go out there and see things that you're not supposed to see, and it's the days with the lowest refraction. But then,
so what part of this good Earth are you from, man? Like I'm from the Midwest right now. I'm currently residing here, but in Iowa. But like, where are you located? Like on this Earth, where are you at?
I'm in Florida. In the Panhandle.
Okay. Yep. And can you do a lot of things over there that there's a lot of bodies of water over there, but which is most preferable? Like your go-to spot to kind of do your tests and that, like where you take your P900 over and
I go to there's this bay up to Choctawhatchee Bay. It's about 25 miles long. It's right against the Gulf. Up here the best time to film is in winter, when the water and air temperatures can get the same, and usually in summer you're never going to see anything. It's going to be all mirroring, just a mess out there.
What's your visibility range like usually, like in winter times? Are you talking about like more than 30 miles or
around 20? Around 20.
About 20 miles. But that's really good though. I mean, I think.
Yeah. There's a water tower that I was looking at. I think it was 17 and a half miles away. You can't see it at all certain times. If the temperatures and humidity is not right, you can't see it at all. Sometimes you can just barely see the top of it. Sometimes you can see the whole thing. It just depends on the conditions.
Have you captured any globe killers yourself? Like any specifics with the elevation and stuff? Have you ever caught any?
I put all that on the videos. Yeah, you shouldn't be able to see it according to the globe math. You shouldn't be able to see the water tower almost 18 miles away. It should always be hidden. But there are times you can see it, and that's when the conditions are just right. But it's not refraction that's making you see it.
I was just going to say, Ron, if you're anything you're talking about, if you've got anything at hand, like images or just during the conversation, there's live stream voice text. So, during any discussion, people will be posting in there. So, any relevant stuff you've got will be in there, bro.
Yeah, I didn't have any of this stuff brought up. I can try to look for them while I'm talking.
No, I just meant just in general, so at least that's where like most of the chat will be in there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm on the text. I was trying to look for some of these pictures, but
yeah, and I was hearing that. What other forums are you on? Are you like Facebook, Twitter?
Yeah,
are you on other social medias or just?
Just Facebook and YouTube.
Yeah, it's pretty hostile over there on Facebook. I've been in some forums over there for it's like some of the conversations that take place, and it's difficult to kind of convey a lot of the information over in text form or like answering. So I think it can get kind of frustrating, especially if you're trying to get to a point. But I think over voice, what we've curated here with 24/7 is a kind of like a place where you could bring that to a greater way to hold people accountable. A lot of times people disagree because they're like, well, you should keep it into a debate style where there's a moderator or somebody to mediate between the two parties. And I think what happens is you lose a lot of what the holding people accountable is all about. So people can get, like, let's say you have a point, right? They can get away from the point if there's a moderator involved, because the moderator will stop you and allow the other person to continue maybe a gish gallop. And so you can't keep them to a point. They'll just keep going to other points and never being held down to the point that you've made. I think it's detrimental to our conversations in general. Like we wouldn't be able to. So that's why we've kind of curated this place to be a place where it's like, okay, if something is repeatable, testable, falsifiable, then they're going to have to answer to how that is the case. And so if they're not able to present that with their information and counter what we're saying, then they don't have evidence. So that's what we're on about, them being able to do that in here. And so a lot of people, even flat earthers, disagree with that because they want them to have, like, let them talk, let them speak. And it's like, if we allow them to, let's say, gish gallop, we'll never get to hold them accountable for those points that we bring up. So I think that's important as far as the forums go.
Yeah.
But like, I mean, if you're looking for a forum, this would be the place. And so you could get farther here, doing that and just having people held accountable for, the things that they talk, especially with the globe rhetoric. There's so many things like in there that are just, I mean,
hey, look at the flat earthers that I constantly tell, like, to stop sharing those star videos, at least without caveat in it, and saying, look, there's a possible obvious focus issue here. Like, they still just keep sharing it anyway, man.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. I've seen that point brought up before, and on both sides, some people say, well, you're not using a focused lens on it; it's just out of focus, and things. Maybe you're going to get into that with your presentation or whatever. But like, I feel like that has been a lot of what I've seen early in the early days of, like, when I first started back in like 2016, 2017. People were talking about that. I didn't get into the stars too much in that way, but I know some people really like started to figure out, like, well, what can we see really? Are there layers that are of the image? Are they layered, like, to look as a projection of what we think they could be, or are there actual visuals of like what they are and we're just out of focus? You know what I mean? Like, yeah. There's two ways you can look at that.
I'll post a meme here. Like, I've seen this meme goes around a lot that shows Venus, and comparing it to water. That's just out of focus. Venus actually goes through phases like the moon, and you can see them. If you know how to focus, it's just a mistake. But a lot of people just won't let that go. They think that proves water's above. But I'll show you. I got videos. I can make that same effect on an artificial light, on a street light.
That's cool. No, that's cool. I think. Well, speaking of Venus, and a lot of people would say, like, there's been arguments on this too, how you can't see Venus according to the globe because it's the planet that's inside of the visual range from, like, if we're looking at it from the Earth on the, we could only see it, well, we couldn't see it actually, because it'd be on the daytime side of the Earth, because it's the planet is in the inside of the orbit of the sun. So inside of that would be like, we're on the outside of Venus's orbit. So according to the heliocentric rhetoric, it would be the inside of the orbit of the sun, where we're on the outside. So we couldn't see it at night, as far as what everybody said, but it must have been 2 nights ago, 3 nights. No, it was a week ago, where I've actually had the moon, and on top of the moon was Venus at night. So I took a picture of it on my iPhone 13, and it's not a great resolution, but you can see it's nighttime, and you could see Venus on top of the moon, like it was, above it, but it was still dark. It was night, and so you can see Venus, above the horizon, and it's visually seen, at night. So it's like not seeing in the inside of what people would think the orbit around the sun. So you can see it at night, which means that you're seeing it on the nighttime side of the Earth. If it was a globe, let's say. So that's another one of those conundrums,
And most of the time, you can only see Venus right after sunset or right before sunrise. Sometimes it's they call it the morning star or the evening star, but there have been times it has been seen all night.
Yeah, correct. That has been like a debate, or at least I've heard anyway, that you can't see Venus. Well, it was more the Globers that would say that you can't see Venus at night. It's not possible. You could only see it like on the horizon, but that's about it. Then you wouldn't see it at night. And it's like, that's not true.
Yeah, they claim that. That's not true.
But anyways, we got Indio, who's the server owner. We got Heretic that just joined. We got some people that are joining us. Spake, I don't know if you want to introduce them to the new people that are joining us, that way they know what's going to be happening in like 30 minutes now, I think.
We've got the event starting in 33 minutes. Strangely enough, 33 minutes.
I just hit start. I'll stop it. Screwing me up, man.
Does that ping out all the people who said they were interested? Does that ping them straight away, like Indio?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Fuck it, that's done now.
Doesn't matter. People are usually late anyway nowadays, so better to ping them 30 minutes early.
Right, man. So Ron, if Facticilio, if you want to start the stream now, or if he's still running, I don't know.
He already said he's recording it.
Yeah. Well, on you go, Ron, if you want to introduce yourself again, bro, sorry, and then if you want to...
No, he doesn't, listen, don't change anything for me, just do your thing. I can just restart the event. Doesn't matter.
Cool, man. Well, we can get into the presentation, Ron, if you want just now, bro. And then set it off for questions after that, or...
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Cool.
All right, since I'm talking about Venus, I'll go ahead and show you some more. Let me see this picture here that I just posted. These are pictures that I took. The one in Florida I took, the one in Oregon, Steve from Teeth of the Lamb channel took, and then the one from the UK, that was Dave Marsh's picture. And the one from New Zealand, you see, is a little overexposed. But one of my thoughts is that if we could take pictures of Venus from maybe far north and far south at the same time, and there was any kind of orientation difference, kind of like these pictures, but of course these were taken at different times. If you could see an orientation difference in simultaneous pictures, I think that could be some kind of evidence that it's close. It's one of those things that could work on a flat Earth or a globe, I guess, but if we had a AutoCAD expert and some pictures, and they could we could figure if the angles were right at least. But
Ron, are you posting this? Are you posting in a chat? Because we can't see anything.
Oh, you didn't see it? Oh, all right.
No, I tagged you.
Sorry about that. I didn't hit enter. Okay. See the...
Yeah, we can see you now, Gruff. Mic check.
Sorry about that.
All
right, do y'all see those pictures?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ron, you better post in one image at a time, because Discord's got this fucking stupid update and it cuts the images off. Like, everybody can click it, they can press on them so we can still see them, but just you better post one at a time, especially for the live stream, the YouTube channel.
All right.
Cool.
Anyway, a lot of flat earthers in the P900 and the P1000 are decent cameras for what they are, but they are not. They have the smallest sensors of any camera on the market. So this idea that they're better than telescopes is just wrong.
Yeah, the sensor on those is tiny.
Yeah,
like
it's like
super tiny.
Yeah, your cell phone probably has the same size sensor in it as a P1000. But that picture there is from a telescope of Venus. But you said it doesn't look anything like the watery out of focus stuff. Let's see. And the same thing with stars. A star is just a tiny pinpoint of light. It's nothing like. Here's this picture here, and post one more that looks very similar. Now look at those two pictures. Could you tell me the difference in those two? Anybody? One is supposed to be Sirius, the star Sirius. The other is an ultraviolet flashlight, keychain flashlight, that I hung up in a tree in my yard and put it out of focus 200 feet away. You see, there's no difference in that at all.
I thought it was a bacteria under a microscope.
The virus.
But so it's just all focus issues. I've seen people post pictures like this. This is a Christmas light. I took this at Christmas time. My neighbor's Christmas light's out of focus. It looks just like a lot of the stars people post.
Was that the Christmas special you did on your YouTube channel? Was that the same one?
That is from that video, the out of focus Christmas video.
I thought that was it. I thought.
Yeah. Then you get. Now, a lot of people are. There's some of these videos are just. Some of this is an honest mistake. People get these cameras, they don't really know how to use them. But I have seen a lot of videos that people are just like intentionally deceiving. Let's see. This is a little short video clip. Hopefully it'll load up right. All right, see on the left, that's somebody took a telescope out of focus. But the original video, the person that made this video that on the telescope, he was explaining how he's taken out of focus on purpose. And he was blowing in front of the telescope. You could see it looked like water going across the front. That's just his breath. But so I saw this in one of those star videos where somebody just took that clip of that telescope and said, this is what stars really look like. But the original maker of the video did not intend for it to be used that way. But the circle and the crosshairs are the parts of the telescope. You put a telescope out of focus on purpose and you can see the parts in it to line them all up. That's your secondary mirror on the front, and there's a big mirror on the back. And your light bounces off the big mirror up to the tiny mirror and then up through the eyepiece. But if you put it out of focus, you get what's on the left there. I saw a new one recently on Facebook where somebody took what's called a Batinov mask. And they used it's a little thing you put over the front of a telescope to get perfect focus on a star. Now, out of focus, when you take the telescope out of focus, you see that. Everybody see that there? But that is just picture.
The Sirius one are you talking about, Ron? Or
what's that?
The Sirius, that's the one with the Batinov. So when you take that off, the star's in focus.
Yeah, that's the tool on the end of the telescope, and I'll show you what it's supposed to do.
I've never heard of it till you told me the other day.
This is what it makes the star look like with it on the telescope, and you can tell when it's in focus. And then you take it off, and the star just looks like a tiny dot. Everybody want? Yeah, I explained. I don't think we could ever know what the stars are really, but it'd be no different than trying to film a candle from, say, 30 miles away. You might be able to see it, but you would never know what it is. The resolution, you wouldn't be able to never tell that it was a little flame, I don't think. Anybody got any questions about anything so far?
I'm not an optic guy. I was hoping there'd be some chatter about, like, I mean, I take it you've not done a lot of research into that, the lens cover thing, the focus device.
Yeah.
So would you be able to use that on the P900, or a variation of it? It could be a dark one.
Yes, you can. You can get one. You can get a small one to put on P900. I've seen them. I hadn't ordered one yet. I looked them up. They do make them.
Yeah.
I have a question for Ron. What is the length of time that you started to study, like, the sensors and lenses, and the camera sizes, for the focus and all that? Like, what is your knowledge base behind it? Like, did you know a lot before you came into this, or did you start to learn as you went along? Like, or maybe saw a need to learn because you're like, well, this can't be the case, so I need to probably study a bit more about these aspects of, like, camera and taking images and such.
Yeah, I learned most of it after getting into Flat Earth. I was into photography when I was younger. Back in the day, we had to buy film, and if you didn't get all your settings right, you'd come up with a bunch of nothing. I'll tell you how old I am, but I learned most of this after seeing these. When I first got into Flat Earth, I kind of saw some of these videos, like, wow, I didn't know stuff looked like that, and it took me about 2 weeks to figure out it was just all BS. But
it took me longer than that, man.
But like this picture here, I just posted, that is off of somebody's YouTube channel claiming that's what Mars really looks like. Let's see. I've got a couple more.
I've been saying to people the kind of backlash you get against this information, Ron, like Facebook groups and stuff that ban you, and people that shadow ban you on YouTube and shit.
Oh yeah, I've been kicked out of groups, and I've had people on YouTube ban me, and I'm just trying to kind of educate people. Now, I mean, the NASA pictures, I believe, are embellished. I mean, you can't get a picture of Mars quite that good through a telescope, but you can get close.